2956. I'm so happy to be here with all of you up there in the VIP lounge and down here in the arena. So thank you all so much for being here and coming. There's so much hard work that has been going on behind the scenes. The ship racers, the competitors are all getting ready to put on the best show that we possibly can for you guys.
3, 2, 1, go! And we are really up. We are very
taking an early lead. My gosh, the speed. He is hooning it through here. First position, keeping everything nice and neat. Oh, cutting a bit wide. Just skipping in the
It's really cool to have this energy in Australia, you know, really exciting for us to be able to come out and, you know, support the game and watch the race as well.
Blown away by the venue. The team at Apple has done an incredible job. It's my first time to Australia, and what a way to kick off the trip.
It's awesome that regardless where you go in the world, you still get that same energy, that same passion.
It was great to see my face up on the big screen and be up on stage and have a good time, to have a laugh with all the racers. They're all great lads. So first place too, I'm coming for you.
I can't believe Duwop got 100. That was kind of wild.
How do you feel?
I'm just buzzing. I was checking my hand. Am I still shaking? Yeah, I'm still shaking.
2956 champion, we got Doom!
This is spectacular, and the thing that makes Star Citizen special is the community. So everyone that comes out to do it here, and so I'm just glad that we've built a community like this.
One thing I want to say is a big thank you to our team. This team is incredible. That's all I can say.
I agree.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to Enter Atmosphere 2956. This is the online portion, of course, because we got some PvP that needs to happen before we can kind of complete the event. But we got Gimmick, who's going to be our analyst today, and then we got Thunder Lake, who's going to also be participating in analyzing some of these battles and, of course, helping us with some shoutcasting. How you guys doing?
Great, Christian.
Good Gimmick.
Yeah, we're good. At least I haven't had to wake up as early as you guys are. Thanks for waking up so early.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I'm doing great. I'm having a great time. Can't wait to see the competition. So I've been waiting for how long for this battle? I mean, you know, just getting around. But I'm glad we're actually able to get into it. Looking forward to seeing, you know, these fucking shields blasting and everyone getting taken out. So can't wait to get into the action.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of action coming up with, of course, Fight or Flight here in the next about 2-3 months, where we have signups, you know, about to open up hopefully in the next couple of weeks. But, you know, want to kind of talk about why we're here, right? Because during EA56 or Enter Atmosphere 2956 is you know, we had a little bit of issues with the game and the schedule kind of got, you know, moved a lot while we were trying to really push to get some of these matches underway live in person when we were all together in Sydney. We unfortunately couldn't do that, but we still wanted to do something for you know, for the players that really put in the time to practice. And even though the game is not in the same state as it was in February, at least we're going to bring everybody together. We won't have all of the same teams, but still, at least we have the competition ready, and we got these teams ready who have been practicing, and we are hopefully, like, you know, kind of like Thunder Lake mentioned, we're going to see some incredible matches. So let's take a quick look at our bracket to kind of see which matches are coming up and how many matches we're going to play total for the rest of the day. So with that being said, our first match of the day is going to be Democracy Manifest versus Aftershock, and then we're going to see Macaw's Runners versus Team Blands. Hopefully I said that right, guys. I keep saying Macaw's or Macca's. I think it's, I don't know.
It's Macca's.
I'm mixing it.
Macca's Runners.
It's Macca's.
Macca.
Okay. We'll hopefully by the next tournament figure it all out.
If you keep saying they're gonna smack you.
I know, man. I won't be able to go back down to Australia if I keep saying it like that. My bad. So anyways, we have our 4 teams. They're going to be, you know, it's going to be a total of just about 6 matches, and then it's going to be best of 3, and then our grand finals is going to end up being a best of 5. So really quickly, if Thunder Lake or Gimmick, if anyone want to go over about kind of the rules in the mirror matches we're doing today, that would be greatly appreciaed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over quickly. Just
you do that,
I'll
and
go
I'll
through
talk
the
about the
teams
people.
real quick. Oh, okay, all right. Well, basically, we're gonna be running best of 3 over. We're gonna do squadron battles, obviously. We're gonna hope. Obviously, there's no bugs, but you never know. Each team will have 3 different ships. They'll be going in single life elimination. So once you're out, you're out. Teams will have to coordinate, do the best of their ability, and just it's total kill. Just kill the enemy team to the last man.
Yep.
There's a couple of different weapons restricted and stuff. I'll have to pull it up myself. So, Gimmick, if you want to talk about the teams, I'll pull up the restrictions.
Yeah, so I mean, everybody's chosen to the way that it is with the meta right now, with the ballistics and so on, and with interceptors being very kitey, and if you don't have ballistics, then you have a very ballistics create a chip damage situation where just over time a ship eventually dies. So we've decided we're going to keep it lasers only. But when you go lasers only, then you have a problem that the shields recharge too quickly, and people can get out of the fight too quickly, and they just never die when you've got interceptors. So we've decided we're also going to drop interceptors, and this should keep it more sort of entertaining, more interesting to watch, more interesting for the players too. So what I think we're going to see today is we're going to see a lot of gladiuses, a lot of wolves, and a lot of arrows. It'll be a lot of just light fighters, lasers only, no interceptors, and I think this will make for some pretty entertaining fights. And so far, the guys that have been practicing it have been having a really good time with it.
Yeah, 1,000%. Yeah, basically, I want to talk about the some of the weapons and stuff like you just talked about. Both teams had the option to potentially pick different weapons on lasers, but we'll probably see some individuals stick to maybe they're NDBs, maybe they're because they're used to the slower speeds now. But also they have CF repeaters as well, which has the highest speed that they can possibly get. Each team did have the option to provide, and some attritions, yeah, exactly, for high DPS. The snub ships that they could have chosen were the Merlin, the Archimedes, the 85X, the C8R Pisces, the M50, and the Razor. The teams basically all picked light fighters here. We had a huge swath of light fighters available to pick from, but again, like you said, a lot of arrows, gladiuses, and the wolf as well. So we'll see a ton of mirror matches today. All teams have elected not to bring heavy fighters, so it's going to be a very, very interesting match when it comes down to pure piloting skill, coordination with their team. Laser repeaters and cannons were allowed. Distortion repeaters and distortion cannons, neuron repeaters, neuron cannons, and plasma cannons as well. The banned weapons, like Gimmick said, was all ballistic weapons, mass drivers, and tachyon cannons. Missiles are allowed, but only default missiles may be used. Swapping is prohibited. And basically, all components must be rental one in a commander. There's no intentional ramming. Repeated excessive collisions will be under review, and intentional friendly fire. We know that sometimes people would shoot off parts of their ship to maybe get a little bit of an advantage as well.
All right. Well,
in the PU,
like each other.
They like each other. Oh man,
yeah.
They're like, yeah, I'm bored. I'm gonna shoot my teammate down, so that should be fine. Well, with that being said, it should be an interesting. I know the meta has been changing. PvP has been changing in Star Citizen because of all of the patches and everything they're putting into the game. So, but it's going to be interesting to see how this all going to play out going into kind of fight or flight and the new rules that will be kind of formed with the council at that point. So with that being said, though, let's take a look at our first team here, and let's take a look at each member democracy manifest, because it's been a while, man. I don't know a lot of these guys. I don't know all the names and teams from the top of my head like I used to when we were back in Australia. But democracy manifest, we have Lens Nation, Gondor, and Pialo in
Pialo.
PLO, sorry. There you go.
Yeah,
so we got, so the Lens Asia is going to be flying the Aegis Gladius. Gondor is going to be in that L21 Wolf, and then PLO will be in that Anvil Arrow. So anything that you want to mention here on these teams, Gimmick, or on this team?
So this will be a fun team. Pia has improved out of sight since February, so this team has changed a little bit since then. A few of the teams have changed in this way. Like some people haven't practiced, some people have practiced a lot, and Pia has improved a lot since then. So both Gondor and Pia are very good pilots, very good team fighters. Lens is the lovable Lens that we all know and love, and he will be doing his best to survive. But he has been practicing with us, and as far as I know, he's been doing an okay job. So that will be fun to see. He'll be in the Gladius, which is the less squishy ship. It's a bit more of an all-rounder, whereas Gondor and Pia will be in the more squishy ships. Gondor in the high DPS Wolf, and Pia in the Arrow. So this will be fun.
Sounds good here. Well, any other comments on this team here, specifically Thunder? Like,
oh, I just know that they have one weapon that wasn't mentioned, and it was camaraderie. They loved Democracy Manifest. There was a big, commotion when they actually came out on stage and everyone heard the team name and such. So I'm thinking that they're going to have not only their skill and coordination and practice involved, but also a bit of their morale. So
awesome. Well,
great.
I'm excited to see, especially Lens Nation, see how he does out there, going against some of the other PvP members of, the community, and also, of course, heavily, Zap. So shout out to all of the teams and orgs that, that have put a team together and came out here. So let's take a look at our next team here. Is going to be Team Aftershock. Team Aftershock is our next team that we're going to be looking at. We got the beautiful here, Mev Bushwhacker. In the Anvil Hour, we got Torch. I'm not going to go saying that whole thing. And the Aegis Gladius. And then we got Yogan in the Kruger L21 Wolf. So, Gimmick, right back to you, man. Any thoughts on this team? Because this team looks like they're going to be dangerous going into these matchups.
Yeah, this is a good team because this is a complete team. Torch is another person who has improved a lot since February. So this team has become more dangerous. I don't know how much Mev has been practicing over the past few months, but when we saw him last in February, he was fighting very fit. And knowing Mev, he'll come out strong anyway. So that's why this is a complete team. Mev is probably the most PvP oriented. We also have Ajin's Ledi, as we'll see soon. He's PvP oriented, but Mev is. Mev loves a dogfight, and he's gotten quite good at dogfighting. So this team is complete. Jorgen is always great to have at your back in a team fight. So I think again that the teamwork here is going to be strong. Both Torch and Jorgen are very team oriented in the way that they play, and they can output a lot of DPS, and as can Mev in this situation. And it's interesting that they're putting their streamer, in this case, in the more squishy Arrow. So that sort of shows their confidence in their streamer, which is cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, awesome to see.
Yep. Any thoughts on this team specifically, Thunder? Like,
yeah. So I think that last time that we were practicing over in Australia and Sydney, this team really came together. They all sat next to each other, communicating the whole time. So I think Gimmick is completely right. This team has the most practice experience together. They know kind of what they're going to be doing beforehand, and some of those things, those intuition in your teammates will help them tremendously in the fight when it comes down to it. I'm interested to see what weapons they've chose, but they'll probably be going with the Ardors or Attritions, things like that, if they have it. But I don't think you can bring Ardors in this because of it's not rentable in AC. So. But yeah, it's very interesting, like Gimmick said, bringing the Arrow. Definitely got some confidence there. It's definitely very evasive of a fighter, and I'll see what Torch can do in the Gladius. I know that they practiced quite a bit back in Sydney.
Well, hopefully they kept up with that practice here. It's going to be interesting. I think once people get that first match out of the way, hopefully they kind of start to understand, the kind of the competitive nature that some of these tournaments can kind of get into. So that should be pretty fun. So our third team of the day is going to be, man, I'm going to say this wrong again, bro. I already forgot, but Macca's
say
runners.
KFC.
Here we go. We got Agents
There you
Letty,
go.
Wortho, and
Macca's.
I believe is JFFB.
That's Crazy
Ah,
Sig.
So
that should be Crazy Sig.
okay,
There's a
okay, it
typo
is Crazy
there.
Sig.
That's his
Okay,
Discord.
so it's a little bit wrong. Okay. Just making sure. So Crazy Sig, but we had some substitutions here, which is fine. Not too much of a big deal, but Gimmick, tossing it right back to you. Can you talk about this team and any of the substitutions as well that kind of happened here?
Yeah, so we lost. Who did we lose? We lost Jen Desperado from this team. His 4090 died yesterday. Poor old Jen. So Jen had to drop out. He doesn't have a GPU, so obviously he can't play, and we couldn't get him one fast enough. So we Ajans was on our original list of people who would like to get involved. I don't think he was coming to Sydney, so he couldn't come. But this one's online. So we reached out to Ajans and asked him if he'd be interested, and he said, hell yeah, at short notice. He only found out this morning, so here he is. But good thing about Ajans is he's familiar with PvP situation. He might not be necessarily the best dogfighter in the game, but he does a lot of PvP in general, and he coordinates fights, and like they do all their piracy ops mongrel squad. So he's the leader of mongrel squad. So he'll have a cool head under pressure, no doubt, because he's used to that sort of gameplay. And so I think while this team might not be as complete as the team with Mev in it, this is also looking like a pretty all-round team. Wortho is an excellent dogfighter. He's from Shadow Moses, one of the few here who aren't from Zap. And he'll be in the L21 Wolf, which has the highest DPS, so that'll be interesting to see. He's got the highest DPS anyway, I think, a lot of the time. Like, he outputs a lot of damage, old Wortho. And Crazy will be in the more kitey arrow, and that suits Crazy's playstyle of being more kitey as well. Crazy, if you let him get onto you, he'll kill you pretty quick as well. So there's a lot. I think this is going to be one of the more interesting teams. And before we even see them start playing, I think I would be picking this as to be the team to beat. However, we'll see how it all plays out.
Gotcha. I think Agents Letty brings a big play in that, and a little bit more understanding of the current state of the game for PvP. But Thunder Lake, any last thoughts here on Team Macca's runners?
Oh yeah, Team Macca's runners. I think that based on the individuals there, this team is going to be pretty surgical or tactical in their decisions. We're going to maybe see a lot of baiting going on from this team, and perhaps like maybe an assassin role when it comes to ship choices and how they engage. Pay real close attention to see when they choose to engage. They're likely to spot when an enemy separates or something like that, and they'll probably quickly collapse. Even with Agents Letty just jumping in, I'm sure he's quick enough to be able to work with Wortho and Crazy Sig. So it's going to be a crazy, interesting team to see. Different style of fighting, especially with someone coming in so new. It's going to be interesting to see how they balance that. We might see a little bit of shaky ground at first, but after that gets ironed out, I think it'll be great.
All right,
that's a good
sounds
point.
good
this
here.
Team has
Well,
not been able to practice at all yet. So,
so they're gonna have to figure it out as they go. So, that's fine. That's a whole fun. That's probably part of the fun that's gonna be happening here during these matches. So let's cover our last team. We're getting a match one or ready to go here shortly. But let's check in with our last team. Is gonna be Team Bland here, which is gonna be subbing in here. Is gonna be Farasalt, Reed, and Sword Fox. Not too been familiar with Farasalt. Awesome content creator, has been around Star Citizen for quite some time. Definitely loves his I would say his different variety streams, but definitely been an OG Star Citizen streamer for since I've been around. So that's 2015, 2016. So Farasalt is one of those people that very, very consistent and has love for the community. But Gimmick, any other thoughts here? Reed, Sword Fox. I know Farasalt is not really that big of a PvPer, but definitely has a very good knowledge of just the game in general.
Yeah, so this team has... Reed is the only thing in common with what this team was in February, so everything has changed about this team. This team was looking like one of the more dangerous teams, and I think it's still pretty dangerous. Reed is an excellent dogfighter, and Sword Fox is pretty new to Zap. He only joined a couple of months ago, but he's already making a name for himself at Zap. So and in February he wasn't there, wasn't even on the roster, but now he's become quite a good dogfighter, and he was keen to get involved. So when the other two dropped out, Croncy dropped out. Croncy had some work commitments; he couldn't come, and Caliban also had some other stuff come up. He wasn't able to make it. So Farasalt, like you say, he's not the most PvP oriented streamer. He's an OG streamer. He's been around for a long time, so everyone knows him. And we'll see how he goes. See if he can survive. They've again chosen to put him in the more tanky Gladius, which I think is a sensible choice. Reed will be in the interesting in the Arrow, like that won't be the highest DPS ship, and Reed is probably the highest DPS player in this team. So they're balancing there rather than leaning into their strengths. And Sorge will be in the higher DPS Wolf. So we'll see how this team plays. I know Reed and Sorge have had some good practice together. I'm not sure how much Farasalt has been able to practice yet, but we'll see how it goes.
All right. Thunder Lake, any thoughts on Team Bland here going into highlighting here the last team of EA56 here?
Oh, I mean, I like the team name. It speaks to me, so how I like my food and some of my politics. But other than that, I think that I'm hoping that they can pull it through. It's going to be tough. Some of the other teams are really strong, really coordinated. Some have strong players. Some have better coordination. So it's really going to be interesting to see what Team Bland can come up with here. I hope they pull it out. But at the same time, it's really going to come down to the individual pilot choices and where they capitalize on opponent mistakes in the match. So can't wait.
Yep. Well, we're about to get started here for our match number 1. But before we do that, we do have some of the intro videos that we did do at, in Sydney, Australia before the show happened. We had an entire media day. So we want to make sure we highlight the teams properly. So we're going to highlight, to kick things off, Democracy Manifest and Aftershock. And then once we get there, we're going to go right into our match number 1. So please check out these highlight videos for these teams.
My name is Lance Nation. I've been playing Star Citizen since 2018.
I'm on the team Democracy Manifest.
The only team which matters.
Okay.
And I really hope my teammates are good, because I'm not.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. We don't really see that a lot overseas, but we're here to represent Australia and, of course, New Zealand, if you want to. But everyone knows Democracy Manifest, right? If you're an Ocker, you'd see it yeah.
I'm a PLO, or you call me Pia. I've been playing Star Citizen for quite a long time. I pledged my first pledge in 2014. The person who actually got me into dogfighting is probably Reed in Zap. He beat the shit out of me and then convinced me into oh, okay, I need to get better.
4 weeks ago, when I found out that, okay, this is the team, this is what I'm doing, 4 weeks ago, I kid you not, I couldn't kill an NPC Cuddy. A 9-tail Cuddy? Nah, I can't kill it. I will just run away. I never engaged. Now, 9-tails fear my name.
What got me into shooting spaceships? That's a great question. Look, maybe I'm an adrenaline junkie. Maybe I've just been addicted to murder. It's hard to tell.
My favorite combat ship in Star Citizen is undoubtedly the Gladius.
Look, as part of the light fighter mafia, many people would say the Arrow, but those who know me will know it's the Perseus the whole way through. Big triangle, flies really nice. CIG Montic did a great job on the handling of that thing. It's phenomenal. And it's very rare to fly a ship in combat that, as a pilot, you're in service of somebody else. You've got a turret gunner, you've got 2 turret gunners with big guns, and their accuracy and how effective they are and their enjoyment, it comes down to how do you fly? How well can you get them on target? How well do you line up those shots? It's a really rewarding experience, and the Light Fighter Mafia internally agrees that it's actually the highest skill ceiling in the current flight model.
I primarily do machinima, even though most of the community know me from my artworks.
Competing in front of a crowd is going to be a different feeling for sure. Usually at home, I'm in my underpants.
Oh, it's 100% both nervous and excited at the same time. More excited than nervous, because most of the people I'm fighting is the people I've been fighting for a long time. They're all my friends. I know them. I've been fighting them, and I know exactly who I might win against and might lose against. So it's more excited than nervous.
There are two messages I'd give to the community. One, obviously, I hope you enjoy what we do here and you find it entertaining and enjoyable, and maybe next time in your hometown you're keen, or in your next country, you're keen to go and have a look. The other thing I'd give is some tips to people on just wanting to get into PvP. There are only a couple of golden rules. Number one is aim better. Number two is don't get hit. Like, you do those two things, you'll be really good at it. So
this community is very tight and it's very family oriented. It is just the place to be.
Get good. That's it.
All right, here we are, guys. We have your match one here, Democracy Manifest versus Aftershock. We have Lens Nation, Gondor, and Pialo in Democracy Manifest. And then Aftershock, we got Mev, Bushwhacker, Torch, and Jorgen. Thunder Lake, how you feeling, man, about this match number one? We're about to get right into it here shortly.
Oh, really excited to see this. Lens Nation looks laser locked in. Gondor and Pielo looking like they're keeping themselves a little bit loose. Mev's got his eye tracking set up, it looks like, and Jorgen as well. Torch kind of sitting there. He's laser focused, waiting to go. So I can't wait to see exactly how it's going to turn out, and may the best team win.
Yep, it looks like we're not in squadron battles. We're just having a couple issues with some of the settings. It seems like the hotfix didn't work, but it's okay. We're in free flight like we normally are. All teams should be good to go, and I believe we are about 60 seconds away before our match number one. But I mean, today should be very, very fun. A quick six matches, best of 3 going into the first initial rounds, and then a best of 5 for the grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. So we're just waiting for the teams to make sure that all their in-flight checks are basically set up, make sure that they have their correct components and missile loadouts and such like that. So I'm sure they're talking right now exactly how they're going to approach this fight. Most of the time, you'll probably see the arrow maybe moving in first. It's a little bit smaller, harder to hit. Just trying to, maybe evade some damage, bait a couple individuals to pull away from their team. So we're going to see that if any of the Gladiuses get in a bad position and these wolves are able to capitalize on the top of the ship, which is called the Pancake, they're going to be in for a world of hurt. Now with the shields being involved in lasers only, we're going to see some plays that individuals are going to try to evade or escape, extending the fight and trying to regenerate those resources.
Well, I believe the match is about to, I guess not go underway here. We got a game server queue. I'm not sure what that means, but they might have to reset here, but that's totally fine, no problem. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Okay, server's dead, so we'll quickly reset. That a problem. It's funny, we're literally just about to start too. So, well, I mean, while they reset here, let's go ahead and highlight here our next team, which is going to be Team Aftershock. Again, EA56 was taking place in Sydney, Australia earlier this year, and we're bringing it back online. So check out Team Aftershock. We'll be right back.
Right, my name is Jorgen. Basically, I'm playing Star Citizen since 2018, and I never let go since that day.
My name is Torchless Panic, bit of a mouthful. I started playing in 2019, which was, I think, close to 7 years now.
So my name's Mev Bushwhacker. I've been playing since 2019, I think.
Okay, I'm on Team Aftershock. Basically, I'm on the winning team.
I was looking for a team name that was very zappy, and I've been playing a lot of a video game where you build PCs, and I saw the name Aftershock. I was like, oh.
My favourite combat ship is, you would have guessed it, the Arrow. Pretty much everyone's favourite combat ship. I would prefer the L-22 Wolf, but the Arrow is just too nimble, and there's too many benefits to the Arrow, essentially, to be used in the war.
Ooh, it'd have to be my favourite combat ship would have to be the L-22 Alpha Wolf. It's got that wow factor. It looks really cool.
Unfortunately, it's the Sabre. I will say unfortunately because Sabre was always that ship that got sacrificed every single patch. Was great a long time ago. And then after that, I say, but he's just beautiful. He's just...
My favourite thing to do in Star Citizen, it's going to be an odd one. Essentially, it's chilling on the rooftops at Lawville and waiting for the rain to come in.
Think of PvP. I was a big fan of the FPS for a long time, but mainly focus on PvP currently.
Extremely excited. You know, you always at events like this, well, it's my first time at an event like this, but you always get your general anxiety and stuff that runs through you, but after a few bevies, I'll be all right. So hopefully the bar opens soon.
I'm super nervous. I haven't been performing in an environment like this ever. So it's a new experience for me, and it's rattling, but I'm super excited as well. Awesome. And can't wait. The message I'd have for the community would be, you know, if you ever have any thought of doing PvP, just, you know, do it, man. Like, the skill ceiling is not as high as you'd think. You know, find somebody that can teach you the ropes. Watch YouTube videos. There's loads of them.
Don't be afraid. It's basically join a voice chat. Don't just stay on the background. We can help.
My message to the Star Citizen community is just enjoy the experience. We're all growing together throughout the verse. It's going to take time. The game is in alpha. Yes, it's been in alpha for 10 years, but this is a company that had to start from scratch from a Kickstarter program, and they're developing technology that's never been done before in a video game. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Might be buggy, but that's all right. That's part of the experience. Yeah. Up the 73ers, mate. Come on. They're going to love that one at home.
The 73ers. The 73ers, man. Mev's a character. You know something I do miss, man, is being in the environment with everybody. That was actually a lot of fun, having the community together, all 500 people there, man. That was absolutely great. You know, obviously we had some, technical issues, but it's okay. I think overall everybody had a good time.
Oh yeah, everyone had a great time. People meeting each other probably for the first time in some time, getting together in an awesome city, and just experiencing it. You know, the place had the venue had a lot of individual areas, like the pool hall and stuff. I saw people enjoying that, trying to get up to the bars and stuff. Now the bars came to the Citizen, you might say.
Yep. Yeah. Well, we're getting this match number 1 restarted really quickly, and we should be able to get this underway. Like I said, this tournament should be, double elimination. We only have 4 teams. It's 3v3, so it should, as we say, things can go by either really quickly, or the game can be the game, and things can go by a little bit slower. But it's okay. We're here for the teams to be able to show out what they got, and then kind of highlight themselves, man, because I think it is very well deserved after that long day that we had at in Sydney for at Fortress, which, by the way, that venue was absolutely it was absolutely fun being in that venue. It was great. Everything was great. We hope that we're able to do it again in hopefully in the near future, and not take 14 years to come back to Australia.
Yeah, no, I understand. The if the ships don't work, we can always load them up into AC, and they can go in and fight each other fist to fist. That hand-to-hand combat, that might be interesting to see. I'm not sure if any of them are ready for that just yet, though.
I don't think anybody wants to do hand-to-hand combat right now.
Not Star Citizen, no.
Man.
A little bit of a delay or server performance. Might have to watch out for some of the netcode. But it'd be interesting to see this fight on SBK. Both teams using the environment to their advantage. I mean, it's going to be tactically moving to different sides, especially where the moon is and such, where the glare is. So when these teams actually are ready to fight and they start moving, like everything that you see is a choice, right? All these PvP guys are taking a look at what brings me an advantage in a fight. Now practice, coordination, communication all make a huge difference in teamwork. Being comfortable with your wingman and stuff like that is huge, but also positioning yourself well and making sure that you go in at the same time, everyone's in the same tune, because if that cadence is off for one moment, a big mistake can happen and it could spill a fight completely in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see the L21 Wolf. Last year during Fight or Flight, we did have some snubs in there that, some of the teams used. But the L21 Wolf, I believe, had just released, and it wasn't, rentable NAC. So now, we're kind of able to kind of see it right now. So I'm very excited to see. Everybody's always been bragging about this ship every time it, when initially came out. So excited to see, now I saw it a lot in the PU, and now excited to see it here in AC and see what it's got.
Yeah, for sure. When it first was released, the L22 at least, there was actually a bug with one of the paints or something, and it was pretty annoying. So it was like invulnerable. So like some of the shots on the ships you weren't able to hit. So when people were flying around, they were like, "Oh, you're bringing the L22 Wolf and stuff." So people would go to the L21 mostly, but there were some people that were looking to use that to their advantage while it was not super perfect, but. Yeah, the L21 and L22 using the Axioms is going to be amazing because they're going to have that new sound. Everyone's going to hear that like pop 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 fire, whatever the heck it sounds like. I can't make it myself, but you'll hear it soon enough for sure.
All right, well, here we go. Kicking off match number 1 here. Again, the Democracy Manifest versus Aftershock. It looks like teams are moving in here, and then once teams are be able to scan and kind of, get each other, it's going to be about that game plan, Thunder Lake, and see who's going to shoot first and ask questions later.
Oh, yeah. It looks like they're following Pialo over here, the L21 Wolf, just taking a look. You see Torch first. Torch is in the Gladius. It has a bit higher of an EM signature, so they're going to pick him up on radar much before the others. Looks like Lens Nation is just trying to hold behind Pielo there, and Gondor is also waiting to pounce. This, again, like we said, Democracy Manifest, the blue team over here, they are the most full together team. They have practiced together a bunch, and Pialo looks like he's taking a look at the enemy team. Torch, Jorgen, and Mev Bushwhacker are just holding real tight. They're holding together, not trying to keep any openings. They're just basically waiting for this initial engagement right now. It's going to be interesting to see. They're not trying to use much boost, if you can see. They're also keeping their speed under control. Now he's boosting in. He's 229. He's at the maximum SCM speed. So basically, they're moving in right now. 2K. They're a little bit separated here. Torch and the Gladius is now separated, and looks like they're probably going to capitalize on that. They're going to identify that pretty quickly. Torch is now separated. Maybe he's baiting them in. Pialo's looking at Torch right now. A couple missiles fired over at Gondor here, but they're able to flare those away. No problem.
Yeah, it looks right now like teams are just kind of reading each other right now and just kind of keeping the distances, but Torch going off in that Gladius, though, could be dangerous. We've seen teams already. We see Pialo kind of initiating first, a little bit away.
NDB fire on Torch. He's trying to get out of there. He's got to push away, boost out. He needs his team to engage. Pialo is chasing over there. Gondor, they're all over on top of him. Torch is getting focused really hard right now. Mev's trying to get in there and try to keep some shots. And Torch is just out. He's 1.8. He's got to switch off targets. Pialo, get back to your team. Torch is now out. He's safe. He took a little bit of damage. Gondor is now putting shots into Jorgen. Pialo is fighting nose to nose with Jorgen right, and Jorgen is out. He's safe. His shields are up. Lens Nation's trying to get a couple shots, but they're not effective. He needs to get those hits on. Mev's taking some shots in the arrow. His shields are down. Pialo and Gondor are hitting Mev Bushwhacker. Jorgen is also over there. He's taking out Gondor's shields, but Gondor's shields are still strong. Torch is trying to get back into the fight here. Lens Nation now is blind. That shaft absolutely wrecked his radar. While Mev and Pialo, the two arrows, are going head to head. We have attritions versus NDB repeaters. And Gondor picks up the arrow, and Mev just gets out of there, skates with the arrow instantly. Pialo is now trying to put pressure on Mev. Mev's got some hits. He's got to get out. Torch is trying to get in there to get some damage. Jorgen, his teammates are there. Lens Nation, get into the fight. Look for your teammates. Start getting there now. Torch is taking some heavy hits. His shields are down. He's now exposed. He's exposed to taking some hits. Lens Nation is in the fight. I saw him there just a moment ago, but he's not doing any damage. Come on, Lens, get some hits. Mev is putting in some heavy fire. Pialo has no shields. He's trying to get out of there. Torch is not in the fight. He's recuperating. He's getting his engines. He's getting his boost back right. And Mev has a little bit of damage. Now we're breaking back out. Some missiles fired, and both teams are in an extension.
Yeah, both teams right now are just being very, very careful. We saw a little bit of engagement there, and then guess what happens? We saw Mev in danger right now. You can see his hull, especially getting some shots from Gondor right on the face, man. You see that cockpit is a little bit bright red for him, so I feel like another, pass here on Mev could be the game. But you see Lens Nation. Lens Nation wasn't in the fight, but still doing a great job at, kind of staying alive, baiting a little bit. But it seems like what, Team Aftershock wants to do is either get rid of Pialo or Gondor, which are, you know, probably some of their strongest team members there. But Lens Nation needs to get into that fight. But it's okay though. You know, getting warmed up. This is the first time in you know, in this kind of competitive mode. So he'll get a feel for it as they go in and kind of strategize a little bit better. But both teams kind of coming back together and hopefully starting to re-engage here. Pialo goes right into Torch, and here comes the next pass.
All right, yes, Pialo using the arrows advantage, a bit evasive there, trying to take not a lot of damage. They're still pushing on to Pialo, and Gondor's getting some hits basically on, not sure exactly who it is because he didn't obviously use Tab. He's trying to get Tab. Torch is taking some hits again. That team instantly switches. Torch goes down. Pialo takes him out. They put some damage on the first round and then finish him off on the second engagement. Jorgen and Mev need to get a refrag here. Gondor is absolutely shredding right now. Mev taking some heavy hits. Gondor putting in some heavy damage. He's full orange in the middle of his hull, and Mev is taking some hits. Democracy Manifest look like they're manifesting a victory here very shortly, and Mev just lost a thruster. He's gonna have hard to control. He's still dueling. He's trying to push away, and he needs some help from Lens. Lens Nation was able to shoot, and Gondor finishes him off. Mev is down, and it's down 3-1. Democracy Manifest with an advantage. Jorgen needs to put away 3 pilots.
Yeah, right now Gondor did a great job on that second pass. They saw their weakness. They saw who was, you know, hull was lower, get those shields down. Torch went out first, and then Mev Bushwhacker right after. You see Jorgen still is trying to stay alive. Shields are currently down, and Gondor just putting the lights out here and trying to close out this match currently. Pialo doing a great job, just intervened there, got into that point, and boom goes Jorgen here from Pialo. Great job. And then Team Democracy Manifest goes up 1-0 versus Team Aftershock.
Wow, what a fight. What a fight. They surgically took out some of these pilots, and the teamwork and coordination on Democracy Manifest really showed there. Jorgen, Torch, and Mev did their best to disengage and to get some damage on, but it just wasn't enough. This team up top, regardless of Lens's in the initial engagement, not doing a lot of DPS, they were able to pull it through together. Pialo baiting the enemy team in, getting Mev stuck in that fight, finishing off Torch. They all switched, if you noticed, over to Lens, over to Torch, took him down, and then after that, it was just methodical, one after the other.
Yep. Yeah, I saw towards the end, I saw, you know, Team Aftershock, you know, started changing after Lens Nation. And honestly, Lens Nation was so out of position away from his team. But the thing is, they were taking so many hits from Gondor and Pialo that they just couldn't really get anywhere. But I felt like it would have been easy from anybody on their team to kind of pick off Lens Nation and have, you know, one less person. But honestly, like, Lens Nation did get some damage in that, you know, probably made a difference. So, but it's still like, this was interesting. I didn't think that, you know, Democracy Manifest would have came out with that first initial win, as seeing, Mev, Jorgen, and Torch all together. Still another team that, you know, that kind of stayed together from the beginning and didn't have any substitutes out. So very impressive here.
Very strong team, Aftershock as well. We're going to see if their strategy adapts. Notice, if you took a look at Lens Nation up top, he just made sure that his power settings were all set, reducing some of his power from radar, reduces the engagement distance range and the aim assist now, and he added some pips to his weapons, thrusters, and his shields. Shields above the basic sight allow your regen rate to increase. And your thrusters, obviously, it regens faster when you're not boosting. And with weapons, it's pretty obvious your capacitor recharge rate and the amount of your capacitor. Getting full power to all those threes is absolutely essential. And it looks like Lens Nation is taking the advice probably of Gondor and Pialo and making sure that radar is reduced a bit, because a few hundred meters, even if they're firing at 1,000, 1,200, probably not going to be as effective because the enemies can dodge it. It's far away, the small ships, the calculations. So having 800 or 900 meters range is not going to affect you as much as having faster shields. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, both teams did a great job so far. Definitely want to see a little bit more engaging. I didn't see, you know, Pialo or Gondor really take that much damage. I felt like maybe the reason why Lens Nation was kind of away, maybe he was the one that was being targeted initially. And I think Gondor and Pialo probably saw that, and they probably told him, hey, go, 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 you know, kind of like, you know, fly through or just try to, you know, run away or something. But I mean, it's going to be interesting, right? It's going to be interesting. I think, I don't know, man. I think Mev, Torch, and Jorgen, now they see what they're up against, and, you know, I think they're ready to tie it up here.
Oh yeah, and also notice how much life individuals have. Using lasers only, even in this mode, they are going to be a bit more survivable with having to get through those shields to do any effective damage. And now if someone escapes, that individual regenerates their shield and they're able to fight again, almost with the same shield health pool there. So the arrow only has one shield, so getting through that quite quickly is nice. Focusing that ship, if it's very slow and close to you, is ideal. But also hitting a larger ship like Torch in the Gladius is also able to do. You do have to get through 2 shields there, but you can do that if you have 3 coordinated pilots firing at the same target.
All right, well,
Jorgen
I
is
believe they're
over
just
in the
getting...
Wolf.
Yep.
Yeah, they're clearing out the other ships, the observers. Yeah, they're just clearing out the observers right now, getting set for the next round. I'm sure they're going to be going very shortly. Things like all are set. Torch again, lining straight up to SVK. Both teams in position, waiting for round 2. Does Aftershock take it back and actually come back after Democracy takes the first W here? Again, these are best of 3. Is that correct, Rushin? So this could be the game point, bringing them down to the losers bracket if Democracy wins again.
Yep, that is correct. So if you know, it'll be surprising, to be honest. I would love to see a game 3 kind of go into it, but it looks like teams are about ready to go. So I believe match number 2 is about to start here. So let's check it out here and see what Democracy Manifest is. Are they going to be able to keep up here and go up 2-0? And you know, but I want to see a game 3 here. I don't want to see these teams go down without a good fight.
Yep. No, I have faith here that Team Aftershock will pull something through. They definitely felt out their opponents, and they saw exactly what their strategy was. They're using Pialo and Gondor to do a lot of damage here, and Lens Nation kind of is baiting, you know, back and forth, not namely staying in the fight, perhaps. So let's see if Mev, Torch, and Jorgen get into a new strategy. Looks like Democracy Manifest is staying close as they approach each other. Same kind of strategy coming up from Democracy Manifest here. Pialo leading the charge, looking toward the enemy team. They're following Gondor, and Lens are just following Pialo in. And Lens Nation is being targeted with some missiles. They got some Dominators firing, which is an EM missile. The ignites are for infrared IR. And yeah, so they're firing at Lens Nation here. Maybe if he gets to fire some flares. Notice the decoys that they have, 48. So with this amount of missiles here, it's not likely that we're going to see a landing hit. But if someone forgets to fire a flare or they move into the wrong position, getting shot. Jorgen and Gondor are leading in. They're moving over toward Lens Nation, who's a little bit away from his team right. So it's going to be interesting. Mev is taking a look at Pialo. He really wants to take out that other arrow because they know as soon as they take out that other arrow, that's one less evasive ship that's going to be on the enemy team. And Pialo did a lot of damage the last one. Jorgen starts the engagement. Again, they're focusing Pialo, looking to get that arrow down, but Pialo is extending. He's trying to not take much damage. His shields aren't down, so they got to get a bunch more hits in there. Shields are now down, and Pialo is pushing away, but now there's a switch target. Looks like that Aftershock is going to be still targeting Pialo. Lens Nation, they're hitting Torch. Torch again is blacking out. Jorgen's trying to push as hard as he can to help Torch. Torch is blacked out, and Lens and them could finish him off, but he got out just in time. Pialo is now engaging. Right, Mev Bushwhacker is trying to fight. Jorgen is trying to fight. They're coordinating on Pialo. Pialo is red hull. He needs to get out of there, and looks like the boost is very low. Mev Bushwhacker is using everything he can to get that other arrow down, and the arrow is running. Pialo's got to escape. Torch is now trying to catch that arrow. They're putting all the damage on Pialo right. And Gondor is trying to get some heavy damage. He's getting the... Torch is now getting some hits. Torch is now switching over. Torch is red, but that wolf has full shields, and Torch has got to run. Torch is taking some hits, and Torch is down again. Pialo able to evade and get back in there and finish, take the kill. Crazy.
There we go. Torch going down very quickly, and now that was it there. Ran out of juice, blacked out at the same time. Now teams are all on Mev Bushwhacker. Mev Bushwhacker shields are almost down here as well. Gondor getting some great shots in while Lens Nation's trying to get in position to kind of get that target in, but every team is trying to fight back here. Both Jorgen getting some damage. His shields were down, but kind of getting back into position as well. I think right now, Team Aftershock needs to kind of regroup and come up with a strategy that can hopefully take him down, but Gondor putting in some shots here and hitting into
an explosion!
The station and being smart there. Jorgen flying around, and unfortunately that put Gondor out, putting this into a 2v2 situation. Democracy Manifest versus Aftershock.
Pialo's gonna lose this 1v1 with Jorgen. Jorgen takes him down because of the size 2 the 2 size 1 shields. Pialo was already damaged too much. Lens Nation is trying to get some damage on Jorgen. Jorgen has shields down. It's all up to Lens Nation, but Mev is putting on the pressure. Jorgen gets out, and Lens Nation is taking some hits, trying to get some shots onto Mev. He just needs to finish off Jorgen, but Mev is right there, always on his tail, firing, using all of his boosts and thrusters to get out Lens. If Lens gets this kill, maybe he can spin it around, but Mev is full ho. He has to take it a single shot, and Lens Nation is about to destroy it. Aftershock takes round 2.
There we go there. Very, very good job. I feel like if Gondor didn't smack into SPK into that station, that would have been a different story, but very good job from Jorgen taking out Pialo there, and then Mev Bushwhacker and Jorgen just both pancaking on Lens Nation, getting that hull out of the way and tying the series up 1-1. That was actually... I don't know if that was luck. I don't know what happened with Gondor. Maybe he lost. I don't think he lost a wing. He just ran right into the station trying to chase. And that was just not that best of luck right there, Thunder Lake.
I was calculated. Completely calculated. You could tell.
That was not... Hitting a station is never calculated, in my opinion. So
Mev, we'll have to go this later on with the analyst desk. I do think that Mev was making a huge mistake, over committing his resources in that fight, especially with low shields versus Pialo. Pialo was able to regenerate his shields. We'll talk about it later in the after review, but right before Gondor went down there, Gondor was doing the best that he could to just get damage on Mev. If there wasn't a giant station in Gondor's way, Mev could have taken a lot of damage and perhaps even exploded himself before Pialo does. But because Gondor went down, that's a DPS down the drain, and it was just able to, even after losing Torch, Jorgen and Mev were able to push through and take out the rest of the team. Absolutely wild. We're getting set for round 3.
Hey, man, just saying, SPK, that station is part of the map. So, I mean, you know, you have to kind of fly around it. I've seen enough teams, you know, kind of doing this exact same stage in Fight or Flight, kind of, you know, always, you know, they've used SPK as a strategy, but normally with that top, you know, the top PvPers, that doesn't really work for anybody there. But I still think still very, very good matchup there. Gondor, always good too. If you're using things like Track IR or using Toby, you can always check your surroundings. But yeah, man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one to kind of lose the match potential because of SPK. So hey, you just gotta plan around your surroundings and maybe take the fight away from the station. But let's see what we got. We got a game 3 here. Our first match of the day, already a game 3. Let's see who's gonna take it home, who's gonna stay in the winner's bracket, and who's gonna stay and who's gonna go down to the loser's bracket and be a possible eliminated from the tournament already here at Enter Atmosphere 2956, where we're showcasing all these incredible PvPers and some of the creators that play Star Citizen throughout, you know, throughout Twitch and YouTube and, you know, those other ones. So anyways, 30 seconds. We're about ready to go here to start match number 3.
All right, can't wait to see if there's a new strategy here. Both teams seem to have adapted. Aftershock maybe making some different choices in this round because it's for all the marbles right now. Who moves on? Who goes to loser's bracket, right? 1-1. one ship, one loss, one mistake. It's all it takes for one team to change its entire trajectory and maybe even go toward the winning team, getting the prizes. Both teams look like they're finishing off the observing ships for scans and such. Mev Bushwhacker again locked in, Torch in every ship the same. We've got Lens Nation in the Gladius again. Let's see if he can put that DPS to use. Gondor putting some heavy hits. All he has to do is avoid obstacles. And Pialo, he takes those nose-to-nose fights. If he can keep doing that and not dying, that would be a good victory for Democracy Manifest. Now, Torch, if Torch just lives this round, maybe things change and Aftershock takes this W. Put his faith in Mev and Jorgen. A lot of damage coming out of Jorgen and Mev there. Torch had to try to evade and escape. Democracy Manifest still engaging that Gladius, that large pancake target, trying to get that first thing down. Notice Aftershock hasn't been targeting Lens Nation first. They've been targeting Pialo and Gondor mostly. So
yeah,
it's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, those are the threats right there. And I see, Gondor and Pialo just going straight after Torch and making him, that priority there and trying to get him out as soon as possible. But, it's all about strategy and hopefully switching, because if somebody's peeling off and kind of going already too far, switching is a good strategy. But you have to get your whole team coordinated to be able to switch there. So a lot of missiles going out right now. Normally these will not land. So teams should be fine getting some shafts out. But, there's still a good strategy. Sometimes you'll get that missile hits, and that gives you a little bit of an advantage, but, you never know.
Yep, forcing your enemies to make mistakes is always a huge thing. So firing out those missiles outside of weapons range is, if you have them, might as well toss them out. Also, the less missiles you have, you might get like 0.1 G boost there. Again, so Pialo starting the engagement, firing at Jorgen this time in the Wolf. He's not going to do the damage himself. He's still out at 1,000. Torch, if you look at it, he's on the right-hand side. The instant switch over to Torch. Pialo is pushing away. He's lost some shields, and I'm not sure if they're on the same page here right now. Democracy Manifest struggling to get together. Mev catching some shots, and Pialo again taking some pressure. And there's some heavy hits coming in on Torch, right? And Torch is getting hit again. Torch is now escaping. He has his shields down. Some hits from that Wolf, getting some shots on target, but Torch doing a great job of evading. Pialo putting in some damage. Mev and Jorgen just trying to capitalize on Democracy Manifest targeting Torch. Mev Bushwhacker and Jorgen again switching and firing at Pialo. Right, getting the damage on. The arrow has an orange hull and a red cockpit, and they're following him right now. No boost left on Mev Bushwhacker, and Mev is still getting some hits. Pialo is in trouble, and he's out of boost. So isn't Mev. If they can switch on targets, and Pialo gets taken out. Torch destroys Pialo. The arrow is down. Aftershock is coming back with some heat.
Yeah,
Torch
right
is getting
now,
some damage in.
Gondor's taking a lot of damage right now, and Tor's just trying to re-engage here, but this team needs to get back together. But Mev is completely just chasing down currently Gondor right now and just trying to take him out. Shields are going down slowly for Gondor, and Torch both and Jorgen just putting in as much damage as they can to take Gondor out, because they know at that point the match is over and they'll go up 2-1 here in this online PvP showcase. Gondor's shields are currently down, but unable to chase right now, and shields are just regenerating. So Lens Nation does need to get into the fight here as soon as possible, Thunderlight.
Exactly. Aftershock is absolutely going over. Mev is still taking some hits from Lens Nation, but is it enough? Mev is just taking some shots, but Lens, use your boost! Hold boost, Lens! What are you doing? Chase the arrow! Use your boost, my friend! Mev is just out of there, able to break the ankles of Lens and fly away. Torch, Jorgen, Gondor's in a lot of trouble. Democracy is in your hands. Aftershock is going to be taking out Lens! They switched over, and Lens is destroyed, just killing the easy target, flying about, and now it's all up to Gondor. Can he get them to collide into each other? Maybe SBK joins the other team? Who knows? But Torch and Jorgen and Mev are just methodically taking out Gondor. He has just but one last breath left. Maybe he can take out Torch. No, he can't. Aftershock goes out 2-1. Democracy Manifest has taken the L.
There we go. Very good job by Aftershock bringing that back after the first match of the day. You know, kind of going already down an early 1-0 here, but hey, we're gonna get back to the desk and check out what Gimmet has to say for this first match of the day. Democracy Manifest going down 1-2 to Aftershock. All right, Gimmick. First match of the day, man. I mean, that was an interesting one to watch. Aftershock kind of moves on here, but Democracy Manifest came in strong in the beginning. But Gimmick, would love to hear what you got here for that first initial match or first initial round where Democracy Manifest takes it. You know, they go up 1-0 early, but what are your thoughts after that, you know, first round?
Yeah, first round, yeah, I think Democracy Manifest played a very cruel and brutal psychological game on Aftershock. They went hard on Torch, who's obviously their best player. He deals the most damage, taking him out of the fight, just pressuring him. Switch back to him. So they straight away on Torch. Torch dipped out, Torch come back. They did a little bit of damage on Mev in the meantime, and then back onto Torch. And I think Torch probably felt just very paralyzed in that fight. And I imagine, if I know Gondor, that was the intent. And it worked very well, I think. And so what happened? Torch got bullied out. They switched to Mev, back onto Torch. Pier took some damage, but he didn't really take enough damage to make a difference. And I don't know, Lens was a cameraman, but the poor old Lens didn't have a lot of impact there. But and I think he got better in the later games. He started having a bit more of an impact. But yeah, that first fight was very one-sided, I think.
Yeah, it seems like both Democracy Manifest, you had Pialo and Gondor doing a great job to kind of get Torch out of the way super quickly. But any last thoughts on round one, Thunder Lake, that you wanted to mention?
From round one, I think that Democracy Manifest had a really good idea, utilizing Pialo's evasive arrow to focus out Torch, the Gladius, a very large target, able to utilize his boost. He wasn't able to get out forever, and they just got chip damage in. And then after a while, instead of trying to keep the fight going, they kind of regrouped, allowed that chip damage to be an advantage later on, regenerating their boost, checking their targets, and they moved in and they engaged a different target, right? So they engaged somebody else, and then once Torch felt safe, he moved in, they instantly 3-swapped on him and took him down. Now, once that happened, Aftershock goes, wait a second, let's not do that again. Let's actually make sure that Torch can get it out, because now we know their strategy. And they instantly adapted and were able to take 2 quick wins from Democracy Manifest after which.
Yeah, round two, we definitely saw a change there, but I think that round two, it could have gone back to Democracy Manifest if Gondor didn't hit SPK at that point. Again, it's just that spatial. Yep, again, that spatial awareness, so that kind of helped a ton. But yeah, Gimmick, any thoughts on that round two where Gondor went out because of SPK?
Yeah, the station got the equalizer. And very unlucky for Gondor. There's a lot of luck in this game. Like Torch blacked out early on and took a lot of hull damage while he was blacked out. Jorgen almost did too, actually, which could have been catastrophic. Pia took some damage. He did a lot of damage in that first round, and I think Aftershock sort of flipped the tables on them a little bit this round, where they kept Pia under pressure, and I think Pia is not as disciplined as Torch, in the sense that Torch will get out of there and he'll get his shields and he'll come back. Pia doesn't like to pull out, so Pia stuck in it. He took some damage himself. Fortunately, it didn't go too badly for Pia, not as badly as it did in the third round. And he did a lot of damage, took a lot of damage, and I think if between Gondor and Pia sort of juggling aggro there and both coordinating their damage, I think if Gondor hadn't have hit the station there, I think that was their win. But once Gondor goes out, then obviously Mev is the better of the streamers there, and they're going to win that every time.
Yeah, right there where he just bumps in.
Yeah.
Yep, just bumps in right there. But it's okay, man. It's that could have been, I think that was the equalizer to turn the game around for Aftershock. And hate to say it that way, but I think a majority of the damage though came from Pialo most of both rounds. Not saying that Gondor didn't do damage, but I think Pialo was that first person who wanted to kind of engage and kind of, I would say, lead and pick the targets from there. So
he's very aggressive, has a lot of damage output.
Yeah,
he was in the fight for most of the time. So he was in the fight most of the time, and what in that collision that happened with SBK, I thought that Mev was actually making a pretty big mistake because he overextended and used his full boost pool within the enemy team. All three pilots from Democracy Manifest were converging on his point. Gondor he identified that, and he knew, he's like, oh, this is our opportunity to take him out, because if they took the arrow out in Mev, again, that's a huge DPS debuff to the enemy team, which then you can basically cascade after that and start getting W's. So very unfortunate for the collision there, but fortunate enough for Aftershock, giving them just the advantage they needed to take that W and then clinch the last round as well. So it was a back and forth. I think both teams played to their best strengths. It just happens with circumstances, opportunities, and coordination and adaptability. That's what really turned this to make Aftershock come out on top today.
All right. Well, I mean, and a little bit of luck, I would say. But I would have been super surprised. I mean, like you mentioned, Gimmick, though, Lens did put it, it got better over time. But this is the first time you put some of these creators in a situation where they're competing like this. So, I felt like maybe even though he practiced, maybe he had a little bit of nerves. You never know. But I still think that, I mean, hey, he did his thing. He's put some damage in. I think he was kind of a little bit, with the maneuverability of the other two. They just couldn't keep up at that point. So,
yeah, let's take a look at the. What do you think, Gimmick, about the NDB choice from Pialo?
He's making it work. I was questioning it to start. I wasn't sure he's going to have the damage output, but he's getting position and he's making it work for him. So you can't hold that against him. He's being very aggressive, Pia, and in the third fight that went against him, right? Like he died early. He's got in the fight. I imagine he may be a bit angry with that way that second fight went, and I think he let that get the better of him in the third one. And once that team is. Aftershock is fortunate in the sense that if they lose any one player, they've still got two good players. It doesn't matter who dies. Whereas the other team was sort of able to ignore Lens a little bit, and it doesn't much matter. So once they take out Pia, they've got the momentum, and they're just gonna finish it. So Pia's Pia dying early in that third round really sealed the deal, I think.
Yeah, 1,000%. I just wanted to let people know that are watching might not know this. The NDBs actually have more DPS than the attrition loadout. The attrition has, I believe it's 1,500 speed, correct? And then the NDBs actually have looks like 1,275. So he's sacrificing engagement speed and tracking. Means he has to get closer to the enemy ship, and he can dish out more damage. It takes an advanced pilot to utilize those type of weapons. So Pialo, like you said, was getting his use out of that. Just so some people might not know that that might be a choice that people make. So.
It's a skill choice. He's leaning on his skill, and he made it pay. So that's good. Really good to see.
All right.
I think he's obviously Pia's got the greatest skill. I think he just lacked a little bit of discipline there, and.
It's all right. We'll see them again. This is not the end of Democracy Manifest coming up here in the losers bracket. Let's take a look at our updated bracket so that way you guys are able to kind of, catch up on what's going on and then talk a little bit about our next matchup while we have our match number 2 ready to go. But as you can see, Aftershock went forward 2-1, and then you see the Democracy Manifest drop down to that losers round match number 1. But coming up next is going to be Maka's Runners versus Team Bland. So that one should be excited. We're getting that one currently ready right now, where we're going to see Agents Letty, Wortho, and Crazy Sig versus Farisol, Reed, and Sword Fox. So this one's going to be super excited. But before we kind of jump into this, let's go ahead and kind of kick off with our introduction video of Maka's Runners.
My name's Crazy Sig. I've been playing Star Citizen for like 10 years now. I'm a 2015 backer.
My name's Wortho. I've been playing Star Citizen since 2022, on and off a bit. Was introduced to the game by a guy named Unbless.
Gen Desperado. I backed in 2013, so basically been playing since the Hangar days.
I'm a proud Macca's runner, so we deliver Macca's all across Stanton.
My team is Macca's Runners. It's a reference to Med Runners and Info Runners. And I'm a fan of Macca's, so.
All right,
of course.
Guess what our favourite fruit is? You're right, KFC. Oh, totally brand new experience, a total noob. As far as dogfighting goes, more turret play for me, but it's been an awesome experience. The learning, the whys, the where, and the how, and the effects everything has, it's been awesome.
So what got me into PvP? I kept getting smashed doing random missions, and I got really upset, and then I wanted to kill people who were doing that to me.
I originally had a drive to start dogfighting once I joined free flight lobbies. I was running an org at a time, but the people in my org didn't really have a drive to PvP, so I was in free flight myself, and I was getting whomped by people fairly regularly, so I ended up training by myself in free flight, started getting better and better, took advice, watched videos, and gradually got better.
Oh, I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling so good. Like, I got Wortho, I got Jen. Like, we're gonna smash these guys. We're gonna grab that, whatever the first prize is, we're gonna get it. My teammates are super motivated. They've showed up to tons of training sessions. We've spent tons of time together. It's been hectic. It's been good. Like, we're so ready to smash Democracy Manifest and the other two guys who were too lazy to pick a name. So.
I do feel the nerves. I've never competed in front of a live crowd before. I'm here to have fun and enjoy myself, but given the opportunity to compete like this in an environment with people that I've fought against, talked with, really excited for it.
My favorite thing in Star Citizen outside of PvP.
My favorite thing to do outside of Star Citizen that isn't PvPing is, well, thinking about PvPing really.
I like posting on Spectrum.
I think we're going to smash it. I think our team is going to smash it.
Like, my teammates, yeah. We're going to go.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie, man. I think number one, I just want to mention something about Crazy Sig. He's like the hardest person to read, but by far, like, his seriousness when he's talking is just the funniest thing that you can kind of imagine there. So anyways, I absolutely Maka's Runners obviously don't have Gen Desperado. We're using Agents. So that's just a replacement, but we still want to again highlight the teams that were there in person during Anti-Atmosphere 2956. But that was definitely probably one of my funnest interviews that I've done, because I did most of the interviews there. But yeah, any thoughts here on this team? Once again, Gimmick, Thunder Lake. Any mention about the interviews here for Maka's Runners?
Yes, we didn't get to see Agents because Gen Desperado's not here. He had to drop out last night, as we mentioned. So,
yep.
Yeah, Crazy's a good friend of mine. He's probably at Zap. Yeah, he's a very good friend of mine. He helps me run Zap. He's one of the guys who help run it along with Condor here. And yeah, I enjoy Crazy. I'm lucky enough to enjoy Crazy's sense of humor every day.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, Crazy's great.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna smash it. Like they said, that's literally all. That's what I heard over and over was we're gonna smash it. So, that's what they're gonna be doing.
I love that Jen, even though he's not here. Jen, we love you, man. Even though he's not here, he mentions KFC, even though his team's name is Maka's Runners. we'll leave it as that at the beginning. So, but
you
no,
seem to
man.
be able to pronounce that one all right.
Yeah, I know, right?
KFC?
That was easy.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, for people that don't know what Macca's is just McDonald's in Australia. That's what they call it.
Macca's.
We call it Mickey D's here in the U.S. I didn't know you guys call it that. So hey, look, man, everybody calls it different. Everybody calls it the Golden Arches or whatever it is. So it's all good.
I'll get some Macca's.
some Macca's. That's just I don't know. Probably just a
Hey,
difficult
you
word
got
for
it,
me
you
because
got it.
I'm. Oh, I got it. Okay, cool. We'll celebrate on that later.
Macca's.
We forgot
man.
to ask in the interviews. We forgot to ask Gondor if he's playing his underwear or not. Because I remember maybe he is, maybe he isn't. We forgot.
Well, for now, let's keep that family friendly. So, with that being said, even though we do have a couple of substitutions on Team Bland, we're still going to kind of showcase their highlight video as well. Again, this event took place back in February, and we're just doing the online showcase and bringing these teams together once again, man. And I think it's been fun so far for match number 1. And we're about to start here shortly, match number 2. But before we do that, check out Team Bland. We'll be right back.
I am Crunchy. I've been playing Star Citizen since early 2020. I think technically late 2019.
My name is Reed with 8 E's. I've been playing on and off since like the Hangar module era.
My name is Calibarn, and I've been playing since June of last year.
We are a group of extremely uncreative PvPers.
I'm on Team Bland. We like our rice white and our chicken unsalted.
So I had a kid 4 months ago. So the training has consisted of 2 40-minute sessions. Now the good thing is my teammates are cracked. They are fantastic, they are amazing, and they're looking to carry me.
So my favorite combat ship is the Cutter Rambler. I just really like the fact that it's got 2 size 2 guns and it does VTOL mode, and you know, like you can live in the thing. So yeah, like it's got everything that you really need.
Combat ship, gotta be the Saber.
My favorite combat ship is probably the Blade. Quite like it.
I'm not really like nervous for like how the thing is going to go itself. I'm more just nervous about the fact that I'm actually standing in front of a lot of people that over something that I never really imagined I was going to get myself into. Like only last year I was asking people like, oh yeah, how do I fly? How do I, use these sticks that I spent a lot of money for and all that. And then here I am talking with you about how I'm feeling for a tournament that I never imagined I would be sitting and broadcasted to a lot of people in a community.
A bit nervous and excited, and hopefully we can use it when we get on the stage and come through.
I have one goal, and I explained this to my teammates immediately as soon as we found out who all the teams were, which is beat Gen Desperado.
If they want to get into PvP, join an org, join a Discord.
If people are interested in wanting to pick up PvP, it's going to be a slope of a battle for them, but you need a lot of patience. You're going to get your wings clipped off, all that sort of stuff. You're going to have a lot of trouble flying and all that sort of stuff. But it's a lot of patience, a lot of perseverance, and also it's a journey when you meet new people and they teach you along the way. And at the end of the day, you just try to have fun with it, right?
Come join Zap.
Hey, go join Zap, he says, and please go do so. Zap has been an incredible organization to work with and keep up a lot with the game and a lot of interaction, org battles, all that stuff. So whenever we get back to Gimmick, he can chill his org. But anyways, we're right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, Macca's Runners versus Team Bland. And Team Bland, once again, a little bit of an update on that team is going to be Farasalt and Sword Fox, who's going to be taking place for, I believe, is going to be Croncy. And I already forgot the other guy's name, but hey, we got some substitutions. We're going to make this work, and I hope that Team Bland can not be so bland with their combat. Well, what are your thoughts here, Thunder Lake?
That was good. I think it was Calibarn, but yeah, for Team Bland, yeah, I don't think they're going to be so bland with their combat. Farasalt, Reed, and Sorge are going to do a lot of work. They have the ship choices they chose. We got Farasalt in the Gladius, Reed in the Arrow, and Sorge in the Wolf. And they're going to be going against Team Macca's Runners, who's going to be trying to smash it. So we're going to see what's going to happen here. Now, again, we spoke about this before. Crazy Sig and Wartho, very strong pilots, very effective. Asians as well is definitely PvP capable. So he's going to be the weaker of the three in these specific for dogfighting. Looks like they're going to be going off. It's can Team Bland come back from the kitchen and basically cook up a new recipe for success here with these new individuals. So can Reed do this? We'll take a look.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough. So Farrisol came in, I think, 2 days ago, so they had a little bit more time to practice Reed and Swords Fox, and then Agents Letty just kind of jumping in this morning. But still, you know, it could be all about coordination here. Yep, it's going to be. But it looks like Reed is already targeting Swords Fox here and trying to already move in as close as possible, and hopefully we're going to start seeing some damage in. But nothing has gone out just yet. Just a little bit of, I would say, hey, let's look at each other, and then let's fight.
Yeah, for sure. These teams are trying to analyze who's in what ship, where they're going, where they're positioning, looking for advantage. Fire Assault is doing an initial engagement here. Looks like he still has weapon recoil on. Sorge is trying to merge over. Crazy Sig and Wartho instantly jumping onto Reed here. Reed is taking heavy shots, but Reed's able to push away. Wartho is trying to push. Crazy is now evasive. Crazy's shield's down, and he's moving in. Crazy's taking a lot of hull damage. That Wolf can't be doing much more damage on Crazy. He's got to get out of there. Wiggles his way right out. And now Sorge is taking some hits. His shields are down. Wartho getting some heavy damage. Crazy Sig just baited Sorge into a bad situation. Reed trying to put in some extra damage, and Fire Assault pushing in. Asians is now unhit, but he's into the fight. He's pushing. He's trying to get into a position to do some extra damage. Reed has his shields cracked, but he's moving away, regenerating those shields. Nav mode. Now Sorge is going to be focus of the targets, right? And Crazy Sig's still getting hit. Crazy Sig's got to get out of there, right? And Sorge is getting peeled. Wartho just trying to take off the pressure from Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig is red hull. He's full evasive. Parasol trying to get Crazy Sig down. Reed is also trying to focus. Agents is now pushing as far as he can, getting some damage in. Sorge is pushing away. They're both looking at Crazy. He's taking a lot of damage. Wartho going into nab mode, trying to get in there. Agents putting in some heavy damage on Reed. Reed's got to get out. He's low boost. He's got nothing left. Agents is getting some heavy hits in, but it's not enough. He fires a missile at range, regenerating boost. Great work from Agents right there. Farasol getting some hits in as well. Pushing over on Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig baiting nose to nose. Farasol identifies he's in trouble. He's put the chaff out, but can he get away? He's got to use that boost. Use your boost. Farasol, use your boost. Oh my goodness. Get the heck out of there. He's down.
This goes down, getting pancaked on, and Crazy Sig though, you know, trying to get back into the mode, but Crazy Sig's hulls his damage, so he just can, he needs to, you know, he can be able to do a little bit of damage, but he needs to peel off, because if not, that gets into that dangerous situation with him. But I mean, you still have Reed, Sword Fox. Can they be able to bring that back and hopefully take down Crazy Sig, which I believe is going to be the target? Crazy Sig's shields are about halfway down, getting hit, being able to evade maneuver out of the way. And this is going to be a tough one there, as Agents Letty is just comfortable, just waiting to go and get in position and take and do some more damage on his side.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy Sig is getting some hits, but all he needs to do is evade. Crazy Sig is not going to put in any damage right now. Wartho is going to be putting in hits. Crazy Sig is just playing off as his team, and Team Macca's is absolutely smashing right now. They're basically holding it together. Crazy Sig, skin of his teeth, break of his ship. He has nothing left, and he needs to have those shields up. Sorge Fox and Reed need to group up. They need to get some damage, and they're just picking apart. Right, Team Bland is just getting some, is getting enough, not enough hits on Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig is trying to hit Sorge Fox, but Sorge Fox identifies he's the target. He moves to disengage, and Crazy Sig understands if he's targeted, he disengages. If he gets focused, he pushes out and extends. And I think that Team Macca's is just methodically taking out, tactically, Sorge Fox and Reed. Can they pull this together? We'll have to see.
Yeah, right now it looks like they're just trying to get back in position, have both Team Bland or Macca's runners, I'm sorry, trying to get him back in position here. But yeah, it's a tough one, especially when you go down. Farasol going down there. I think Farasol did a great job, though, being able to, you know, like you mentioned, you know, did shaft, but not able to, you know, switch SEM and get to that boost as soon as possible and get it out of the way. But here we go. Let's see what happens here with Sword Fox and Reed. Looks like they're regrouping here, getting the resources back up and running. But I mean, both Sword Fox is low, Crazy Sig is low. Let's see who's going to take down that enemy team member first.
Yep, this can go either way. Asians is getting some hits on Sorge Fox. Sorge Fox again pushing Crazy Sig. He's using his shields to his advantage. Oh, you need to actually pre-merge that. And Reed goes down. Wortho absolutely assassinates Reed. And Team Bland is getting sliced in half by the salt and pepper of Team Macas.
Yeah, that must
Agents
be
Letty putting in some hits. Sorge Fox is taking some damage, and it's all up to Team Macas. Crazy Sig coming in. Can Sorge Fox get a kill on Crazy Sig? He's extending right, and he's pushing toward him, and Sorge Fox gets down. Agents Letty finishes the kill. Team 1, Macas.
There we go. Macas runners going up 1-0 here. Yeah, that was Sorge Fox and Reed and Farasalt had Crazy Sig in a very tough position in the beginning, and they were able to turn it around. Agents Letty is just nobody's targeting him, so he's just able to kind of put that pip on that target and just be able to kind of free damage the entire time. So he's just, I'm not gonna say he's chilling, but somebody that has some type of good knowledge and knows about PvP, if he's able to do that, that damage is gonna come in, very, very well planned out. So very, very great job at Macas Runners. And let's see, I think I don't know. I think this match can go either way. I think so I don't think this is so one-sided, because if Crazy Sig would have stayed in just even a little bit more there, Thunder Lake, he would have been gone.
Yeah, exactly. If there was a good merge, or if Reed and Sorge were able to get a good merge, Wortho doing a great job of peeling for Crazy Sig. They're literally pitching. One pilot is chasing Crazy Sig, and Wortho is right on his tail, just merge, dealing damage, not allowing them to get the kill on Crazy Sig, so he has to get out of there. Reed is trying to engage and do some damage in that arrow, but they're not really focusing Reed. They're focusing Farasalt in the initial, and then maybe Sorge after. They're trying to hit it from targets easier to kill to harder to kill. So that's a very good tactic that I'm seeing from Team Macas. And then now we're looking at Farasalt. He just needs to use his boost a little bit more, be a little bit more evasive, get out of there, understand when he's in a position of a disadvantage and try to boost out. Make sure that he can move toward his teammates, Reed and Sorge, because they're going to be doing out a lot of the damage when he's being focused. So it's really important to fly to your team in that. Agents doing a good job of kind of sticking in there, maybe missing a couple merges here and there, but overall, being able to contribute and deal damage and get the final kill there. Great work. Crazy Sig, Worthrow, definitely phenomenal pilots. You could definitely see it on display here today. Reed and Sorge doing as much as they can to get through this and to deal damage, but Crazy Sig doing an excellent job using the arrow's advantages of evasion and resource regeneration for the entire team. Overall, great plays on both sides.
Yeah, I saw. Want to call out Farasalt there, because Farasalt was definitely in that battle, definitely in the fight, getting that damage in. So but seeing all the action and seeing everything happening, at that point you need to think about what positioning you can put yourself into to be able to merge on whether your team is targeting Crazy Sig, because that was their initial target. But once Crazy Sig was out of the way, I felt like Team Bland weren't able to call out the switch, and pretty much didn't really damage anybody else. But like you mentioned, Werther did a good job at picking his targets and being able to kind of back up his teammate. And Crazy Sig the entire time didn't go down. So
yeah, no, 1000%. These pilots are playing their best, right? And Reed and Sorge just need to be able to switch over, maybe on Worthrow or Asians when Crazy Sig decides to disengage. Identifying that time, Farasalt able to get in some damage, able to get in some hits, which is great. And these teams are moving at each other again. Can Team Bland actually, cook something new in the kitchen here for a new strategy and perhaps get that switch? And if they just able to switch over maybe on Worthrow or Agents when they're getting damage, forcing them to disengage, knocking them off balance from their initial strategy, we could see a totally different fight here. So anything is up for grabs.
I mean, you've seen it so many times that trigger discipline comes into play, and you need to understand when to chase and have that communication as a team. So let's see though. This match number 2 is on the way. Let's see if Macas Runners is going to go up 2-0 or Team Bland is going to be able to bring it back here and tie up the series and go into a game 3. All right, here we go. We're seeing some scanning going on and trying to see what positions they got and see if these teams are kind of running a little bit tight. Everybody seems a little bit together here, and of course already getting some targets and some missiles underway.
Yep. We're seeing both teams pick either an anchor, trying to stick close to their teammates here. Reed trying to look at the situation, identify a target. Crazy Sig as well, looking around, identifies the arrow, looking at the wolf right now. Sorge is the target at the moment, but then they're looking at agents. They're looking at agents, and they're firing a bit here. Crazy is pushing a heavy onto the Gladius here, and Ferrosalt is taking some heavy hits. Ferrosalt has got to be pushing out. He's got to use that boost. He's got 70% left. He's gotten some hits, and he's gotten out there. Now Reed is putting in some damage on Wortho. Wortho's shields are red, but not yet down. He's not in trouble. Again, Sorge is trying to get some damage in. Reed and Sorge are putting some heavy pressure on Wortho. He's pushing away. He moves toward his teammates, perfectly using that disengagement. The missiles are coming in. Can Ferrosalt stay alive here? Agents putting in some damage. Wortho coming back. Shields are regenerated. Crazy Sig is now in nab mode, trying to merge on a target and assassinate them. Ferrosalt taking a nose-to-nose trade with Agent. He's trying to get some damage. Wortho is putting in some hits. Ferrosalt is now disengaging. Sorge and Reed are trying to catch out Wortho again, put some damage on him, but he just disengages. He goes into nav, he gets out of there, and he reforms.
Yeah, team needs to regroup here. Macca's runners needs to be able to kind of bring it back together. Seeing both teams kind of hopefully communicating and trying to just get back, but seeing Ferrosalt take a nose-to-nose dive here versus Agents is pretty exciting. So love seeing that from him.
Yep. Yeah. Wortho was. I made a mistake. Wortho was actually taking that, but at the same time, Ferrosalt doing a lot better at disengaging at this moment, just showing adaptability in the mid-fight here. Reed and Sorge all formed up again. Both teams now fully regenerated their resources. Some missiles on Ferrosalt. He's pushing away, maybe tossing out some chaff. Looking around, Reed is identifying targets. They put in some hits on Wortho, but didn't really get effective damage on his hull, so he's pretty much fresh. All teams Macca's is, have everything there. Ferrosalt is full red right now, and there he is not having a good time. He is about to be taken out with some missiles, perhaps. I think one of them hit him, perhaps. They're getting Crazy Sig getting some shots in. He's got to get out there. Oh, and he just takes the fight! And he dies! Crazy Sig goes in there and just eliminates Ferrosalt. And now they're pushing onto Crazy Sig. Reed and Sorge are pushing, but Crazy Sig has done this before. He is using his shields, evading, firing some shots, keeping them slow. Agents putting in some hits. Sorge is taking some hits now. Reed was the target, but now it's on Sorge. Crazy Sig getting some heavy hits. Moving in. Reed is putting some damage on Crazy Sig, but Crazy Sig understands this game, and he's played it before. Sorge is taking some heavy damage. Wortho is on him again. That merge is really good.
Yep, good switch in here. Crazy Sig is now peeling off, taking a lot of damage here, but Sorge, look at that hull. It is red as a tomato, and he was about to go out. If he stayed in any longer, any second more, he would have been gone out of the way. But we're seeing some targets here from Agents, getting some missiles out as well, trying to get that, those distracted. But I'm gonna say very good job from Agents. He saw that the missile hit onto Ferrosalt and just went right in and picked him off very, very quickly.
Yep. Crazy Sig even trading some hull just to get some more damage on Sorge Fox. He understands that, leveraging your ship hull against the enemies right with the hull advantage on Team Macca's is a good strategy. So Reed is also trying to look to work with Sorge Fox. Sorge Fox is definitely going to be the target here. They're firing at Reed, but it's a bait strategy because they're going to swap right onto Sorge as soon as he gets in range to fight. Reed's now evasive, moving away. Crazy Sig's taking some hits though, but he's red. Sorge Fox is getting a lot of damage. Crazy Sig might have overbaited. Wortho is firing, and they're trying to push Crazy Sig into the dirt. Agent's trying to get into that fight. He's ready to move in. Wortho taking some hits now. Sorge Fox is getting some damage, but Sorge Fox is all red. He can't take this duel too much longer. He needs help. Reed needs to get in here, and Reed's on his tail. They're pushing on Sorge. Sorge goes down. Agents comes in and takes him out.
I am very surprised that Sorge even stayed in there for that long, being able to put out that much damage. And that was the moment where both Reed and Sorge needed to come together to hopefully take down Crazy Sig. But that switch onto Wortho, while Crazy Sig kind of peels off, didn't play out for that team. Unfortunately for Team Bland, it just didn't play out the way they wanted to. And it looks like Team Macca's Runners is probably going to be that team that comes out on top 2-0.
Yep. Macca's Runners takes it 2-0 as Reed gets picked apart having to switch targets between Warthro, Crazy Sig, and Agents, doing a perfect job of balancing aggro from the enemy team and making sure that they don't take a shot and they don't go down, utilizing the shields to their advantage. Great work, good team play, and good fight.
All right, well, let's get back to the desk and let's return back to Gimmick to see what he got to say about these two teams here, Macca's Runners versus Team Bland. Wow, that was I'm not gonna say it's a quick one. That was definitely a definitive choice, but still very, very good matchup there. I think there was a lot of different strategies going on. Gimmick, if you want to kind of jump right into it here from, for this match number 2, where we see, Macca's Runners take it 2-0. Very, very quick 2-0.
Yeah, you saw a lot more discipline in this fight, I think, than the previous fight. It was an interesting choice to focus on Crazy. I'm not sure if it was a decision or that was sort of a thing that was baited. But, Crazy, these guys know each other. Crazy is a very kitey player, and he can soak damage like that. And Crazy created a lot of space in this fight. I think he drew the other team out. He created space for Agents and Werther to just do their work. And they chipped it down. They found a target of opportunity with Farasol. They just took him out. Reed then got focused and killed. Agents wasn't really focused at any point, but he was able to contribute a little bit. The next round, he even got a kill. And just I don't know. For me, that first round MVP was Crazy. He just created a lot of space and was a big rabbit that they all just wanted dead. Like he looked like he was almost about to pop, but if you know Crazy, the redder he gets, the less likely he is to pop.
Yeah, he did take a lot of damage for those, for the 2 matches. Definitely, that was someone that was definitely being targeted. I think in that initial round, I think Farasol was doing very, very well. But round 2 just got picked off there. But Thunder, any thoughts here on that initial match and then going into round 2 as well?
Yeah, in the initial match, I think it was pretty interesting. I think there was just a couple piloting errors that led to a quick kill on perhaps Team Bland, but and then it just kind of cascaded over that, like we saw. Crazy Sig did a great job of evading and escaping. Warthro was right on the tail of anyone who was targeting Crazy. So just being able to get that constant DPS applied to the targets who are chasing your ally, absolutely outstanding. Agents playing it smart, nav moding in and getting some quick damage on individuals, not being pressured very much, but just waiting and anticipating the target to be able to get to get in there and get that extra damage on when they escape. Because Wartho basically was staying on Crazy Sig the whole time, just focusing on targets of opportunity that they were presenting themselves. Crazy was setting them up pretty well, and then Agents was there to finally kind of get in there, get some damage in at the end with that nav merge. So, but Team Bland, yeah, I mean, they did pretty well and they stuck in the first fight. Once after they lost Farasol, they did actually extend it out for a bit, regenerate the resources and group up, which is smart. They just really needed to basically use their DPS together. There's not much you can do in a 3v2 besides try to separate the enemy team, maybe get that advantage fight on your side, maybe blow through 2 enemies that are chasing you. Maybe if they did something a little bit differently, it would have turned out in their favor, but it was a difficult fight for sure based on Team Macca's team doing it well.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the focus for Macca's Runners was obviously, taking down the threats, but like I said, those looks like a couple missiles landed or one, and that instantly did some damage. So I mean, they're easy to kind of evade from what I understand, but when they hit, they hurt. So but here we go. Let's jump right into it because we have Democracy Manifest coming up versus Team Bland. Let's take a look at our updated bracket and show you guys the next 2 matches that are going to be rolling in. So we're going to see Aftershock, who beat Democracy Manifest, going up 2-1 versus Macca's Runners here. So we're going to see 2 teams that haven't fought each other and then fighting for that 4th place spot. This next losers round 1, Democracy Manifest versus Team Bland. This is going to be for that positioning of who's going to be the first team eliminated. So quick tossing question right back to you, Thunder Lake. For the losers round 1, who you got here and why?
All right, so as much as I enjoy Team Bland, I am probably going to put up Democracy Manifest as winning this round. They have coordination. They're together. They're a team that's been put together and have stuck together, right? So they're a full team that have been practicing together for a period of time. Team Bland, again, like we said, had to have some sub-ins, so that coordination loss, that communication disconnect may affect them in such a negative way that Democracy Manifest will put it in. I don't think we're going to see any more collisions here from Democracy Manifest. I think they learned their lesson with SBK. It's a hard target. You can't really smash it. So we'll take a look and see. But I say Democracy Manifest will take this one because of pure coordination.
All right. Gimmick, your thoughts here on losers round 1 match and who's going to be moving forward?
So it's interesting that we've got the 2 more aggressive teams in the losers bracket and the 2 more defensive teams in the winners bracket. Like in all of those fights, Democracy Manifest and Team Bland had the initiative, and it was how the other team soaked it that made a difference. So my choice when it comes down to it, I think here I'd put money on Democracy Manifest. I think they were actually unlucky to win the previous one. Not taking anything away from Aftershock. Aftershock did really well. I think it probably shouldn't have never have gone to that 3rd round just because of that station incident.
Yeah.
And I think Pierre lost his cool in the 3rd round, and that sort of threw it. But I think they'll come back collected here, and they'll come back with calmer nerves and a bit more surgical. Team Bland, like Thunder Lake said, are less practiced. Sorge, while he was doing a lot of really good output there, he's a newer PvP player, so he's and we saw that a little bit there. Like he wasn't able to soak damage in the same way as Crazy was. So, and we'll see how that plays out with a more aggressive team in Democracy Manifest.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these teams are somewhat even, you know. So I'm not gonna say everybody's better than each other, but I think the ship choices, the weapon choices are kind of making this, very, very, playing out very, very well. So definitely excited to see Lens Nation versus Farasol coming up next. That one should be fun and exciting, I believe, for this losers round 1 match. And, we'll see how this one plays out. So Team Bland versus Team Democracy Manifest is coming up here shortly. But, I mean, we saw all the teams so far. I think Democracy Manifest can do a good job if Pia can be a little bit more calm-headed and kind of make that losers run all the way to the grand final. So that's what's going to be super interesting. So, and then we have our winners finals match pretty much. It's going to be Aftershock versus Macca's Runners. And I don't know. I think Macca's Runners is pretty... to me, pretty coordinated from what I saw, but I think Aftershock might be able to. My pick is going to be Aftershock for that one, and I hope to see a little bit of a rematch here from Democracy Manifest and Aftershock to kind of let the story play out a little bit. Let them come back full circle and kind of hopefully maybe even reset the bracket versus a team that kind of they had a little bit of bad luck with. So.
Yeah, I could see Democracy Manifest taking a full comeback. It's definitely in the waters.
It's happened before, right?
Yeah, we got to make this whole thing interesting. So, but with that being said, though, let's go while we're getting set up. Let's go through some of our sponsors who help bring the Enter Atmosphere 2956 to life. We're going to kick things off with Monster Tech, of course, MT Sim. They have been sponsor of Ammo Esports, and they came in and provided a lot of the gear that they use at Enter Atmosphere 2956. So shout out to MT Sim or Monster Tech. Thank you guys so much for the continued support throughout the many years that you have been supporting Star Citizen. If you guys don't know who Monster Tech is, they have pretty much flight simulation gear for you to hook up your mounts to and all that good stuff. We had to upgrade Mev Bushwhacker because I didn't, the mounts that he had just didn't look very healthy. That's all I can say there. So we had to give him an upgrade there from Monster Tech. So shout out to Monster Tech. And then our next sponsor, Corsair. If you guys were there at the event, Corsair gave a lot of gear for the players to kind of practice. They provided some giveaway gear as well during the event. We had some people win some of their new keyboard, which is I believe is the Galleon SD100, which was a Stream Deck keyboard. So shout out to Corsair for continuing to help sponsor Atmo Esports throughout the entire year of 2026. So, and of course, we had some incredible prizes and pedals and everything else from our incredible sponsor, Virpil Controls. Virpil, shout outs to them. Came in this year very, very heavily strong, supporting us with all the gear we needed for Enter Atmosphere 2956. So shout out to them. Make sure you guys check out Virpil Controls. They got a new force feedback stick that looks incredible. So hopefully we get to try that in the future as well. So excited for that one. And then lastly, Pigeon Spaceport, who does a lot of the Star Citizen model kits that they, of course, are bringing out that entire Scorpion, Scorpius collection, not Scorpion, with the 3 different variants and the 3 different paints. So shout out to Pigeon Spaceports for continuing to sponsor Ammo Esports for the year of 2026. So shout out to them. Those are our sponsors for Enter Atmosphere 2956, guys. So appreciate it. It looks like they're still setting up the lobby here, but we're going to have Democracy Manifest versus Team Bland. And let's make sure we get these names updated. But anyways, anything you guys haven't seen, we'll kick off with you, Gimmick. Anything you haven't seen that is like not normal or anything that have shocked you so far with these teams that you felt like one team should have won over the other?
No, I mean it's been good fights. Like it's been balanced fights. I mean that station thing, maybe Mev might deserve some credit there for using that station to his advantage. We don't know. Like we're not here in the comms, right? Like we don't know what they're doing. Yes. But I wouldn't be, knowing Mev being as foxy as he is, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he's. I'm going to try to pull him into the station here, and if that's how it went, then it's not luck. It's
that Captain Morgan that's making him fly like that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Gimmick,
real quick though.
Hey, can we get some can we get some prizes from Pigeon Spaceport? We saw their stuff in Manchester, right? Look at some really nice models.
Real quick to answer that question, that I believe they're still in final production of the model kit. So there might be a possibility. I'll ask them, but yeah, there's just that like I think their Scorpius model is still in final production. So.
Very high quality stuff. You saw them in Manchester, right?
Yeah, I mean we had them on the desks. So.
Oh yeah, right. We had them
they were on the desk. But anyways, Thunder Light, go ahead, man.
Oh yeah, I mean I think that both teams are playing to expectations. Both groups showing their practice and coordination. Not really much expectations. Super challenge. I was surprised at the Pielo going with the NDBs. That was the only thing that was really shocking to me, a different weapon choice. But most individuals with the speed changes that have come in to 1,500 meters or less, a lot of people choose the highest speed weapons if possible to get damage on target. But if you're an advanced pilot and you're practiced and familiar with a ship at a certain weapon speed, I mean you can make them work. It really shows that you can put in a lot of hours and patience. Once you're comfortable with something, you can really outclass a lot of individuals who might just have put in a little bit of time with maybe they'll be able to reach you a little bit further out. But if you can get in there, most fights, you can play distances and stuff like that. We're not noticing. What I'm surprised is a little bit less like switching. So like a lot of people are focusing like similar targets or singular targets where like they're getting a lot of damage on one target, which is good. But there might be a few opportunities for all the teams if they were able to coordinate a switch onto a specific target, and maybe when they're low on boost. I think that would be something that I'd like to see, and I'm surprised that not each team has done that. But again, like we had some subs and stuff, so it might be tough to coordinate everything. Focusing a target might be ideal.
All right. I mean,
what we have seen in that sense is a little bit of like. You'd see them pressure somebody out and it seemed like it was the goal. Let's pressure this guy out, and then we'll switch. Like that.
Yeah.
Like there was an early focus on Torch. They pressured Torch out, and then they switched to Mev, or the same with Farasol. Like that. Let's just push. Let's make them react by shooting Farasol. But Farasol's not our main target. We'll force them into a move, and then we'll respond to their move, and they did that too. So. That sort of thing's nice to see, and yeah, I'm with you. I enjoy seeing those sort of 3-dimensional maneuvers rather than just like see Pip shoot it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's more planning around it.
I
Yeah,
really
the
like seeing
macro
a lot of
plays.
I like seeing the high level plays in the merges and just seeing people kind of, communicate with their team and switch out. You see a lot of that in the high level play that we'll hopefully see in this year's Fight or Flight, but we'll all get there. I think these teams are, I'm hoping that some of these teams here that we have today, Gimmick, kind of get that little bit of a bug, and I hope to see some of these guys compete in Fight or Flight because I think that one is definitely a lot of fun. And you got to see a lot more high level competition, and there's also some great prizes there as well. But Gimmick, want to talk quickly about Zap, man. I want to give you guys a quick highlight here. You guys, a lot of the pilots are part of Zap, and you guys been practicing, and you guys are a very open community. But can you talk about Zap a little bit? Well, what it's all about, what it means, and where can people find you guys if people are interested in joining an org that concentrates on combat, PvP, and all of the above?
Yeah, so funny story. Thunder Lake and I started in the same place. We used to be part of the same international org. And we ran into some problems with that in that all of our fights were happening at 4 a.m. And we got sick of it in the end. And we said we're going to make our own thing. And we took some learnings away from that org, which I know Thunder Lake took some learning away from that org when he made his own org as well. And we decided we're going to do things differently. And I think Thunder Lake made a lot of the same decisions. So what we've made is an org that I think has fast growth, but also quality growth. And we're very focused on PvP, but not just PvP in the sense that we're planning for sort of military industrial complex. Like we want the big fights with the fleets, which means that we acknowledge we need industry to back it as well. So we're looking for people who just want to be good at the game and are keen to get sweaty in any gameplay. So at this stage, I think we're probably the biggest, most promising English-speaking org in the region. Certainly the most aggressive. However, over the past year or two, and I'm not going to take full credit, but I take a little bit of credit for it. I think we've made a nice PvP scene in the Asia Pacific region, and now we have some really good org from Korea. Shadagon is doing really well as well. Awesome. And they're putting up some good competition for us. And we have a couple good orgs coming up, maybe 2 or 3, maybe even 4 good orgs coming out of China at the moment. So we're starting to get some really good competitive fights, which we're loving because a lot of our fights have been a little bit one-sided, and that's sort of been the curse of being in APAC. But now we're starting to really see that competition flesh out, and it's getting really fun. In APAC, and we're starting to enjoy a little bit more of what the northern hemisphere time zones like Thunder Lakes used to enjoy on a daily basis. We're getting there too. So and I hope we'll continue to go in that direction. And CIG, please merge Asia and Australia servers together. Like this is where the competitiveness comes from. Australia servers over there is boring. It's boring. Like we don't get enough competitive fights. So we need to be pushed together like that. There's not enough people. We got 20 million, 30 million people in Australia and New Zealand compared to the same size verse in America with hundreds of millions. It's going to be a big empty universe without pushing us together like that.
And I think what you're mentioning.
Yeah. I was going to mention something about the servers. I think legally it has to be separated, believe it or not, because of how China operates. But that's all I'll mention. But yeah, it does. It's I would totally agree with you. That would just make life a lot easier. But I would say do that after all of the system, all the dynamic server meshing is all in. Do it at that point. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think.
So to finish, we're recruiting. Like, if you're interested in getting into PvP, come join us. Or if you're interested in having a fight, we'd love to have a fight. Like we're always doing org fights. If you've got an org who wants to fight, then we're keen. Sorry, go Thunder Lake.
No, you're good. Yeah, I was just mentioning that like challenge is what really breeds your competition there, right? So like adaptability and like building up people, and like if you looked at the fighters here, right? All of these PvPers that are coming in and in their spot, like what brought them there? It's like, hey, I got smashed, I got beat up, I got defeated, right? I was losing, right? And that kind of breeds that motivation on most people. Would be like, hey, what am I doing wrong? Like where do I need improvements, right? So like the challenge that Gimmick's talking about and the necessity of it is super important, because you're not going to get motivated individuals if they're winning every fight and it's not a challenge, right? But if it's a challenge and people are having difficulties and you're challenging your team coordination, your ability, your capability as well, like you're just going to get better and better over time. So just take as many fights as you can, focus on, trying to target the biggest groups or the best players or whatever it is. And just, it's going to make you even better. As long as you can stick through it, right? Obviously, there's some turmoil and stuff if you lose a lot and stuff like that. But overall, you take losses as an opportunity to improve, right? So take a look at what you did wrong, what did they do right, and then you work on improvements. If you have that sort of improvement mindset, then you'll go a long way for sure.
Yep. Well, we have our next match ready. We got Team Democracy Manifest versus Team Bland, and just to kind of echo both of these incredible folks here. Hey. Star Citizen is always better when you play with more people. So let's jump into our next match. Gimmick, we'll be right back. Thank you so much for giving us that highlight about Zap and what it's all about. And then for those of you guys there, you can easily jump into the Ammo Esports Discord and reach out to Gimmick if you're interested and jump in there. So we'll be right back, guys. All right, here we go. We are right into it. Teams are ready. We can start getting that countdown going for our match number 3 of the day. We got Team Democracy Manifest versus Team Bland. We already gave our predictions, Aftershock, but Thunder Lake, sorry. I don't know why I call you Aftershock. I'm just
don't worry about it.
The name
you just love the team. I think you love the team. That's all.
Hey, I don't have any favorites here, man, before I get in trouble. So. But yeah, we're gonna run right into it, and I believe we're about to start the matchup here in 10 seconds. Let's see if any strategies change. Let's see what happens here. But I think Pialo and Gondor are out for blood.
All right, yeah, excellent. A lot of these people, like you said, like Reed, Sorge Fox, Pialo, Gondor, they've all fought each other before. Lens even as well. Ferrasalt kind of coming in here as well, a bit newer. So both teams are basically going to be looking at trying to get this engagement started. Both teams knowing each other as well. Democracy Manifest having something to prove. In the losers bracket, never wanted to be there in the first place. Team Bland neither. But let's see if they come up with different strategies or focus on different things. Both teams highly ready for this engagement. Reed is moving in and looks like they're following Sorge Fox. Sorge Fox and the Wolf, which is an interesting strategy. It's a little bit of a larger ship, potentially faster in the straight line, but I'm not sure if he actually has the L21 or L22, so we'll have to see if he comes out in that for sure. I think everyone's using the L21. It's a little bit faster in the straightaways. The L22 a little bit quicker on the side strafes and movements, pitch and yaw and such. But the L21 is definitely a good team fighter with the Axion cannons, doing a high amount of DPS in these fights, specifically with the mirror match ships. Ferrasalt beginning the engagement with some missiles, tossing out some feelers, seeing if he can catch someone off guard or maybe snoozing at the controls. Pialo taking a look, maybe like Gimmick was saying, maybe Pialo plays it a little bit more reserved here, sees if Gondor and Lens can take the fight initially, take the pressure off of him, so that way Pialo can do some heavy damage. I think he still has those NDVs on, so we'll see. If you see those blue lasers coming out, that means that he's stuck with the NDVs. It's likely he does.
Yeah, I mean, he should be able to, if he can get in close and put out the damage and play the same exact way they did in match number 1, I don't think I see anything. You have Lens Nation and Ferrasalt now. I'm not going to say that they're both a little bit more equal, but I think that it kind of evens out a little bit more there. But I think Ferrasalt has a little bit more of a, I would say, a PvP experience advantage for the amount of time and general, I would say, information he has about just the game in general. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this one and how this one plays out, because it's going to be more about Gondor and Pialo and how they engage versus Reed and Sword Fox.
Exactly. Yeah, Sorge Fox leading us in, trying to bait, getting some people separated. He actually did get Ferrasalt to push in on him right now. Reed is also targeting Gondor. Gondor is taking some hits. Pialo has now got to get back in the fight. Ferrasalt putting in some heavy damage, and Pialo is also re-engaging. Gondor is taking some shield hits. Reed is taking some shield hits. Everyone is targeting everyone right. And looks like Pialo's putting in some DPS. Lens Nation is also landing some hits over on Reed. Reed has got to get out of there. Reed's taking a lot of damage. He's actually in trouble a bit. Ferrasalt putting in some high DPS there. He's not using his boost enough yet again. Pialo pushing in to try to get and emerge on an enemy chasing his allies here. And now both teams kind of refocus, regenerate resources. Pialo still being aggressive here, trying to get that heavy damage. Reed is also red. He's got a nav out. Reed is out of boost. He's in trouble. Pialo's actually got him on the lock. Pialo is not able to finish off Reed. He's pushing away. Can Reed get out? He's almost blacking out. Fire Assault and Sorge are trying to push and get some damage. Reed is all red. He's almost getting some hits. Gondor putting in some heavy damage. Sorge Fox is in trouble. He got himself into a lot of damage. Pialo and Gondor switch right onto him. Lens Nation pushing in. Fire Assault is putting in some DPS as well. Fire Assault needs to push in. Reed needs to get some there. Right now, Democracy Manifest have got a huge hull advantage over Team Bland. Team Bland needs to pull it together, regenerate their shields. Reed is getting some hits. They're pushing in, and Gondor is getting some hits. And Gondor takes out Reed. He was so damaged. One shot after the shield, and he's over.
Yeah, Reed, unfortunately, Sorge Fox had to get out of there with how much damage he was taking. A very good switch by Pialo and Gondor. Gondor just, man, he was on point every single shot there against Reed. When Pialo, there you go, taking down Sorge Fox. Down goes him. And Farisol is your last man standing here for Team Bland. And will he be able to do it? But what I love seeing is that I love seeing Lens Nation and Farisol both putting in the damage they need, going against that. But unfortunately, that's going to go in the way for Democracy Manifest 3-1 because it's very difficult to come back from that.
And Gondor is just absolutely holding Farisol here. He's completely hooked like a fish on a line, pushing forward underneath that nose. And then as soon as Farisol decides to engage, Gondor re-engages, pushing and boosting. Pialo's right behind him, and Farisol is taking too much damage, and he's down.
Yep. Not gonna lie, man, Farisol got a little bit of some maneuverability there. That was actually pretty cool. Seeing Gondor having, not being able to kind of, get that pip on there. But I mean, look how trigger disciplined Gondor was until he got into that position and being able to merge on him. He was able to kind of get that, that last bit of damage in. But very, very good job. Democracy Manifest, man, it is not playing in this next in their second matchup of the day.
Oh yeah, they definitely came to play here. They came with some sort of goal in mind, and that is victory for sure. Gondor was trying to stay under the nose of Farisol here. Farisol not able to just get his nose up quick enough to kind of keep tracking Gondor there. Gondor basically buying time for Pialo and Lens Nation to push in and actually get some damage on Farisol as he's not engaging him. As soon as Farisol moved off and decided to try to push away, Gondor can now re-engage. It doesn't have to maintain that position for much longer. Reed and Sorge Fox just overall just took a little bit too much damage there when it came to that initial engagement. They were getting some damage onto Pialo and Gondor a little bit, but Gondor and Pialo were able to disengage and regen those shields. And unfortunately, Sorge Fox and Reed were in positions that they were taking hull damage, and it just over time, it went down to like 1 or 2 shots would take them down.
Yeah, that was definitely tough, but I mean, good job by both teams going in there. I think that was definitely I don't know, Pialo and Gondor, man, both of them, that combination is just a scary one, right? And Lens Nation, who was able to kind of add a little bit of that damage too, and I think he did way better in this match number 1 in match number 2 than he's doing in match number 1, getting a little bit more comfortable, probably had a little bit more time to kind of re-engage with his teammates, talk a little bit more, and things are playing off. But Democracy Manifest is looking pretty good, and I feel like it could be a quick 2-0 for this team.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. I mean, anything can happen for sure. I mean, Reed is definitely getting a lot of damage in, Sorge Fox as well. Like, they're both putting in heavy hits. It's just they need to get that hold down. They need to work together. And Farisol is able to get in there, just maybe making some minor mistakes, similar to Lens at times. But again, like you said, both teams trying to practice, trying to do their best. Everybody just going in there for the fight and trying to get a win for their team. Lens, being closer to the team might help as well, but Gondor and Pialo are doing a good job trying to pull away teammates. It's just the re-engage of Team Bland is just not fast enough to really take off the pressure from Gondor and Pialo on Sorge and Reed. And that's what really needs to change in this next fight for Team Bland to make a W.
Yep. I mean, all good, even though, the team is about to get it. Whichever team wins this one will get eliminated, but I still want to give a big shout out to all the teams that came in today. Well, whatever org you're part of, really appreciate you guys jumping in and taking the spots of other people that couldn't come in and put on a great show today. So shout out to all you guys for coming in, and hopefully this can give some people that PvP bug, man, going into fight or flight and come out to, I would say, the Super Bowl of combat, of PvP here in Star Citizen. So looking forward to hopefully seeing some of the people here in the Australia region continuing to practice and hopefully bring that fight here in the next couple of months here to fight or flight.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. All sorts of individuals come out for these competitions. The prizes are not only great, but also the recognition and the understanding of just true pursuit of mastery when it comes to these flying these ships and stuff. It takes some time to actually get used to these ships, especially coming out of fresh. Like if you just start the game, getting into it, it feels very daunting. But after a period of time with some good mentors, you're definitely going to be able to learn. And you can see these individuals that might be quote unquote less practiced per se, but I would be willing to bet and put them against half the player base in the Star Citizen universe, and they could probably run circles around them. So like we're seeing, like, even though you're seeing some minor mistakes here and there, like these guys are still pretty decent when it comes down to actual fighting in the verse. So it just shows that practice and teamwork coordination can make a huge difference in your fight. Even with the ships being mirror matched, it's really coming down to the pilots, the training, the coordination, and it's just awesome to see. So again, join up in these competitions, test yourself, learn, take a look at what you can do to improve, and you'll just get better and better, and it just makes you a better person as well, more fun, and there's more fun to be had, right? So it's always a pleasure.
Yep, seeing Farasol getting some targets here, hopefully trying to maybe get some missiles out. We'll see what happens though. Lens Nation, Gondor, and Pialo, Team Democracy Manifest, just taking their time. And everybody's just pretty tight and grouped together. Seeing Gondor get some missiles out of the way, seeing if those lands, and if those land, man, that could be a little bit difficult, because we saw earlier in the previous matches where, we saw other teams got picked off as missiles hit. So, let's see what happens though. I mean, match is on the way, so we're just waiting for teams to engage and teams to pick off. But people are playing smart. Firesalt is very, very close to the station. Trying to probably get out of line of sight from any missiles, trying to probably hit him like last time. So let's see what happens.
He's calling to Gondor over there to light the beacon, light the beacon of his ship in the middle of SPK, and we'll see how that goes. Farasalt defending himself there, and some missiles again going out. They're going to be targeting Pialo again, and the arrow is a difficult target to hit, but understandably he is very aggressive, so it's going to be interesting. They're sticking close. Pialo is baiting for the team again. Farasalt sticking close and trying to get some shots on target, able to get some hits in. Pialo is in there taking some damage. Is his team with him? Lens Nation pushing in. Gondor putting some heavy DPS. Reed is taking some hits, and Reed is in trouble. He blows through, and Gondor is out. Now Gondor is going to be switching over to Pialo, 6k away. He's got a nav to his teammates. Sorge Fox is also close by, but Gondor doesn't want to take that engagement because he's trying to get to his teammate who's engaging Reed, and Reed and Pialo are in a 1v1, and Pialo's doing all the damage. Reed is taking some heavy hits. Can he get out? And Reed is destroyed. Pialo isolates the target and takes him out 1v1.
Man, Pialo and Gondor, just a great team dynamic here. And Gondor just, as Pialo puts in the damage, just goes ahead and picks him off. And right now, they're just both going after Sorge Fox and just trying to get that damage in. But Sorge Fox kind of disengaging, re-engaging right back in and putting in that damage versus Pialo right now and trying to hopefully take him down. And, man, this is a good 1v1. But here comes Gondor joining in the fight. And Sorge Fox is going to have to move away. If not, he is going to go down in a couple more hits.
He's deciding to fight it out. He doesn't, I'm not sure if Farasalt's in here. He's putting some damage, but he's trading his life for a little bit of damage, and he's down. Pialo and Gondor are able to take out Sorge Fox in the 2v1 for most of the time. And now Farasalt is in a lot of trouble. All three pilots and Farasalt and Lens Nation are going at it. Maybe Gondor and Pialo will let this 1v1 happen and see who can decide victory. But I'm not sure if Democracy Manifest is going to wait.
Let them fight, man. Let them fight.
Farasalt is now engaging, and Lens Nation is fighting, but Farasalt is taking some third-party damage, and he's not going to last much longer. Pialo and Gondor take out Farasalt, and Democracy Manifest moves on.
Oh man, that would have been a great fight to see Lens Nation versus Farasol towards the end, and they just like let him go at it 1v1. That would have been a show there. But yeah, Democracy Manifest is not taking no for an answer and coming right back, eliminating Team Bland.
Democracy Manifest shows no mercy.
All right, let's jump right back in. A quick 2-0 from Democracy Manifest right over to the desk. But hey, want to give a big shout out there to Team Bland. Thank you guys so much. I know they kind of had to, switch out 2 members last minute, but we really appreciate them for joining us. And they won't leave empty-handed. They're going to get some prizes. They're going to get some digital shifts worth a good amount. So, shout outs to Team Bland. You guys will not leave empty-handed like I just mentioned. So you guys will get some prizes coming your way shortly. But Gimmick, man, that was Democracy Manifest is not playing around anymore. They're like, whether it's whether it's what do you call it, whether it's with Lens Nation or not, man, they look like they're ready to play.
Yeah, you saw them do the same thing in this match that they did in that first match, the very first match, where they picked the best player, that's Reed, and they just paralyzed him. They didn't give him any space to do the stuff that he needed to do. And I think Thunderlake called it out that that first, at the very start of that first match, was sort of a bit of a free-for-all. And then they consolidated down on Reed, and once they saw their opportunity and just made Reed's life hell and eventually wore him out of all resources and killed him. And then it was a cleanup operation. And yeah, I feel like they're doing this intentionally. Like they know who they're going to kill first, and they're assassinating them, and they're doing it well. Piers being much more disciplined this round. Is him and Gondor are juggling aggro. It's funny that you haven't really seen Gondor take any aggro yet. Like he's just getting shit done. Oh, you almost collided there with Sword Fox in the second round. That could have been another disaster for poor old Gondor, but he narrowly avoided it at that time. I think that's a good summary of both fights, really.
All right, Thunder, like any other thoughts there?
No, yeah, very surgical, like Gimmick was saying. They kind of came in for a free for all, but again, it's a time game, right? So these guys understand how much time it is, and here you can see Gondor pushing underneath Farasalt's nose, keeping him slow for his teammates to just get those side hits there and just basically laser up Farasalt here, and so he can't even shoot him. Basically, just holding that position and just basically getting free damage on, and then now he switches over. He goes to the disengage, and then Gondor now goes to re-engage, pushing toward the opponent, and then finishing off the target. So, I mean, this is just absolutely surgical gameplay. Yeah, no, 1,000. Yep, yeah. People are getting in there. They're looking at Reed, and this is like a timer. So, okay, he has 100% boost. Okay, we're in this battle right now. It's a free for all. Everyone's fighting everywhere. And okay, he's at maybe 40%, maybe 30%. Now he's at 20. All right, everyone switch to him, hit him. And now he gets hit. And if he doesn't identify that they're going to be switching to him at that moment, he then has no resources to just create distance. So, and everyone saves up their boost just enough to chase him out and take him down. And that just pressured him so far out of the fight. Pialo just chased him out and basically kept with him. When Lens and Farasalt were pushing in there to try to help their team, Gondor and Pialo were doing a great job of picking off one target and then isolating that target and taking a 2v1. So it just, over time, that just methodical gameplay was able to get the damage in and turn it on Democracy's side.
And if I know those two, their communication between those two is going to be very fluid and very concise. They'll be doing a good job of coordinating. It was interesting to see Pierre take a 1v1 against Reed. Even though Reed was so damaged, I think in February Pierre would have never taken that fight because he would still probably lose it. But Pierre's game has just improved that much over the past few months that he's happy to take that fight and capitalize on it. So that's really good to see. Just how much difference a few months of hard practice can do.
Yep, for sure. And as you saw just there, Pialo was able to take that 1v1, get the shields down for then Gondor to slide right in at the last moment and finish that kill because the hull points are just too damaged. You see, again, a same kind of situation here, just Reed trying to escape, trying to get away in Sword Fox and, Fair Assault just weren't in the position to support Reed at that moment, and Reed just didn't have resources. And you can see right now that there's no boost in this individual, but again, because he has his teammates here, he's able to continue the fight and push because he understands that any damage he takes, the enemy's going to be taking twice as much.
Yeah, I mean, Sorchfox at one point didn't even want to peel off. He just like, you know what, if I don't kill him here, then there's no way I can, kind of continue, because if I peel off, then his resources are gonna just, kind of regenerate, because he doesn't have anybody to back him up, because Reed at that point was already dead. So he didn't have anybody to like, hey, please hit this guy. I need to peel off and continue to hopefully get him down. But man, it's some good battles out there. But unfortunately, not all teams can. Somebody has to get eliminated. It is a double elimination tournament. So Team Bland was just the first one to get out the way. But very, very impressed with Team
got to feel for Reed with the churn of his team.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
they're doing great. Yeah.
That's right, Reed. We'll make it up to you, man. But something I want to actually talk about before we get our next match ready, which is going to be Aftershocks and versus Maka's Runners. But you mentioned Pialo kind of would have never take that fight back in February. But I mean, there's so much changes that have happened from February to now that we're in June with PvP. Obviously, we had the speed of the weapons that have kind of changed a little bit. So can you guys touch base on, and we'll kick it off to you first, Gimmick. Can you touch on maybe any of the big changes that you felt that, kind of changed the pace of PvP a little bit since February?
I'm not going to have a lot. You heard from Croncy at the start that he's got a toddler, and I've got a toddler that I've hardly played since February. My org mates are giving me shit for it.
No, it's all good.
I mean, we've got armor since February. That's interesting, and I don't even know how it works. Although these guys do, they're utilizing it. We've got the wolves, which are changing things up a bit, and there's been a number of changes that I know have made a lot of difference. I think it's from what I understand, the way the ballistics are working has made the game. It's not like the chip damage situation of where you just have to sort of wear people down, and then eventually their pop is not fun, and that's why we decided to exclude ballistics from this, because otherwise it's just like damage through shields, and then eventually someone just dies. They might have never had shields go down, and I think these fights are really most interesting when you can watch that dynamic of the shield goes down, and they might even escape before the shields fully go down, and then there's the re-engage, and they're really playing with their shields and their magazine capacitors, and that's where a lot of the energy from these fights comes from, and where they get really interesting. So I think there is a place for ballistics in the game, and it's fun to sort of watch COG refine that. I think it's not there yet, and I'm keen to see them get that nailed down.
All right. They're like, go ahead, man. You're like, I want to go.
Yeah. No worries. I mean, there's been a lot of changes for sure. The weapon speed changes have been absolutely huge. A big shift in what people use in the meta and stuff. The armor situation that Gimmick mentioned is also really big, because there was a couple ships out there. Some ships only have size 3 weapons, and you can only do so much alpha damage. The amount of armor threshold that some ships have, some of those size 3 weapons can't even break that armor. So you're just dealing no damage to ships in the PU and such. So you have to really make there's more depth in the ship choice and the team composition now more than ever. And unfortunately, like what Gimmick said about the ballistic thing, is that with ballistics in there and dealing this chip damage, you lose a little bit of that depth in combat, where like individuals understand the disengagement, understanding utilizing that shield, leveraging that resource as a tool rather than just something that maybe reduces the damage if it's at full strength, is not super exciting. But when you have that shield and it does protect you, it allows more gameplay and maybe more forgiveness in some situations, but it also allows people to really skill the gap when it comes to fighting larger groups. If you have like 30 pilots versus 30 pilots, and you're flying around, eventually you're just going to take enough damage that you just can no longer fight. You need to get out and rearm or repair, or you just die because enough people have hit you like once or twice. But with if it's all lasers and stuff like that and you have your shields, you might be able to actually game that out a bit. Like, oh, I understand that I'm losing my shields. I've got 2 or 3 guys on me. I'm going to fly away. And then you regenerate your resource, and now you're back in the fight, and you're just as effective as you once were, not just wondering, oh, how many more hits can I take? How much more time can I spend within, 20 meter, within, how many more seconds do I have in the fight before I just either am soft death or I need to get out of there, right? So armor has been a huge
like
change.
that thing that really interesting fight with Crazy, where he was really playing with them and creating space, and he was able to survive forever. Ballistics were in that. No, he would have just been done at that point, right?
Been done, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. He just wouldn't have been able to even extend or soak that damage like Gimmick was saying, because, again, not having that shield resource or just being able to pierce through it and just blow his ship up, like, eventually he's just going to die. But as you can see with the lasers and how that fight played out, he was able to, extend his life so much by playing his resources. And that was a huge amount of depth and showing pilot skill there. So it's big. And again, more changes with the weapons. Just a lot of damage. High alpha has been king. So picking your ship and what weapons they bring has been absolutely huge and fun.
Yep. Well, that's one thing with Fight or Flight. We're going to have a whole council to kind of balance everything out, and we'll see if they most likely want to get rid of ballistics as well. But should be a fun one to watch. But we have our next match coming up, Aftershock versus Maka's Runners. We're going to see who's going to be winning our winners finals here in our 4th match of the day. So, Gimmick, we'll be right back, man, after this next matchup. All right, here we go. We got Aftershock, Mev Bushwhacker, Torch, Jorgen. I believe match is about ready to roll versus Maka's Runners. We have Agents Letty, Wortho, and Crazy Sig. I feel like this is going to be a more of a, I don't know. I think this one is going to be interesting. I feel like I'm not going to say this is even, but I feel like, I think Aftershock has something that they want to prove, and I think that they're going to be that team that maybe, does what, maybe they take it all, maybe they don't. But I think Maka's Runners is nobody to mess with either. But I think Aftershock is a team here that's a little bit more composed.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. Both teams have a unique play style here. We got Maka's Runners that has mainly been holding Wortho and Crazy Sig, using like a bait strategy with Crazy Sig, Wortho coming in, and then Agents Letty trying to jump in the assassin role and finish off enemies that are damaged or low resources. Looks like both teams are moving to engagement. Aftershock here is a bit more aggressive, comparatively to the both teams. So we'll take a look and see how this goes. Mev really pushing the limits of his ship and understanding that that's his favorite ship, the Arrow, to be in. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to play out, but I can guarantee you that one of these teams is going to win the tournament.
All right, here we go. I think, whichever team wins here moves on to grand finals, and a team that loses has another chance in the losers finals versus Democracy Manifest. But this, this whole tournament is, has been fun. So shout out to all the teams once again. And we're seeing a little bit of a scanning from Ward, though, seeing what team's in position. But Team Aftershock's looking very, very tight right now, staying together here. But let's see who engages first, and missiles away.
Yep, exactly. Again, thanks to all those last-minute sub-ins. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to put everything together. So great on you guys for coming out here and competing. It's been huge. We're going to be seeing Asians come in here and kind of put in the work for this team Maka's as well. So again, more missiles, more skirmishing fire. A lot of people are looking for weaknesses or holes. Looks like Wortho is pushing in on Mev. They're putting some damage on Mev right now, and he's going to be pushing away. He's trying to extend a little bit, but he's actually pushing in toward Crazy Sig. Arrow v arrow, nose to nose, but Wortho again doing a lot of damage. Mev switching over and pushing through. Agents trying to get some heavy damage. Crazy Sig just playing it nice and safe. He's got some damage on him, but again, he's trading for Mev. Mev hasn't got his shields down all the way, but Torch is coming in here, and Jorgen putting heavy damage on the enemy team. Right, Wortho is taking some hits and having to be pressured out. Crazy Sig now re-engaging and getting some hits on Mev. Mev is getting eventually picked apart. This damage is coming through. Crazy Sig playing it safe, but Crazy is out of boost, and he's in trouble. And oh my gosh, Mev takes out Crazy Sig. No, actually, who took it?
Both of them right now,
are down.
Wertho was able to take Mev out after that trade, and both teams are in a 2v2 situation. Torch and Jorgen versus Agents and Wertho right now. I believe that was Torch that took out Crazy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was. It was Torch. It was Torch. Yep.
Yes, I could have been, but I mean that was a very, very good trade from both teams because I think I'm just surprised that Crazy went down, wasn't able to peel off on time, but Mev did a great job at trying to bait it all in.
Well, Torch and Jorgen definitely understood. They probably know Crazy and how he plays, so they're able to stick with him and do the damage. They basically got him down, and then Mev again, both Aero pilots coming in there and just using all that they had, and then the other team, Wertho and Letty, putting in some damage against Mev, and Torch just damaging. Wertho is now the target. Torch is going after Wertho. Wertho's shields is getting red. But again, Torch is now the target as well of the enemy team. So we'll see if Wertho can get this damage in. He's pushed away and he's pushing back. Wertho is now, they're just in a nose-to-nose fight, but there's third parties on both sides, right? It's just basically Wertho and Torch going nose-to-nose at it, and both teammates are just firing side to side. Jorgen getting some heavy damage, and Aegis is putting in some work as well, helping out, peel off Torch, and get Jorgen out of the fight. Jorgen and Aegis trying to work with Torch and Wertho in that duel.
Yeah, I think this team, Macca's Runners, did a good job at kind of trading that damage because right now Torch is heavily damaged, as you can see. If we're talking about a hull advantage, right now Macca's Runners is the team that has that advantage and is able to hopefully kind of, pick their targets depending on what they're doing and what they need to switch on. So I think right now that's a small advantage that Macca's Runners have, but it can still go either way.
Yes, Wertho's putting some heavy damage on Torch, and Agents is now third partying. You just got to get a little bit more damage on. Wertho is definitely hull exposed, and they're damaging Torch. Torch can't last too much longer. Can Wertho and Agents put some damage on Torch, and Torch is sticking in. He understands that his teammate is putting in damage on Wertho. It's up to this. And now Wertho is pushing out, and Torch goes down. Aegis is able to put in the rest of the damage and focusing up. It's up to Jorgen. Can he catch Wertho? He's on his tail. But unfortunately, he's out of boost, and Wertho makes it out, and he's regenerating resources, and now is a 2-on-1. Wertho is red hull. Jorgen is blue. Now it's up to, can Jorgen take out Wertho before Agents helps Wertho take down Jorgen? Jorgen is full shield ship. These two guys are going in. Macca's Runners has the advantage, but Jorgen has a chance. He just needs to take out Wertho first before Agents puts in enough DPS. This
is a dangerous spot here. This is going to be do or die for Jorgen right now. He needs to be able to take out Wertho. This is his best chance to even up the situation, but his shields are continuously trying to go down. But Jorgen getting a little bit of regeneration, needs to go ahead and peel away, re-merging back in, going after Agents Letty, switching that target where he can. But right now, Wertho just stepping out and re-engaging once again. But man, Jorgen taking a lot of damage right now from Agents Letty, and then Wertho coming back into the action, and Jorgen is in trouble, about to go down here shortly. 4 more damage. There we go.
And he is down.
Yep.
Perfect aggro play. They just totally juggled the aggro there perfectly. Wertho and Agents Letty understood that Jorgen wanted to kill Wertho, moved out of the way. Wertho took some damage, but he extended, forcing Jorgen to push by, and Agents was able to deal enough damage to then have Jorgen switch to him. As soon as he did, Wertho comes back in with all of his resources and shields back, and Jorgen gets no progress. Wow.
This was a pretty good matchup. I felt like it was very even from start to finish there. Seeing Crazy Sig goes down is actually crazy. No pun intended there, but I think Mev Bushwhacker was able to kind of maneuver his way out a little better. His favorite ship is Arrow, so seems like he got a little bit of skill there. But yeah, this was a great matchup, very, very even in my opinion.
Oh yeah, very even for sure. Yeah, both Aero pilots went in. Decided to try to bait the enemy, kind of stuck into the fight there. Mev had minimal boost and ability. Like, they only have one size shield. So if Torch and Jorgen focus Crazy Sig and Wertho and Agents focus Mev, I saw Crazy as well focusing Mev as well. So like all 3 ships focusing on those Aero pilots, they're eventually going to get killed if they don't get out of there. So very interesting. And now that you see more experienced pilots here identifying the strategy of the other opponent's team. They're able to capitalize when they start to disengage. They can pre-merge, maybe move into a position to catch them as they disengage with low resources. So it's just, you're seeing just great gameplay from both teams here, trying to min-max what their strengths are and see how it goes.
Yeah, it's tough seeing Torch go down. They're trying to, survive and help his teammate out, but I think the team did a good job at being able to switch on and off and being able to do some damage to Torch and being able to, kind of take out Mev at the same time. But yeah, unfortunately, the Maka's runners did a good job here, man. They did a really, really great job. So Crazy Sig's, death wasn't in vain. He was able to, his team to still pull off that win.
Yeah, no, exactly. He did his job. He went in there. He pushed onto the enemy team, Mev, and then Wartho and Agents were able to get just enough damage and juggle just enough aggro to get Torch down. And then after that, it's a 2-on-1 where they just need to play to their resource advantage. So it's definitely going to be an interesting fight. We're going to see probably something similar play out here, maybe with a different strategy. Mev may be playing a little bit more safe this time. I'm speculating that Crazy will probably go in to engage as well, maybe disengage a little bit sooner, because they both took that fight. They both felt they had the advantage, and then both groups' teammates were able to come in clutch. So Torch, Jorgen, Agents, and Werthro just able to do that damage, and it was too much to handle for those arrows. So
yeah, I mean, is it because of the shields of the Gladius and it's a little bit more tankier is why people don't want to, kind of, because I just see Agents being able to position himself pretty well, not taking damage. He's able to do the damage he wants to do. So I mean, is the Gladius just not I guess a smart strategy here?
It's a good ship. It's just the positioning of Mev and Crazy, both of them are very close, and they're in a duel. They're like nose-to-nose fighting, so they're very slow, and there's not much evasion that they can do. So like Agents and Werthro, like if you were to do that against the Gladius or maybe even the Wolf, you have to do just like twice almost as much damage to get that shield down to start getting hull damage. Right? Yeah. So the one shield of the arrow being able to be taken down so quickly, even though it's a smaller, more agile ship, it's something that if the opportunity presents itself, it's ideal because it requires less time of multiple teammates to fire and take that shield down to get some hull damage. But, I mean, ideally, I'll be honest, if you could actually engage the Gladius from a slightly further range, because it's a larger target, and you might be able to do that. But what you risk is if the enemy is able to put effective damage on you, or their teammates are while you're engaging it, it's going to take longer to take out that Gladius than the arrow. Yeah,
it's not worth the risk at that point. So that makes total sense there. All right, well, our next matchup here between Aftershock and Maka's runners are underway. So let's see some engagements here. Again, Team Aftershock is Mev runner Torch and Jorgen versus Maka's runners Agents, Letty, Wertho, and Crazy Sig. And already missiles are underway, trying to see if they can get that luck of the draw.
Exactly. Yeah. Can they game the system, fire the missile at the precise moment the enemy team has not prepared their flares, or maybe even potentially catch a stray missile? You can actually run into those missiles if they're active and live, even if they're flared off if you fly into them. But we're looking at Werthro starting the engagement here now. Crazy Sig engaging as well. They're on Torch again, hitting that Gladius like we talked about, how it might take a little bit longer, but Torch is not able to get away, and there's a lot of push. He's got boost, but unfortunately Torch is not able to get out of there, and Werthro's putting in heavy damage, and that DPS of the Wolf has got a lot of hits on Torch. He's in a lot of trouble. Mev's trying to catch up. Jorgen is trying to push in, and they're trying to get damage, but Werthro is just nabbing out. He chaffs. He's got his shields back. He's pushing through. Crazy Sig trying to take a couple pot shots, and Agents Letty trying to get in there and get some damage in. Right now, Mev is going 1v1 again against Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig has a little bit of hull damage on him, but Mev has got two people shooting him. Werthro again behind him, getting some hits in, and Crazy Sig able to keep his boost, keep his cool, and stay slow, but also evasive. Mev also trying to get evasive, but he's using all of his boost. He's low boost, and Werthro is getting some more hits. Torch is now the target. All three people are pushed, and he's got to get pushed out. Go regenerate the resources. And Crazy Sig assassinates Torch. Nice play. The alley.
Very great teamwork. Very great teamwork by Micah's Runners, doing a great job, while his Crazy Sig is just doing the damage to Mev Bushwhacker, getting, asking for that help and assistance there. You just see Torch, in the beginning, Wortho was able to do the damage to him and able to kind of take him out after that second pass. This is Micah's Runners, man. I feel like they have Aftershock read like a book at this point.
Exactly. Jorgen is in a lot of trouble. He has no boost, and he is slow, and he's not evasive. It's going to be too late for Jorgen as he pushes away, but he stays in the fight. He doesn't play for his resources. He says, I'm going to take this guy out. Crazy Sig, again, shrugging off loads of damage from Jorgen as Worthrow and Agents put in some DPS. Crazy Sig is now in trouble. Mev is in trouble, and Mev is pushing out. He's got no boost, and he's regenerating resources. Jorgen is not in the fight, but someone is shooting his tail. It's Agents trying to take him out. Agents is pulling off, and Jorgen gets away. Now both teams have pilots who are red. The hull advantage definitely in the favor of Maka's Runners. They are gaming tonight.
Yeah, right now, Crazy Sig is the only one with that hole in that arrow, but doing a great job of being able to maneuver out of the way. And going into a 3v2 situation, Crazy Sig should have the advantage to be able to bait in and just get out of the way as soon as possible. But let's see what kind of strategy Jorgen and Mev Bushwhacker can come up. If they can swarm in, take out Crazy Sig very quickly, or maybe Wortho, they should be able to hopefully bring this back. But that may be at the expense of one of their own lives if they don't disengage at a proper timing here. So teams seems like they're just waiting for resources to come back up, and then they're going to hopefully re-engage, and we shall see if Team Aftershock can hopefully bring this back and tie up the series 1-1.
They need some sort of miracle here. They're in a big disadvantage here, and Team Maka's Runners has been proving the point that they are professional aggro jugglers. Again, targeting Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig understands this. He's now disengaging. They're targeting Mev. Mev is in trouble. He's already whole red. If Mev sticks in there for too long, Worthrow and Crazy Sig are absolutely dominating and taking out Mev. And Jorgen is just trying to finish Crazy Sig off. Can he do it? But he blows through. And now they're going to be targeting Agents Letty and Worthrow. Understand that now Jorgen has no boost, no escape, and nowhere to run. It is only a matter of time before he goes to nav mode, but he doesn't even make it. And it's over. Maka's takes the W.
Yeah, they almost had Crazy Sig there, but unfortunately wasn't able to fully take him out. Crazy Sig doing a great job baiting and being able to, take that damage, no problem. And look at him, man, just flying around like a winner at this point. So Maka's Runners goes up 2-0 versus Aftershock, moves on to the grand finals, and we're going to have our losers finals between Democracy Manifest and Aftershock, a rerun of match number 1. So let's see if Democracy Manifest can come out on top this time around. But before we talk about that, let's head on over back to the desk and see what Gimmick has to say about this 2-0 by Maka's Runners. Oh man, that was okay. Okay. That was okay. Okay. All right, Gimmick. I mean, I felt like this was a little bit more even until we got to match 2, but man, give us your thoughts, man. That was a good match.
Yeah, so do you want to do both rounds or at once, or just one by one?
We can start off with round number 1.
All right. So this is interesting because it's the 2 complete teams, right? Like we've got Mev and Agents Lady, who are both no strangers to PvP, and we really saw that in that first round where we traded Crazy for Mev. Crazy just finding himself out of boost there, and I think in this set of matches being a little less composed than he was in the previous ones. But Crazy traded for Mev, and you would think that means that the team who lost the streamer would just win, right? But it went the other way. Like Agents and Werther pulled it back together with a streamer and a PvPer versus 2 PvPers. And that really shows how much work Agents was doing there. I think Yeah, interesting things that happened there was Crazy found himself out of boost. There's a bit of an error, I think, on Crazy's part that you don't usually expect to see from Crazy. He's usually a bit more disciplined than that. And yeah, that right at the end there, they Wertho took a big risk. He went in and it looks like he almost traded again right at the end. Like Wertho got quite red as well, but. Agents helped him out and they got the kill before Wertho died, and it was not a trade. So good on them. They took their risks and it paid off.
Yeah, good point about the boost there on Crazy Sig, because I mean he went down right before Mev too, so that was very, very interesting. Any thoughts on round 1 there, Thunder Lake?
Yeah, no, it's basically, overall great gameplay. Love to see this type of fights. Just people trading back and forth, and just goes to show that practicing and working together as a team and understanding, communicating is just so important in these type of fights here. And you have the ideal situation here where, like, again, that we're watching Wertho trade Hull for Torch and disengage just at the proper moment to allow Asians to pick up that final kill, because he knows, hey, I've done enough damage. I know exactly the timing I need to get out. The DPS of the enemy ship is X. My hull is Y. I now have overstayed my welcome. I need to leave or I die. And he was able to get out of there just enough time, and they were able to take out Torch, which then put it in their favor. Again, the first fight, the trade, I think that was both teams kind of feeling each other out and basically being like, okay, what's the capabilities of this team? What can we do? Let's go in and smash. And it just so happened that the other team was a bit more calibrated and coordinated, able to capitalize on a minor mistake, maybe even a risk that Crazy was able to take to try to take out Mev and then get taken out himself. But again, like you said, Gimmick, they turned it around. Asians and Wertho were able to pull through and get that W even after they lost Mev.
Yeah,
even after the other team lost Mev. Yeah.
Yeah, going into round 2 though, you saw Crazy Sig obviously survive that entire thing, but he was the laser focus of that entire matchup. And I didn't see Aftershock not even try to switch one. I mean, they did switch, but not like their focus was literally trying to get Crazy Sig down, because I felt like that's the only chance that they think they had. But Gimmick, what are your thoughts on that round 2 that that Crazy Sig survived all that damage, which was insane?
Yeah, this is maybe my favorite fight so far. I thought this was a really good fight. Torch took a lot of damage early, and I think a less disciplined team than Wertho and Crazy would have chased. Like, Torch was trying to get away, and he was very close to death. And Crazy and Wertho just let him go. They switched to Mev, and then they did a lot of damage onto Mev. By the time Torch came back, they switched back to Torch, killed Torch. And then the next thing they did was they got a lot of damage on the Jorgen, and then suddenly there's like 2 guys who have a lot of damage there. And I think at the point that Torch got out, Bland should have fully disengaged and then regrouped. Like, if in the top tier fights, that's what you would see happen. Like, once your teammate disengages, then everyone pulls back. Crazy and Wertho were able to capitalize on them not doing that. Crazy, I think, look a little less composed in these 2 fights than he has in previous fights. Like, his boost wasn't managed as well. But yeah, like you said, he still did really well. Then right at the end there, Aftershock did do a full reset when they only had 2 players left. But at that point, both Jorgen and who was the other one who was still alive? Jorgen, not Torch. It was Jorgen and Mev were both very damaged. Yeah, they were both very damaged at that point. So there's I think it was whoever Macca's went on to at that point. There was not much they could do. So yeah, I think the way that Macca's runners played that was very cool. And it's what's amazing about that is all 3 of those guys are from different orgs. You've got Ajans Letty from Mongrel Squad, you got Crazy from Zap, and you got Wertho from Shadow Moses, and they're just coordinating well. They've got good discipline. They're doing good stuff together. It's good to see.
All right. We'll
super
love to
excellent.
see that. Yeah. Thunder, like, any quick thoughts before we go and look at our updated bracket here shortly?
Round 2, yeah, I mean, it played out pretty well. They just got that quick escape, the damage onto Torch early, forcing him to disengage, switching targets, like Gimmick said, letting him go and such. The other thing that I thought was interesting was that when they understood that they had the advantage, they then began to get more risky and stay in the fight a little bit longer, because they understood that they had the advantage already on the whole versus the other team. So then Crazy was able to take some damage, right? Because in the beginning of the fight, in the first one, he took some damage and he was playing maybe a little bit riskier than he should have in the opening fight. But the second fight, he was a bit more methodical, a bit more reserved, didn't take any damage at all. And then after they got that initial advantage, they then started playing a little bit more risky, allowing the fight to take a little bit longer, allowing some hull damage to get onto them, because they understood the more time that they spend, the more time that their ally is able to hit that target, because, you know, they're close, they're in engagement distance. So it's really interesting to see that the overall shift of the gameplay of the individuals understanding, okay, we have the advantage, now let's press it. And that was what I think played out in round 2, and that was really nice to see.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look at our updated bracket here and our updated standings here as Macaw's Runners goes up 2-0 versus Aftershock. And right now, our next matchup, Macca's, you guys know what I mean, man. Come on.
You're good.
Right? Anyways, going into our losers finals, we got Democracy Manifest versus Aftershock. We're going to see it all replay out. Will Democracy Manifest come out on top here versus Aftershock after what happened to Gondor? I believe it. No, it was Gondor in match number 1. So excited to see this rematch here and see who moves up here to the grand finals to see to see the final match of the day. So we're wrapping it up here with this tournament. Again, shout out to all of the tournament players, all the competitors that came in. Shout out to you, Gimmick, and the Zap organization for coming in and, showing off, man. It's appreciate you guys. But I believe our next match is about to be ready. So we're going to jump right over it and get this match number 5 started here. Democracy Manifest versus Aftershock. We'll be right back, Gimmick. All righty, here we go. We got, of course, just to reintroduce some of the teams, we got Democracy Manifest in the blue side, Lens Nation, Gondor, Pialo, and then we got Team Aftershock, who just went down to Macca's Runners. On the red side, we got Mev, Bushwhackers, Torch, and Jorgen. So this is, again, a rematch of match number 1. I'm excited to see it because I feel like Gondor, Pialo, and Lens Nation has a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder to bring it back after Team Aftershock's the only match that won the game 3 brought it back. So let's see what happens here, Thunder Lake.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this, the rematch of the day for sure. We've got Aftershock versus Democracy Manifest. Now, Democracy Manifest is looking to win this and then take the fight over to Macca's Runners, but Aftershock has 2 rematch fights ahead of them in order to clinch the victory here today. So it's going to be very interesting. If they're able to defeat Democracy Manifest yet again, they go into another rematch versus the team that they just fought. And Democracy Manifest going in after Aftershock here. We'll take a look and see if they have any new strategies. Aftershock coming off of this, both teams play quite a bit differently. We have Lens Nation, Gondor, and Pialo over on Democracy Manifest. And Torch, we've got Torch and the other 2, Jorgen and Mev Bushwhacker, basically going into the fight. They're looking at each other right now. Aftershock is paying attention. Lens Nation is a bit separated from Pialo and Gondor, and looks like Aftershock is quite close to each other based on the radar. So we're just taking a look. A couple missiles being fired out again, seeing if we can catch a lucky hit before disengagements happen. Perhaps maybe force a mistake for someone to use boost or choose the wrong button. Pialo again opening up the engagement, firing at some range, poking Jorgen a bit. Meb Bushwhacker takes the fight with Pialo. Again, it's a 1v1 arrow v arrow, but again, Pialo has more damage, but he pulls off. He pushes over to Torch. He goes over to his teammate. He pulls off that 1v1. Lens Nation trying to get in there, get some damage. Gondor putting in some hits against Torch. Torch is again taking some hits in the Gladius. Again, Mev is coming back in after trying to chase Pialo away. Torch is taking some hits. Gondor is pushing off, and Med is trying to merge Gondor, get some hits on them, and Torch is getting some damage. He's red. He's in trouble. He's been pushed out yet again. Can Aftershock reform? Torch is getting no break. Pialo and Gondor are just chasing him relentlessly. Torch is now again in trouble. He's not had much time to regenerate his resources. He has no shields. He's throwing out chaff to try to break up, and Torch is getting a lot of hits in, but unfortunately Lens Nation is trying to push in to try to help. Gondor is just relentlessly chasing him, and Torch, they finally leave him alone. He has a brief moment to regenerate his shields.
Yeah, it seems like every team. It seems like every team is just strategizing and going after Torch right there in the beginning, and probably getting that weakest link down. But right now we're seeing some good damage. Right now on, I believe it's going to be on Jorgen, on Gondor. That's who's just trying to get out of there, but he should be fine. And then I'm seeing some targets on Mev Bushwhacker. There's just a lot going on right now in this matchup right now, Thunder Lake.
A lot of chaff, and now chaff is basically out. Most of the pilots have used all of it, right? And this arrow is not able to get away just yet. Jorgen, Lens Nation takes out Torch! He absolutely comes in clutch and was able to put enough damage. Gondor and Pialo set up Lens for a perfect kill on Torch. Unfortunately, it was just off screen, but Jorgen and Mev have to come in and get some more damage and work together. Mev is low on resources, low on boosts. Jorgen is now out of fight. We've seen Jorgen take the fight completely, 1-to-1, using all his boosts. And now Mev and Pialo are going at it again, but Mev has a disadvantage. Pialo dealing heavy damage with those NDBs. Mev is in trouble, and he began the fight low on boost. He's not going to make it out of here if it's time. Pialo got red. He's got to get out of there, and Pialo moves away. Gondor's got to finish him off, but Gondor is getting some damage, and Mev goes down exactly as it was intended. Democracy Manifest takes out Mev Bushwhacker, and it's all up to Jorgen. Pialo is low.
This is gonna be a tough one. Democracy Manifest is really bringing it here, but unfortunately, I think this is gonna go to Democracy Manifest. One thing I'm super impressed on is the amount of damage that Lens Nation is putting out, and
Down
boom goes Jorgen at that point. But dude, the amount of damage that Lens Nation put out in this round, very impressive. He had the positionage on Torch, and again, they set him up to the success for him to finish the job, and he was actually able to do it, putting up. Man, Democracy Manifest 1-0 versus Aftershock, and this is what they wanted initially. Now let's see if they can finish it off here in this next round and go up 2-0. But that was a pretty damn good matchup.
Exactly, yeah. Gondor, Pialo, and Lens really showing that their teamwork is playing off here. Pialo being more disciplined in those fights, understanding when to disengage and not overcommit. Mev and Jorgen just not giving themselves enough time to regenerate resources here. And Torch just getting pressured and not able to apply DPS. He needs to fully disengage, perhaps even engage nav mode. Again, we saw in the beginning, when all this fight was going on, we saw Pialo taking a lot of hits, Mev taking some hits, Torch taking some hits, and they were all throwing out chaff, which throws off the radar. And that's why it starts to look a little bit chaotic and crazy. After a little bit of time, you only have 5 of those chaff spikes. So once you do that and you start flying away, no more disengagement, no more free radar clearing, and if someone stays close enough, they're going to keep radar with you anyway. So you only have so many of those to do. Otherwise, then the fight clears up. Then it's purely down to your boost management and your teamwork. And that's where we saw Democracy Manifest shine with their absolute teamwork. And they were able to, again, cycle their targets properly. Pialo was doing them damage, switching out for Gondor. Then Gondor chases. And then after that, Lens Nation comes in for the finish. And then that puts them in the advantage. So it was really good play.
Yep. Yeah, very, very great job. Now let's see how, we see at Team Aftershock if they can adjust. It seems like every single team, though, I keep mentioning it, but it's just I'm just surprised by it that every team just kind of picks off Torch, goes, initiates him. You see Pialo just coming in, Gondor coming in, doing that damage. As soon as Torch is out of the way, they just continue switching, most likely to Mev. I know that might be a little bit difficult when they go up against Maka's runners, but that might it could work out because I see Agents most of the fights just kind of dishing out DPS, and he's not going to be able to possibly do that against Democracy Manifest if they move forward. But this is going to be an interesting one. So let's see if Aftershock can bring it back and do another 2-1 like they did earlier. If not, that's going to be, you know, their tournament life there on the line for this matchup here. Tournament point here for Democracy Manifest.
Exactly. Tournament point for getting into the finals here. And, you know, if this plays out like it did the last rematch, I mean, Aftershock takes this fight, but I mean, Democracy Manifest have been playing better and better as time goes on. They've been pushing themselves to the limit, and they're now kind of they're linked up. They kind of are synced, and they understand what the team needs to do. We see a little bit more discipline from the individuals, and Torch just needs to get some DPS in. Either get some DPS before you die, or get the heck out of there, so that way the enemy is wasting their time. And I think you're saying this, you know, truthfully here, Mevin Jorgen. If there's maybe a strategy change here, perhaps just sticking around Torch. If he's the one being targeted each time, just stick next to him. The enemies will fly to you, and then you take out those guys and put some pressure on Pialo and Gondor. Get them out of there. Put them in the back foot. Then switch over to Lens Nation. Maybe get him in trouble, you know, because the Gladius is a larger target. You know, you're able to maybe get some good pancake shots on it. So just, I think maybe if they switch it up a little bit, they just need to really align on this next fight, because it's right now it's that or elimination.
Yep. You know, communication, and sometimes you can tell when teams are communicating really well, when they're switching on and off, when they're being able to disengage. But all right, it seems like our teams are ready. We're counting it down here until match is up. Again, you're going to see a lot of, you know, kind of feeling people out, you know, shooting a couple missiles, hopefully getting a couple lucky hits in as we keep saying, because that's what's going to happen, you know, trying to get all the resources used up before they can hopefully engage. But let's see what happens in this next matchup. Looks like the match is on the way here. It's going to be, once again, Team Democracy Manifest versus Team Overshock. Democracy Manifest leading this matchup 1-0.
And this is for everything. Looks like we have Torch following Jorgen, and Jorgen probably being the better target to move in and get some damage in there. Jorgen seems to like to stick in the fight, often utilizing all of his boost and DPS there, not really disengaging at all. But he has often been left alone most of the time. Mev and Torch have been pushing in to do a lot of DPS, and Jorgen is just there trying to get some damage in, but it's largely been ignored for the most time. It'd be interesting to see if they put Jorgen in first and see what happens. A couple missiles coming out there. They're focusing on Lens Nation maybe to get his flares down. I don't think it's going to be that effective, but you never know. So it's always useful to toss those out if you can. Pialo is, again, beginning the engagement here, firing some missiles at Torch, getting those Gladius is a little bit low. They have a higher signature, so they have a higher chance of potentially hitting. Jorgen firing some flares, moving around. Torch getting some opening shots on, but enemies are in chaff right now. You're not really loading in, seeing anybody. Gondor is just paying attention to the battlefield, and Lens is just waiting for the team to do something. Both teams eyeing each other nose to nose and waiting for the first engagement.
Yep, here we go. We're seeing a little bit of a targets. Everybody getting a feel for each other out. Sometimes a lot of people just wait for the first peel off here, but Pialo already starting on and trying to get some of his eyes into Mev Bushwhacker initially, but let's see what happens here. Pialo already trying to disengage here, taking some damage. Gondor is engaging on his side and trying to just, everybody's on Torch again. But, you know, it seems like everybody's just a little bit easier, not going as hard as they can, but getting into position to engage.
All right, Gondor is taking the threat now. All three of them have switched, and Torch is collided with Jorgen, and it's just up to Mev now. Absolute travesty that this happened. They all focused Gondor and were doing an excellent job, but then collided mid-flight. And now, Democracy Manifest seem to have been handed the slot to go rematch. No, actually, to not rematch, to try and take on Maka's runner. It's up to Mev. Mev's using the station. Come here, Gondor. Time to crash into the station. He says Mev needs to do something to basically turn this around. Pialo is trying to fight. He's using everything he can to his advantage. He's pulling away. He's pushing in. He's trying to do some damage out to Pialo because he understands he's the closest one. He's pushing him, and now he's got no boost, and he's in trouble. He's close to getting taken out, but he's trying to play close to SBK. Maybe an enemy will collide into it. Torch goes flying by. Pialo goes flying by. And now this is the end. The final turn for Mev. Can he turn something into nothing? And he goes down. Gondor, Pialo, Lens Nation move on to the finals.
That's a tough one, man. Torch and Jorgen slapping each other like that, man, midair. That is a tough way to go out, man. We've seen it time and time again, but hey, you need to be aware of your surroundings at every single moment. That's where, great tools like Toby and Track IR comes in. But let's get Gimmick's thoughts here, bring him back here to the desk. Guys, it looks like Democracy Manifest is moving forward to the grand finals versus Maka's runners, who are lovers of apparently the Big Mac. Who knows? Let's get to the desk, though. Wow, that's a tough one, man. Crashing into each other here in that round number 2, but Democracy Manifest got revenge or got, themselves, even versus Aftershock and are moving on to the grand finals. Gimmick, kick us off with round number 1, man, because that was a good matchup, at least for round 1.
Yeah, certainly in round 1, not as much in round 2, but in round 1, Pierre was less all in, which was nice to see from Pierre. He applied a little bit of pressure early on, and we were all surprised that he didn't keep it up. He pulled out. So, and I like to see that. I like to see apply some pressure, force the other team to do something, and then play with what you're left with, rather than all in, shoot, and it becomes a rather two-dimensional game. So that was good to see. You guys mentioned that poor Torch, he's been deprived all of his space. I feel for Torch. I don't think he's had a very good day. He's the strongest player on that team, and so he's been hard focused, and he just hasn't been given the space to do what he needs to do. And I imagine he's like he enjoys playing the vampire role, where he gets on somebody's 6 and kills them, and he hasn't been given the space to do that at all tonight. So poor old Torch, and now he's out of the tournament. And we saw Lens get a kill. Hey, good go, Lens. It's love to see
nice
that.
work.
Yeah, I know he's going to be very happy with that.
He's going to be talking about that for like weeks, man. I promise you.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great. Good mention there. But he actually did very well this matchup. He did very, very well compared to the first 2. I think this was his best matchup so far. He was able to put some good, legitimate damage out. I think he had better positioning overall too in that initial round 1, which helped him get that kill, and he was more on point. It just all it takes about warming up here. But yeah, quickly, over to you, Thunder Lake, on round 1.
Yeah, I mean, basically round 1 went kind of as expected. Both teams kind of working out to see, who was what. Gondor and Pialo really putting in and learning from earlier mistakes to capitalize on their W there. Lens Nation also putting in a lot of work to just, adapt and overcome. And, Aftershock just wasn't able to get it there, wasn't able to get it together at that moment in that first round. It was a little bit disorganized when they got into the fight. They just kind of over disengaged and just didn't have enough DPS and coordinated target and fire as much as Democracy Manifest, which allowed it to go in their favor. So overall, just good gameplay, just a few mistakes here and there on Aftershock there, and just a little bit of risky of a play. I saw, Jorgen kind of focusing fire a little bit, just kind of holding that damage down, and just not really disengaging as much as he could have. Mev going in there as well, being low on boost and just taking a little bit extra hold damage. It just overall just played out a lot differently, with Democracy Manifest being a bit more passive and a bit more opportunistic this time.
All right, well, I don't think we have much to say for round 2, because round 2 is just, unfortunately we had, a collision there, which, it's always around, practicing. And I'm not saying that teams didn't practice, but just kind of spatial awareness every time. But anybody has any comments around round number 2 before that collision unfortunately happened?
Well, I think that was Democracy Manifest's luck turning. Like they lost to a collision in the second round of the first match, and they won for a collision in the second round of the second match. So their luck turned. Although we saw at the end that Mev was trying to goad someone into hitting the station again at the end of this one, which suggests maybe in that first match it was intentional by Mev. Maybe he was using the station. We'll have to ask him later. But yeah, to echo what Thunder's been saying, I think the dynamism between Pia and Gondor has been really good to see. That team
Very
is playing really well together as a team, and I wouldn't know what to do. Like there's two people there who put out a lot of damage. Pia seems the obvious person to go in on because he's less disciplined about pulling out, but he seems to, as the matches have gone on, he's gotten better about that. Which is making them stronger as the tournament goes on. So interesting to see what happens next.
I will say that I do want to give a shout out to Aftershock because the unfortunate collision, I think, changed something that really would have been in their favor. What I noticed is Aftershock put in a little bit of pressure onto Democracy Manifest and Pialo. It kind of forced him to disengage at first, and then they swapped initially to Gondor and actually ripped Gondor's shields down almost instantly, and he started taking hull damage. A few more seconds of that, if that collision did not happen, Gondor would have been in a lot of trouble, if not destroyed, because all three people were firing him. Mev and everyone was there, and just unfortunate that Torsh and Jorgen collided, because that DPS of those three ships on Gondor in that moment, that was a lot of damage. And Gondor doing a great job merging in there, but it got himself into a position. I didn't see Lens Nation close enough to help Gondor in that moment. So if that collision didn't happen, this fight could have gone a completely different route. And I think that that like you said, that luck turning in their favor absolutely changed the fight. It definitely reduces their DPS by 2/3. So,
yep. Well, let's take a look at our updated bracket as we go into our grand final match, which is about to start here shortly. We see Macca's Runners versus Democracy Manifest. I talked about the losers run. I mentioned it. I manifested it. It happened. It's here. But I think that this is going to be a good matchup. And I said this prior because you see, Democracy Manifest and Macca's Runners, I think there are more opposites than the other teams that they fought each other. I think Democracy Manifest, and this is just a prediction for me, might have the upper hand here because of the way that Pialo and Gondor is playing, to be honest. And then if Lens Nation can get some of that initial damage like he did in that losers finals, I think they're going to be a trouble to play with. But you see the Democracy Manifest, they're able to get what was his name? I'm sorry. Torch out very quickly. If they can do that for Agents Letty, who has been the entire match, not being focused and just allowing him to do the damage that he's supposed to, then I don't know. This can go either way, but I'm gonna kick it off back to you, Thunder Lake, and give us your thoughts about this grand finals going here live soon.
Yep. So I want to mention, bring apart the rules. The match structure is the grand finals. Again, there's no reset, but the team coming in from the winner's side of the grand finals will receive a 1-game advantage in the best of 5. So again, Macca's Runners will begin with a 1-game advantage against Democracy Manifest for not losing.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. It's a little bit backwards because that was a format for in person. But here we do have a reset if the lose won. Yep. Sorry.
Okay, understood. Apologies. No worries. And so basically, my prediction again, if Democracy Manifest wins, then I'll be failing on my guarantee here. I do think that Aftershock and Macca's Runners had a good shot at winning this. So we'll see. My vote is for Macca's Runners right now, but I do love seeing the comeback here of Democracy Manifest, and I would love to see an upset. But again, my vote's for Macca's Runners. I think that they have it in. They've got the gameplay, they have the skill, and they're really locked in. They understand each other's gameplay, even from different orgs and everything. They've been practicing in these past few matches, and Agents has not been letting us down when he's coming to play. So I'm thinking that they're going to be doing really good. But Democracy Manifest has been adapting. So I'm interested to see how this match turns out. It's definitely going to be a nail biter.
It's going to be good. Gimmick, what are your thoughts here on this last matchup of the day?
Yeah, I think it'll be good. We've got the complete team in the Macca's Runners because we've got Agents Letty is there. Although Len's got a kill. Len's is going to be pulling his weight as well. Democracy Manifest a bit more aggressive. And I wonder how Pia's NDBs are going to go against Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig's very evasive, very kitey, and those NDBs need close range to be able to be effective. And I wonder if he's going to be able to get it. So, and I think Wertho can be a pretty good defensive pilot as well. So I wonder if Pia will be as able to deal out as much damage as he has on the other team on this team, because I think that's been. Am I breaking up?
No, you're good.
I think that's been a big asset for Democracy Manifest, is just how much damage Pia and Gondor are able to deal out together, and it'll be interesting to see whether they can get that much damage out onto Crazy and Wertho.
All right. Well, one more time, shout out to all the teams and competitors for joining us today during these matches on this EA56 online showcase. Glad to see everybody, back up here trying to get everything underway. And then I believe our next match is ready. Gimmick, we'll be right back, but we have Macca's Runners versus Democracy Manifest coming up in the grand finals. All right, here we go. This is a best of 5, just to remind everybody at home. So if Macca's Runners can win 3 games in a row, that is going to be game, set, match. I'm excited to see this one, to see if the same strategies that both teams have been applying throughout this tournament is going to play out here versus these, I would say, completely opposite teams that are trying to do something completely different here. So what are your thoughts here at Thunder Lake going into this game 5?
I'm excited. I can't wait to see exactly how this plays out. I want to see it back and forth for sure. I want to see adapting and shifting gameplay. Can't wait to see how these 2 different teams go at each other, and they have not completely different flight styles, but same mirror match ship. So it's purely on team coordination, ship choice and stuff, and weapon choice slightly. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Every factor that goes into this makes it just absolutely astonishing. And so what we're going to see, I think that we're going to see a lot of Pialo and Gondor working together. Same thing with Wertho and Crazy Sig. It's kind of been both of their teams' gameplay, where like the arrow would go in and force a fight, kind of baiting it out and then trying to pull the opponents away. I'm not sure how that's going to work, though, with Macca's Runners being very cognizant of this strategy. So I don't think Wertho and Crazy Sig are going to fall for it. If anything, they're going to put some damage in, and then Letty's going to come in and maybe dish out the final blow. And same thing goes with Pialo and Gondor. Like, they have a similar strategy where they go in with Pialo, and like Pialo now has been a bit more reserved, and Gondor has always been there and doing damage. So it's just really up to if Gondor and Lens can work together and peel for Pialo as they go in and engage. It's going to be a very interesting fight, and we're going to see it play out. So best of 5. Awesome.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen any teams go after Agents Letty in this one. He stays pretty far back from what I can see, but stays also close to his teammates. So I'm not sure if Pialo is going to go right in and try to swarm in, into the Gladius, just like he did with Torch. But I'm excited to see what kind of strategy these teams are going to pull together this time around. If it's going to stay the same, if they're going to try to change it up. But I think the factor here is going to be Lens Nation. If he's able to get that damage, like you mentioned, if he's able to peel for Pialo, I think we're in for a very, very sweet matchup as everybody, gets these targets out and hopefully get some missiles underway.
Yep, exactly. Here comes Pialo closing in 2.7. Lens again, pretty far out, 4.2k out. So it's going to be hard for him to actually move in to his team once they engage. You really need to be close and basically able to fire and engage at a quick moment within like 2 to 3 seconds minimum to get these damaging shots in. So it looks like they're going to be pushing in a little bit here. Crazy Sig is pushing in. Pialo again engaging Agents Letty. The first time he got a little bit of pressure, but it's a bait strategy. And Crazy Sig is on top of Pialo. Pialo's got to disengage. He's trying to run away. Gondor is trying to peel, and now Lens Nation is entering the fight. Pialo is taking a couple hits, but not too many. He's trying to evade. Crazy Sig still chasing him high on boost. Crazy Sig not even using all those resources, understanding that Pialo is in full disengagement. Look at the resource difference from Crazy Sig and Pialo. It's absolutely crazy. Pialo is out of resources, and Crazy Sig has everything. Agents Letty is now pushing in. He's getting some hits on Agents Letty. So Letty has got to be pushing away now. Gondor is looking around. Wertho is in the fight as well, and now Wertho is the target. Gondor and Letty are moving together, but not fighting together. Werthro is targeting over here, and basically it's a nose-to-nose fight. Gondor and Werthro, both wolves going at it nose-to-nose. Crazy Sig and Pialo are going at it nose-to-nose. 2 duels going on at the same time, switching targets, and it looks like Crazy Sig is getting heavy damage on Pialo. He has to get out of there, but Crazy Sig has reserved a lot of boost, and Pialo might have been in trouble here. Crazy has got the merge, and Pialo needs only a couple more shots, and he might go down. Pialo blows away, and he gets out of there, and he's disengaged. Pialo just barely makes it out.
It's a tough one here for Pialo, man. That was a very dangerous situation. Hull completely red out of whack here, and we're seeing some fights here with Gondor and Wertho, but things are moving so fast that Lens Nation is not able to get in that position, and they need him to be able to hopefully peel off and get these people that are going after Pialo out of the way. So here goes Gondor's re-engaging, but I think both teams need to get back together and hopefully get some resources back. But there's still a fight here. Wertho versus Gondor is still happening, and they're still going at it.
Lens Nation getting a couple hits on Werthro as he's pushing away, navving back to his team. Reform happening for Macca's runners. Democracy Manifest putting some pressure on the unpressurable people. Right now, Crazy Sig getting some hits in. Right, Pialo is the only one that is red on their team. Democracy Manifest just has to watch out for Pialo. Gondor is taking on Agents Letty. Werthro is also switching over, getting some shots in. Pialo is now in trouble. His shields are down. The arrow is down. Werthro is able to take him out with a small duel, and Pialo takes a fight he shouldn't have been in. Werthro's accuracy comes in.
Yeah, right now, Wertho, though, he is red. He did take a lot of damage in order to kind of get Pialo out of the way, but still puts a huge advantage for Macca's runners over Democracy Manifest right now. Lens Nation, though, doing a good job getting some targets in that damage, but Crazy Sig, man, just holding on to those resources, being able to put that damage into Gondor, and Gondor's shields are currently down, taking some hull damage, and look at that aim. Crazy Sig is not taking his eyes away from Wertho at this moment.
And he saved his boost. He's absolutely waiting for Gondor to try to escape, and now's the moment that Crazy Sig could finish the kill here as he tries to escape. Can Gondor make it out? And now Werthro is taking the fight one-on-one with Lens Nation, and Lens Nation is getting picked apart. Werthro is absolutely slaughtering him. He needs to get some help from Gondor, but Gondor is nowhere to be found. Rohan hasn't called, and Werthro is destroyed. Lens Nation's
straight
down.
pancake from Wertho right there on Lens Nation. Just very high-level flying there from some of the other teams that unfortunately can't keep up. And Crazy Sig is right back on Gondor, and this looked like it's going to be the match here for Macca's runners. It's going to go up 1-0.
Wow, what a fight. Crazy that they were able to get this done, and you could see the difference of skill and playability and the strategy that was involved there. The matches, both teams doing their best. Crazy Sig, if you looked overall, you could see that the resources of Macca's runners was just so much more conservative with their usage of boost, with their usage of their shields. They were able to just capitalize when Democracy Manifest had a weakness. They struck. It was very surgical, very tactical, well played, for sure. Yeah. Lens Nation getting in there in that duel as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lens Nation is doing great damage. It's just that, it's not as fast as when you see Wertho or a Pia or a Gondor engaging, right? It's not as fast, but he's getting in some very good damage in. But he just needs to get into the fight faster, because that's going to let, Pia breathe a little bit, because Pia is going to be that target. Pia, it looks like, against Wertho and Crazy Sig, cannot be as annoying as he was with the other teams. So they're going to have to strategize a little bit better and probably put Lens Nation in a better position that he can position himself to be able to put that, output some good damage in that Gladius. So let's see what happens here in this next matchup. There's still 2 more matches that Macca's runner needs to win. I want to see something, I want to see this game go even. I feel like Gondor and Pia can definitely bring it back.
Definitely. The team, if nothing but Democracy Manifest, has a recurring thing to be able to adapt, to lock it in, and to actually come back and fight. So it's going to be interesting to see what the new strategy is, for sure. This is the first time that we saw Agents take some focus there, and he was able to get out with minimal damage. So good on him, able to identify when he was being targeted, push out, and then move back toward Werthro and Crazy Sig to get that fight going. Gondor and Pialo trying to work together as best they can, but they were just equally pressured. The Agent Slutty was doing some damage, Werther was doing some damage, and Crazy Sig able to pick up and again juggle targets and juggle aggro, so that way that whenever Democracy Manifest was getting effective damage, they were able to pull out and to regenerate their shields, which again put them into advantage. Just better hull damage, just more hull equals better survivability. Pialo needs to definitely lock it in, get some more hits, get some close range engagements, but he needs to be safe while doing that.
Yeah, especially, like you mentioned, going against NDBs might have worked with the other teams, but this is a different team. As Gimmick mentioned, a little bit more of a whole team, but, it's tough, man. Crazy Sig being able to go up against some of these guys and still have full resources, be able to chase down and do the damage he needs to do. Like, Pialo should have gone down a lot earlier, in my opinion, but like, these guys are great pilots, so being able to survive all that damage was pretty insane to stay in the fight.
Yeah, no, exactly. So basically, these guys, again, it's best of 5. Macca's Runners needs to win 2 more, and Democracy Manifest needs to win 3 in a row here. Not 3 in a row specifically, but let's hope they get a W. That's on them. But again, to prove a point is going to be that their piloting skill, their resources, their communication, right? Can Democracy Manifest clinch and stem the tide of Macca's domination? So right now, Macca's has come to smash, and they're smashing for sure. Pialo and Gondor, Lens Nation need to work together, maybe identify some weaknesses and focus up. Putting some damage on Crazy Sig, understanding he's able to pull out and use the arrow to his advantage, might be better to target some other ships, reduce that DPS. So again, if they can get a quick kill on Wertho or Agent Slutty, or get them pressured, and Crazy Sig isn't able to keep up with them, which I doubt, but at the same time it could happen that someone throws them off and allows themselves to get an advantage in the DPS race. So
yeah, I still think it's a good matchup. Let's see what happens here in this round number 2. I think Lens Nation with every round just gets better and better. Positioning does need to be there for him though, and then he can hopefully dish out the damage that he wants to. But yeah, I think great job. I think one thing I love about Gondor and Pia is that they do very well at communicating the switch and being able to switch when somebody's trying to run away as far as possible. So let's see what happens here. I think this next matchup is about to begin. Here's round 2 of the grand finals: Macca's Runners versus Democracy Manifest. Let's see if we can get a tie here, or will Macca's Runners take it up 2-0?
Excellent. Both teams looking at each other right now, locking. Everyone's got their HUDs up as well. So you have your MFD cast going on besides Gondor and Pialo. You've got those disabled at the moment, so you can see them on their MFDs. Looking around for the enemy opposition, seeing if they switch up strategies. Taking a look at missiles. They're firing them off right now at far distances here. It might not be as effective. But again, Agents is firing at Pialo from a little bit away, and he's trying to get some damage. Crazy Sig is pushing on Pialo. Pialo's in trouble. He just instantly got out of position, and they kind of caught him there. And now he's out of shields, and now he's having to go on defensive. They switch over to Gondor. Gondor is now going to be taking some hits, but he's not damaged yet. Gondor, great hits onto Crazy Sig, putting some pressure onto Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig's got to get out of there. He can't take much damage. Lens Nation is also putting in some damage, and Letty getting some hits in. Wertho is totally fine. Pialo is trying to get out. Gondor putting some damage in. Now Gondor is now the target. They're swapped over to Pialo. Wertho is getting some damage in Pialo. Pialo's got some hull. He gets some hits. A couple hits. Oh, he's got the merge. And now Pialo tries to fight a couple times, but he's got to get out. He's losing all his resources, and they bringing him. They're getting him. Oh my goodness! What a play! Wertho takes out Pialo.
Absolutely shredding, on point target. Man, that pip is not even moving away from him. The re-engage, the merge back into it, man. Wertho was point blank every single time, and Gondor is trying to his best.
Gondor goes down.
Unfortunately, that's going to be the game, man. That's a tough one there. That's a tough one to kind of lose Pialo early on Thunder Lake. Wertho just on point, man, with all of those hits, every single one.
Pray for a collision. Pray for something. Pray for something. Manifest destiny. Lens Nation needs some sort of miracle here to be able to take out this team. I think It might be over. I'm not sure. Has he waved the white flag? No, Agent Slutty is still there. They're still working on Lens, but Lens he's got his ship up. Agent Slutty and they're firing at Lens Nation. He's coming in. Lens Nation, Crazy Sig just disengaged by a mile. Lens Nation is now stripped of shields, and now it's just a matter of time before his hull is reduced to ash, and he goes back to the black space of death. Lens Nation, no chance here in this moment. Trying to get some shots in, but unfortunately, not able to get nose on. He's looking, flying around, and they're just toying with him, playing like koi's in a pond, firing in, and Lens, Agent Slutty is getting the kill. He's putting on some damage, and Werthrow just trying to finish him off. Lens has a Gladius. He's lost a wing. He's spinning out, and it's over. Macca's runners decided to take their time with their food today.
Man, that's a tough one to lose Pia like that so early, man. But, man, that engagement, he took so much damage in the beginning there, and that was tough. Gondor had a great shot at Crazy Sig, but as we mentioned, he's very disciplined on you know, kind of, you know, getting in and out there quickly. So Micah's runners, man, just one more match away from completely taking all of this and, you know, being our grand champions here in this EA 56, you know, online PvP showcase. So shout outs again to all the teams, but man, I want to see Pialo and Gondor get, you know, tie this up. I want to see Lens Nation manifest that pirate hunter he has in him. I want to see it all come together right here, right now, before they go out 3-0.
Yeah, exactly. They need to pull it together. They need to work on some sort of strategy. That mistake of going in a little bit too close to the enemy team that could push on you, and they jumped right on that opportunity, immediately put Pialo on the defensive, forced him to disengage, use more resources. Gondor trying to pick up the pieces here, getting in there and slamming his Axiom repeaters down onto Werthrow and Crazy Sig, while Agents is just able to deal some extra damage in there, is just not going to do it for them. They need to work together. They need to focus up, and they need to maybe have Lens lead the fight in there. Take the focus, take the pressure, allow Pialo and Gondor some space to be able to create some damage, because if you can put Werthrow and Crazy on the back foot, you know, or maybe even snipe Agent Slutty as he goes in to try and get a kill, you can really turn some things around. So, you know, Democracy Manifest needs to be doing something differently here. Otherwise, they're going to be right back out of the tournament. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do. Both teams, a lot is on the line here. First place prizes, second place prizes as well. So, you know, these individuals here are trying their best to try to get a W to bring it home for their team.
All right, looks like teams are ready here for our third match of the day for this best of 5. One more game set match here for Macca's runners, and the Democracy Manifest, you know, can let them run away with it. Let's see if they get a different strategy from Pia and Gondor, and let's see if Lens Nation could step up for his team and be able to bring a game or two home and be able to make this match go the distance. But man, this is going to be a good one. Countdown is on, and teams are about to get ready to go and engage versus each other here shortly. This is it, man. This is it. Either
here we
Democracy Manifest, man, come back with it. Get hyped up. Are you fatigued? Is it too late? What's going on? Bring this back, guys.
Yep. You went all the way in the losers bracket, and you fought all your way back up to the finals. And now just don't let them take it to you that easy. Get some kills. Take some ships out, move together, work together. Don't make these mistakes. Play it safe. Work together. Watch for opportunities for your opponents. Agent Slutty and Werthrow looking at enemy targets. They're all grouped together. Crazy Sig opportunistically looking, seeing if he can capitalize. He sees PLO. He's looking around, seeing if the enemy team is close. Again, Lens now is close with his team. Before he was 4.2k out, like maybe 2k away from his teammates on the disengage and engagements. Let's put him in the front. Let's get him in there. Let's get him engaged. You know, get him the primary target at the beginning, because once those individuals start that fire, I mean, that's the amount of capacitor. That's weapon capacitors down. That's not firing at Gondor and Pialo, right? These guys are the DPS of the team, right? So let them get in there. Let them do some DPS. Gondor, initializing some fire, hitting Werthro from a far range away. Werthro taking the nose-to-nose fight with Gondor. Gondor doing a really good job of getting some damage in. Werthro trying to switch over to Pialo. That might not be the move. Gondor getting ahead. Oh my gosh. And Pialo getting some hits in. Werthro is in a lot of trouble. Gondor and Pialo coming in there. Lens Nation chasing down Werthro. They're putting on the pressure and they're switching. They're going off. Werthro's made it out. He just barely got out of that position. That was a great play by Gondo and Pialo.
Yeah, very great play, but that was too risky of a chase. They should have been able to switch off right there in that moment and probably going on to Agents Letty, who's just kind of allowing the damage to rip right now on Pialo, and Pialo is in danger right now, taking some hull damage. Pialo needs to be able to peel out as soon as possible, but Gondor backing him up right now. Lens Nation needs to get into a position where he can put some damage in, but super far away. Can't find his target currently right now, but Crazy Sig is back in action. This is a bloodbath, man. This is going on right now, but they want Wertho. They want him really bad. And, you know, any little damage to Wertho, he has to peel off, so they kind of taken him out of the game very quickly, but they need to worry about Crazy Sig and Agents Letty.
Exactly. Agents Letty getting some good hits on. Pialo is getting his shield strip. Pialo is now disengaging, and he's out before his shields go down. Perfect. And again, Gondor comes onto Werthro. Werthro is out of boost. He's switching to Nabode. Can he escape? Gondor gets a couple hits. Pialo's on him, and he's caught. Maybe he gets out. He's in Nab mode. He's able to disengage. He just is making it out. And now Gondor is putting in some damage on Agents. Agents is in trouble. This is the first time that he's been getting pushed this hard, and Gondor's putting in some heavy damage. Pialo needs to go help Gondor, maybe catch him off sides. Now back to Werthro. Agents is able to make it out. Perfect play. Great work. Great disengagement.
Yep, Agents disengage very, very well here, and Gondor just putting targets back on Wertho. They want Wertho. They want to take him out really bad, but here's what's going to happen. Both teams, as they're targeting Wertho, both Agents Letty and Crazy Sig need to take somebody out as soon as possible. But Lens Nation needs to get into this fight and get into that position until he's able to do the damage and hopefully finish off Wertho on his end. But he just seems a little bit lost here, man. But, man, Wertho is not going down whatsoever.
Werthro he just disengaged. Perfect switch over onto Pialo, just enough in damage, understanding that Gondor is on his way back in after disengaging from that nose-to-nose fight. Crazy Sig just trying to make something work. The team is doing a great job of limiting Crazy Sig's ability to bait the team. They're no longer pressuring him significantly and sticking to him. They're just focusing easier targets to hit. Werthro is in the fight and getting pressured. He's got his boost back. He's out of nab mode. And now they're regrouping right now. Democracy Manifest is really coming together as a team at this moment. And really, it comes down to just a few more hits on Werthro. That engagement, any misstep could change the tide of battle.
Yeah, just a quick mention here for Gondo and Pialo. You can't really see their shields or their hull because of their white screen, unfortunately. So that's why it's off screen. But right in re-engaging again, Wertho is putting in some damage, is getting damage, and his shields are completely down. And right now, they're engaging. But look at Agents Letty just putting damage on Pialo.
Lens Nation takes out Wertho!
And Wertho is down here, and Agents Letty just putting in more damage on Pialo, and Pialo needs to disengage as soon as possible. Still taking damage from Agents Letty, but wow, what a matchup. Democracy Manifest showing why they able to bring it back here, man. This is a tough matchup and a great one so far.
Pialo taking the nose-to-nose on Agents Letty. He needs to get out of there, but he's out of boost. Pialo baited him into that situation. Throw up some... Oh, and Pialo's caught him. He's getting some damage, and then Gondor's on him. Agents Letty is getting hit. Crazy Sig needs to get involved. Get some hits in. Agents is out. He made it out, but he took a lot of damage, and they're picking apart the enemy team. Large ship to small ship. Now Crazy's in trouble, and he's already disengaging. Great identification on Agents being out and being able to switch out. Pialo is low. Agents Letty is damaged. Gondor is fresh. Lens Nation is fresh. The advantage is in Democracy Manifest's favor.
Yeah, right now they did a great job at just changing targets to Agents right now. They knowing they can't really go after Crazy Sig. So good job here by Democracy Manifest. And this can be what turns the tide. Gondor going right back at it on the Crazy Sig and just trying to get that damage on, on Agents Letty, trying to get this Gladius out of the count for the rest of the match here and continue. Agents Letty doing a great job at peeling off and just disengaging. And here comes the chase.
Here it comes. Crazy Sig trying to get some damage on Pialo. Pialo is just playing around, letting Gondor and Lens Nation push Agent Letty to the brink. Agent Letty now taking the fight over on Pialo. Oh, he's caught him, and now they both merged onto Pialo, but he could be over. Agent Letty is getting some hits in, and Crazy Sig is getting some damage, but Pialo is barely making it out. He's by the skin of his teeth, and now they're focusing on Crazy Sig, getting a couple shots in. Crazy Sig's got some hits in, but Agent Letty is now red. He's got a nav out, and Worth. These guys are absolutely playing their best. Every fight is tooth and nail at the moment. Every moment matters. Gondor getting some heavy damage, and he might do some damage onto Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig is red. He took a lot of damage that last moment.
Yes,
They pushed to get Pialo down, but Pialo evades death another time.
Yeah, right now, man, it's a bummer because, like, you know, trying to looking at Lens Nation's side a little bit, man, he feels like he's a little bit off. He needs to get in there, man, put in some damage. But man, right now, Agents Letty and both Crazy Sig are down to their last breath here, and all Gondor and all Pialo has to do, and all Lens Nation has to do, is put some fire on that target right now. Gondor is just going at it on Agents Letty, and they're going to try to bring him down. And I think this is the moment for it. Agents Letty is about to go down. Shields are down.
Down goes Agents Letty. Oh,
there we go. Gondor finishing the job. And Pia right on Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig shields are down as well. Lens Nation getting some, some shots fired off. But I think this is the moment here that Democracy Manifest says, no more. We're not getting 3-0'd. We're getting, we're going to bring it back. And hopefully this is their moment to continue to move momentum towards their time here during this grand finals, man. That was a great comeback, great matchup. There was a lot going on there, man. Holy crap.
That was huge. I mean, I know you're saying Agent Letty's might not be, Lens Nation might not be doing the most damage here, but he's doing the damage that matters. Able to pick off Wortho, one of their great pilots in there, just putting it into their favor, which allowed them a whole breadth of different gameplay where Lens and Gondor focused Agent Letty while Pialo was baiting for Crazy Sig. It just absolutely snowballed in their favor, but the moment they couldn't slip up once. Pialo was a shot from death. A strong glare in his direction. He would have been out of the fight. Lens Nation needed to be in those exact spots in those moments to get those shield hits to make sure that the enemy didn't recharge shields. Gondor then coming in there and dishing down the hammer and smashing Agents Letty and dealing heavy damage to Crazy Sig and Warthrow together. This team is coming together like we've seen before from the loser bracket, and they're saying, we're not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because I feel like Pialo and Gondor has a lot of pressure because they're dealing most of the damage and trying to get other teams to peel off in the direction of probably Lens Nation. Maybe that's a strategy, but at the same time, it's like I feel like then Lens Nation has his own kind of stresses and his own pressure by trying to make sure that he's in a position where he's not in the way of Gondor and Pio, and he's actually can output that damage that he wants to output. So. I think this team is I think they're bringing out most of their talent, but man, that was a great matchup there. I don't think, I think this is where, a lot of teams start to turn things around and get that confidence boost back up, and hopefully, but I mean, Wortho and Crazy Sig and Agents Letty are not going to go down without a fight. I don't think they're going to get picked off like last game. I think they're going to learn from that and hopefully bring that back, but momentum is can shift very easily here. But man, what a game 3. That was incredible to watch.
What a fight. We're gonna see if Team Macas is able to recover from this. It could switch into their favor. I mean, like we said, Democracy Manifest, their motivation, their stalwart determination to just create victory, where potentially they were getting picked apart in the first 1 or 2 rounds, but now they were able to do this. And if they can continue this type of gameplay, if they can focus up and group just like they were, we're going to see a completely different outcome than might have been expected as well. Team Macas needs to play a different game. And we're seeing like a lot of work together with Gondor, Pialo. Now, a lot of individuals, they're just kind of like passing off damage to individuals, right? So Pialo's starting a fight, getting out. Gondor's then engaging that fight, catching the merge, engaging the individual. Then Lens Nation coming in, getting a couple shots to stop the recharge. After that, Pialo's back in on it, and then Gondor's back in on it, and they're just working together in synchronous. It's just absolutely great to see. Macca's runners doing really good to kind of extend the fight, to keep it going, and to not die as quickly as they could by staying in the fight too long. But at the same time, they're just allowing the Democracy Manifest to kind of work at their strategy. It's interesting to see what this strategy might be going next. I'm not sure if they're going to use the Gladiuses more, if they're going to focus on the Wolves. The DPS of the Wolves has been insane. So Pialo and Gondor need to work together to get those damage. They're going to hit Wertho pretty hard, I'm sure. Get him red so he can't really engage as long as he wants. You know, the more damage you can take, the more time you can stay in. And when Wertho is at that red hole, he can't be doing damage that long. So,
yeah, very, very good strategy. And if they can get that damage out without even, you know, taking the damage like they did, they were able to kind of put in that damage on Wertho very quickly. That was good. So anyways, match is underway here for match number 4 here, the grand finals here at the EA56 PvP Showcase, online PvP Showcase. And here we go. Let's see what happens next, man. I'm excited here. Can Democracy Manifest continue that momentum and go up and tie this series up 2-2? You know, I believe it can happen. They just need to kind of rewind and do what they did last match and come back at it. This is going to be super exciting moving on.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. They're taking a look. They're working out. They're selecting who their anchor is. They're moving toward their targets, firing those missiles, getting them off the rock. Pialo firing a salvo of missiles this time, just getting them off of his ship instantly, throwing them into the darkness. Looking at who's separated here, and they're trying to figure it out. Wertho's taking a look at the enemy targets. They are 3 separated targets. None of them are together. And Agents Letty begins the engagement. Crazy Sig and Wertho try to have them push on Lens. Lens is taking some hits now. He's getting some pressure from Agents. Agents got to get out. Gondor comes in to stabby damage onto Wertho. Again, focusing Wertho. Wertho's taking some hull points, and now he's focusing up on Pialo. Still getting hit. Pialo is now getting some hits in, and Wertho is instantly taken down. Gondor and Pialo coming in with a 1-2 punch. Macca's is losing all of their nuggets.
Wertho got melted quickly by those NDBs by Pialo, man. That was some damage stack here, and they lost him just out of position. I think going after Lens Nation wasn't the play because it allows Pialo and Gondor to live free in your head the entire time as they hit you. And here we go, going after Crazy Sig is just trying to get some damage on Gondor right now. And man, this is I don't think this is gonna go the way they want to, man. Look at the damage on Crazy Sig right now. This is a tough one. It looks like it's about to be tied. Wow, man, this is a massive turnaround here for Democracy Manifest.
Exactly. Pialo is trying to focus Agents Letty. Crazy Sig was chasing him, and Crazy almost blacked out, if not did himself. Gondor damaging Crazy Sig, and now Agents Letty and Crazy Sig are in trouble. They have no hold to take any sort of fight, no business being here, and Democracy Manifest is about to kneecap them and absolutely send them to a tied game. Lens Nation is moving in. Pialo forcing the fight, hitting Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig needs to get back with Agents Letty. Crazy Sig taking the fight with Pialo, and Crazy Sig boosting out, keeping out Gondor and Crazy. Pialo's dealing some damage in with those NDBs, even at a slow rate of fire, but Crazy is getting out, and now Pialo has no boost. But Gondor dishing out damage on Letty, and Letty is getting some hits against Pialo, chasing. But Agent Letty now is in trouble. Gondor's moving in for the kill, but he's able to make it away. And Lens Nation going in for those shield hits. Agents Letty is getting hit, and he got merged on by Gondor. Gondor's getting some hits in, and Agent's got to get out of there. He just barely makes it out. But again, another strike against Team Macca's. Crazy Sig has no shields. He's red hull.
Yeah, it looks like Crazy Sig right now is about to go down here shortly. His hull is super red, and boom goes Crazy Sig by Pialo there. So great job, man. They're just slowly picking them apart and are just, Wertho is not able to do anything. It's the same way that they were doing it with Torch. They're now doing it with Wertho. He's not able to do anything whatsoever at that point. And all that is left 3v1 with Agents Letty here. And I think Democracy Manifest will be tying this up going into a game 5 here in the grand finals of this EA56 online PvP showcase. man, what a matchup, dude. And it's such a difference, man. Such a difference.
Yes, definitely. It's absolutely a crazy, crazy fight. Agents Letty now trying to use SPK as per the usual strategy of one individual versus three. It's not going to be enough, though. They've just maneuvered around it, dancing around, and Agents is getting some hit, and he's down! Democracy Manifest ties it up 2-2.
Very well played by Democracy Manifest. This game is going the distance, but what can, you know, Maka's runners do here in order to kind of change their strategy around? Because right now the focus is completely Wortho. They need to be able to dish out enough damage to get them away from Wortho, because it seems like that has been the play for the last two matches for Democracy Manifest, to come up with this, 2-0 when Maka's runners went up 2-0. So this is going to be a good matchup, man. So if Democracy Manifest wins, then they're going to reset the bracket. So
they're gonna reset it. If they win, they gotta beat them again.
Yep.
All right. Oh boy, that's gonna be absolutely insane. Oh man, Democracy Manifest, if you have anything in you, you need to get this third win in. And Team Macas, if you want to put them away once and for good, you need to drop them. They need to get them taken out. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to do, but I would guess that they maybe move to a more Agents Letty play. If they allow Agents to move in and take some of the heat, because we know that Gondor and Pialo seem to be targeting Worthrow, right? And then they're trying to bait out Crazy Sig and not play to his advantage by chasing him as much, right? So they're chasing Worthrow often. So in this situation, perhaps Maka's runners takes a look and they say, hey, Crazy, you and Letty go in first. Worthrow plays the back position. And then now it forces Gondor and Pialo, if they're going to engage Worthrow, they have to go through Crazy and Agents, which isn't possible without taking damage, setting up Worthrow for an advantage fight in the 1v1 nose fight that he might have versus Gondor or Pialo. But he can't take that much damage. If he does, if Pialo and Gondor get a good merge on him like they did last time, and he gets killed and deleted instantly, it's going to be a disaster for him. Lens Nation, also, if they put him in first, maybe push him in or keep him in the back to catch a disengage from maybe Agents or Worthrow to get those final shots in, that could be a great strategy for Democracy. But Macas needs this win. They cannot let this bracket be reset because the momentum is now with Democracy Manifest.
Yeah, this is going to be great here. All right. It seems like our match is about to be underway here shortly. Look, man, I'm not sure if, I'm not reading chat or anything, but if you're watching and, you're enjoying this, man, make sure you drop a follow or, whether you're on YouTube, subscribe. Ammo Esports, we run events throughout the entire year. We run racing events. We run PvP events. We run ship racing events as well. So make sure you guys stay tuned in into all of our Star Citizen content and tournaments throughout the entire year. And if you want to join in on that, I'm pretty sure there's some descriptions. There's some Discords you guys can join and come join us if you want to compete yourself in any of our open tournaments, which are all free to enter. But it looks like this match is underway now. So, games tied up. This grand final tied up 2v2. Maka's Runners versus Democracy Manifest. Let's see who takes it home or if the bracket will be reset, which will take it to another game 5, which I think at that moment, man, these teams might be sweaty, fatigued, but that's the whole entire point of these high-level tournaments.
It's not only about pilot skill and pilot capability and communication with your team. It's about endurance. Can you outlast individuals? Can you focus them? And we can see here that Agents is beginning the fight on Pialo. Pialo's shields are red. Agents Letty is moving in to get some damage in. A decent strategy right now. But again, Pialo just disengages. But Agents is there again, getting some damage in. And Pialo now has no shields. He has no time to go to Worthrow and try to get some damage on. Worthrow is now free, and Gondor is putting some damage into Worthrow. Lens is trying to move in. And we're looking over at Gondor. Crazy Sig is getting some hit. And Gondor accuracy trying to hit in. Crazy Sig, that nose-to-nose fight with the wolf is not going to go in his favor. And Worthrow comes in to take the fight. Again, Worthrow then moves off to disengage. He's got another target. Pialo is on top of him, and now Gondor and Pialo again. The same strategy. Taking out Wertho, getting some damage in, and Wertho has to disengage. He's flying away, moving him out, and Crazy Sig trying to get in and get some damage on Pialo, but he's just being evasive. He's getting a couple hits in. Pialo is now red or yellow, and Lens and Agents Letty are trying to get in and get into this fight here. They tried to focus up, deal some damage in, but it wasn't enough. Gondor and Werthro going at it nose to nose, Crazy and Pialo going at it while they switch targets, helping out each other. What a battle. Everyone's trying to regen resources right now at the moment. Everyone's back to full. They're going to be looking to see if they have the advantage on the enemy team. Crazy Sig is keeping close to his teammate Werthro because they understand that they're going to be on him. Gondor is looking at the enemy targets. Pialo is flying through. And Lens Nation begins the engagement. Werthro is taking some hits. Werthro is taking some shots. Gondor is putting in some damage. Pialo and Gondor are focused up, but now Crazy Sig has got to be on their tail, getting some damage in. They switch over. They see Agents Letty. Agents Letty is the new target, and Agents is about to take some hits, but he's putting pressure on Gondor, and Gondor gets out of there. Crazy Sig gets some damage on.
Yeah, I see Werthel playing a little bit more defensive than he has in the past. Crazy Sig just has a lot of cockpit damage right now, but still, this game can go any way. It's all about just being able to get, catch that positioning off and being able to, catch just somebody not being in the right spot. Because if Gondor is taking damage and Pialo's not there backing him up, you can't really, not saying this in a bad way, you can't really count on Lens Nation to back you up unless he's in the proper position. Because look how far away Lens Nation's kind of peeping around the fight right now. So it's like two people go in, Lens Nation hopefully can pick him off, and as they get pushed towards his way and finish him off while the shields are down. But I'm not sure if that's a strategy here.
Yep, Crazy Sig is going in for the engagement. Werthro's coming in as well. They're focusing Pialo. Both teams, they're focusing the arrow at the moment. And the Werthro is taking some hits now as they switch over. Lens Nation coming in. Werthro switches off and he focuses back to Pialo to try to nav catch him. And now that he's with Pialo, he's trying to merge on him. Here comes the merge. Is he going to get it? And is he going to get good shots in? No, Pialo blows through and disengages away from Werthro while Gondor puts in heavy damage against Crazy Sig. Crazy Sig is now in a little bit of trouble here. Gondor is not touched. Agents Letty and Lens Nation trying to get in the fight, getting a couple shots in, hitting the shields, stopping the recharges, and Pialo is now orange and flying away. Now they swap to Gondor. Werthro and Crazy Sig pushing over to Gondor. Crazy Sig still chasing Werthro, right? He's trying to chase Pialo. Apologies. Werthro taking some hits. Werthro's shields down. He's going to take some hull damage soon. Gondor is now getting his shields back. Agent Letty is too far away to deal damage to Gondor at the moment. Werthro getting some hits in. Crazy Sig and Werthro pushing over on Pialo. Pialo is evasive, and now they're going on Crazy Sig. Pialo needs to be evasive as Gondor deals some damage. Pialo is now evasive, but he's going to merge. Gondor is getting some merge shots on Crazy Sig, and Crazy Sig might be out of boost here. He might be in trouble, but he gets out. Does he get out? Gondor's now taking some hits. Crazy's got to swap over to Gondor, blow through, and now Agents and Lens Nation are pushing in to get those shield hits to stop the regeneration of Werthro. Werthro takes out Pialo!
Pialo goes down. Werthro with some good shots, man. They just did enough damage for Pialo to have an advantage over Crazy Sig. So right now, Gondor and Lens Nation need to concentrate on Crazy Sig in order to even this up. But Werthro is still a little bit hull damaged there as well. But Agents Letty doing a great job at keeping up with just everything that's going on and being able to put enough damage to be, to put the pressure on Pialo. And then the team were able to take him out right there, man. What a play. Look how red Crazy Sig is, man. He did a great job this round, just taking the bait and being able to soak that damage, allowing Werthro to concentrate on Pialo and take him out right there, putting this team up and hopefully allowing Macca's runners to take the grand finals here if nothing crazy happens.
Yes, excellent. And now both teams trying to reform as Team Macca's is basically running in and basically going over Macca's. And then he's running in, basically going over to basically re-engage the enemy targets. And Lens Nation is beginning with the engagement here, focusing on Werthro a bit. Werthro's putting some heavy damage on Lens. Gondor's got a couple free shots coming in, but again, they're damaging Werthro. And now if Lens and Gondor can deal enough damage to him without Wertho escaping, and now Wertho disengages quickly rather than take the nose-to-nose fight, so Crazy Sig can put in more damage on Gondor. Gondor does not get the shield recharge he needs. Gondor is in trouble. Wertho will be coming in shortly. Crazy Sig deals some more damage. Agents Letty is also getting some damage. They're focusing Gondor. They're picking him apart. Agents Letty and Lens Nations are going right at it, nose to nose. Gondor is getting some hit. Gondor is getting out. He's red hull.
Yeah, Gondor.
Agents Lens Nation is not moving. He's taking some hits. And he goes down. Wertho takes out Lens Nation as Lens Nation recovers from a potential blackout.
What a game, though. I can't lie to you. Obviously, this is going to, finalize the grand finals for Makaz Runner 3-2, but Democracy Manifest did not go out without a fight. I think everybody played well. Man, Gondor and Pia brought it, and Lens Nation as well with his timing and his damage where he needs to be in the right place at the right time. But let's see if Gondor can take somebody out with him and hopefully, keep that honor of above for the Democracy Manifest here.
Gondor goes down. Agents takes out the kill, and
what a play.
Macca's Runners gets it. 3-2.
All right, guys. Macca's Runners is going to be our grand finals champion here for the EA56 online showcase. So congratulations to this team. Let's go back over to the desk and talk to Gimmick about this grand finals because, man, this was a great matchup. Man, that was a little bit that was nerve-biting. That last matchup was so evened out, but Pia just took too much damage in the beginning there. But let's kick things off, man. Let's kick things off with round one. I would say the first two rounds. Let's kick it off because Macca's Runner just went up 2-0 very, very quickly. Gimmick.
Yeah, I think we saw Democracy Manifest make some changes in match 3 that from their learnings in 1 and 2. I think Pia really struggled to be effective in those first 2 matches. He was playing the role of a brawler in those first 2. He was going in first and he was getting bullied out. Basically what they had been doing to every other team all the way through their losers bracket got flipped back on them, and Pia was just denied all ability to do what he likes to do. So yeah, that was, and Pia was dying quickly because he was trying to brawl with that arrow, which I think against this team he just couldn't do it. Luckily, he learned later on to not do that. We saw Wertho even in that first round taking some calculated risks, but as we've seen a few times with Wertho, he takes a calculated risk, but it pays off. He seems to know how much he can take and how much he can deal, and he seems to weigh it. And it doesn't seem to be luck from what I've noticed about him. Yeah, I think that's my summary of the first 2 anyway.
Mentioned there too, but right at the end he just took too much damage. But Thunder Lake, any thoughts of the first couple of rounds there where Macca's Runners just kind of took those 2 matches very, very quickly?
Yeah, they went in and they did what they needed to do. They needed to smash, right? They wanted to crush it, and they went in, and that's what they did. They saw a target, they pushed in, and they crushed it. And that's exactly what they did. When an enemy allows you to present themselves quickly and easily for death, that's what they did. Macca's Runners did an excellent job of conserving their resources and understanding that when an enemy comes in and burns their boost toward you, and then you hold yours, as soon as they decide to disengage because you have multiple people firing at them, you can then have more boost to chase them through and catch that merge and basically deal more damage. So they basically moved in and utilized that advantage in that first 2 fights and then focused up. When the turnaround happened, after the next couple, they learned, hey, let's not blow everything we can trying to take out Crazy Sig or trying to take out Wertho right away. If we over-focus on those and we hyper-focus, then we might be able to be taken out by agents or someone else. And they were able to basically juggle that damage and to play the recharge of their shields really well. But then on round 2, on the third round, we saw a lot of things different coming out of Noxy Manifest.
Yeah, I think in the let's jump right into match 3 and 4 where the Democracy Manifest turned things around. I saw a little bit more pressure on Wertho, which I feel like just wasn't able to do what Wertho normally does, and they were doing a great job at switching over to Crazy Sig as he came in and try to peel that damage, and he was going off. Like, I feel like their timing was very just phenomenal in those next 2 matches. But Gimmick, what did Democracy Manifest do to kind of turn those next 2 matches around after going down 2-0?
Yeah, I mean, we saw Gondor contribute a lot of damage in these next 2 matches. And I think a lot of that was because P accepted the role of space creator. He started to do a bit of what we've seen Crazy do all tournament, where he didn't just go in and fight. He would bait and he would draw out, and it allowed Gondor to do a lot. And then P was able to get on the counter attack, and when Pia, you can see here, when Pia adds his damage to Gondor, then we saw Wertho just melt. Wertho went down very quickly. We saw, I think it was in this third match, we saw a few examples of why the sloppy nose that's been introduced in this latest flight model is not real good. Like, there was one point, I think it was in the first match, where Crazy had Pia basically on a spit, but the sloppy nose just robbed him of the kill. And it's sort of sad to see that the skill gets robbed from you there, that there's I'm fighting the game here at this point. So I hope that comes out. They pull that back out at some point. That sloppy nose is not fun. But yeah, this third match I saw, it was great for Pia to be a little less aggressive and to come back on the counterattack and close those kills with Gondor, and that worked really well for the next 2 matches that they did.
Those 2 did really well. And I know that there's a difference between, not trying to say anything bad, but I know that Agents definitely has a lot of PvP knowledge over Lens, but Lens held his own, didn't die, stayed very distant. But I think that played against kind of Pia and Wertho's maybe planning, I would say. But still, Lens Nation, I'm not going to fully always give. I mean, I could give Pia and Wertho all of the love, but I think Lens did really well and definitely played a part of allowing that team to, kind of push into the losers bracket, because,
Lens
he
got
probably
a kill,
played with
right?
whatever strategy they did very well. So, yeah.
Yeah, Lens got a kill, and Agents totally robbed Gondor of. They pushed Wertho out, and Gondor did an excellent play switching onto Agents. He just had him lined up, and Agents dropped smoke and completely denied that whole. It was an excellent play from Gondor and Pierre and Lens, but then Agents just said nope.
Yep, he said, "I'm out of there. I'm not going to sit here and take damage from you."
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone contributed for sure. Everyone in the tournament, no matter how much experience they have or don't have. I mean, everyone was giving it their best, and I could see that every person, everyone contributed to the fight, and the damage that was needed or the positions that were needed happened when they needed to create those wins. When those losses happened, sure, it's a combination of factors. Maybe the enemy team played better, maybe made a couple mistakes, but overall, I saw contributions from every member of the team. There was not a single person that I didn't see miss every single shot and never was in the fight. Every person contributed to the battle. That's what I saw. So
I would have probably missed every single shot. So, I mean, shout out to Lens on that one, man. I love this guy to death. So he's a good dude.
Did he get 3 kills? He got at least 2.
Yeah,
got at least 2 kills, maybe 3. And Agents was doing a lot of work there too. I think he was just a really good cornerstone of their team.
Yep. Well, I mean, going into that last match, I want to talk about it because that match could have gone either way, right? So that last match that kind of played out for Maka's runners, it seems like Pia kind of got a little bit more aggressive, maybe got a little bit impatient there, and kind of went right in, and they kind of dumped some damage on him initially, and he went super You know, his hull went super red really quickly, and he was the first one out of that match. So kind of, you know, mention a little bit about that last matchup there to wrap things up, Gimmick.
Yeah, so Pia went in a bit more bold here. I think he saw the finish line, and he did take that damage. But then we saw some beautiful juggling from Gondor and Pia, where they were just switching targets like very, very quickly and very effectively. And there was a point, like it was a fun match. Like there was a lot of there was a couple points there where both teams just did a full disengage, which I like to see that. Like when the team, and you see that at the top level when they're just like, okay, this is going to be a risk to stay here. Like, let's just everyone pull out and come back in, and we'll take it on our own terms. And to see, I would have liked to have seen a bit more of that throughout the whole tournament, and we saw a bit of that in this final match, which was really good. And in this final one, Wertho and Crazy just denied Gondor and Pia their damage. Wertho played more defensively. I think that's the first kill, I think, took him by surprise. The second time that he died, I think he was a bit shook, and then this time he came back and he was like, okay, I'm gonna play a bit more defensively. And both him and Crazy were a bit more kitey, and there's a lot of juggling going on. It was good.
Man, I wish we would have been able to do this in person, man. The hype would have been so much more fun without, you know, people able to kind of talk their own garbage in front of, you know, respectfully in front of each other. But still, I think this was a great showcase overall. So shout out to all the teams once again. You know, Democracy Manifest, Aftershock, Macca's Runners, congratulations, and Team Bland. Shout out to every single person. Of course, the Ammo staff and team behind the scenes, and you know, production, everybody. So shout out to everybody involved. And I'm telling you, man, I can't wait. Like, it was such a good vibe. I can't wait. Whether it's in 3 or 4 years from now, I can't wait to come back and kind of bring this all around when the game is in a better state overall. Because I know that, you know, we're still in alpha, so they're gonna keep changing PvP stuff. They're gonna keep changing racing stuff. They're gonna keep changing ground racing stuff until they get a good balance overall. So. But yeah, Thunder Lake, right back to you, man. Any last thoughts on that last round? Because that last round, obviously, that could have gone either way. But just you know, Pia kind of taking that initial damage, and they were able to peel him off. You know, in that second and third engagement.
That last round, I think both teams played extremely well. I mean, they understood what was going on. They understood kind of the other team's strategy, and they were trying to counter that best they could. Both teams were utilizing the arrow to its best effectiveness given the circumstances. You know, trying to mitigate damage and stuff, and utilizing the DPS of the wolf to get those kills in and trying to set up their teammates. You know, if I had to say anything, all the competitors were doing really much the best that they could do. And like Agents was setting himself up into good positions to catch enemies who were low resources out on boost after they tried to disengage from an enemy team. You know, that was great. And then Wertho, I noticed him picking his shots. There was a couple of times where he had an opportunity to shoot, but he decided to hold his fire till he got a better merge on the opponent, which allowed him to do more DPS and then stay out of the fight and stay out of the focus. Crazy Sig was able to, again, stay evasive and disengage and make sure that he was able to get hits on when he needed to, right, and to balance that out. And again, same thing for that. I think it's just over time, you know, the other team was able to, Macca's Runners was able to do more damage, and Pialo ended up going down after a period of time where they were trying to do, you know, blowing through and getting some damage in, but just it wasn't happening. You know, Gondor wasn't able to get there, but you know, again, Lens Nation was able to get some good kills in there. You know, he not in the final match, but the whole match overall. And in the final match, I think he like blacked out or something, and that kind of contributed to him dying there from Wertho. And yeah, overall, that fifth round was like, you know, it was the closest match that I think we saw, and it could have gone either way really quickly. But both teams played their best.
All right, well, let's take a look at our.
Was one of the best ones.
Oh yes, I agree. Because I was like, dude, like, where's this going? Like, you know, obviously I figured Pia would have maybe gone, but it could have gone because Gondor was kind of low too. They had everybody down, but yeah, I think Pia in that initial wave just got smacked, man. That was pretty wild, but it was a good one. But let's take a look at our updated bracket here. And as you can see, our champion is Macca's Runners, man. Macca's. look, guys, look, it's all the same. It's called McDonald's. It's not Macca's. Okay, stop with your your fantasy wording here. But I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just trolling a little bit. But Macca's
Nobody
run
agrees
us.
with you.
Yeah, I know, man. Hey, Crazy called it, man. Crazy said, "Hey, we're smacking everybody. We're winning this." And I'm pretty sure Crazy is pretty happy right now. So. But yeah, congratulations to Macca's runners winning the grand finals 3-2. How much trash are you gonna hear? You know, people talking in the Zap Discord after this tournament. Gimmick, is it gonna be a lot, or is it people gonna be like, oh, it was just an exhibition? What's the vibe there after after the tournament?
No, Gondor and Crazy both enjoy a bit of smack talk. They'll have it out, I'm sure. But it'll all be in good nature.
Yeah, no, I Gondor is also another great one. Man, everybody that I met at EA56 was absolutely beautiful people. So, but Gondor definitely very, very awesome guys. So, but yeah, hey man, if there's some trash talk, you guys can do your own 1v1 or do some battles during Zap and get it phased out, right? But anyways, Gimmick, one more time, man. Where can people find the organization and let people that maybe just tuned in towards the end a little bit about Zap as well.
So where to find us? Just Google us, Zenith Armada Project, or Australian Star Citizen org. You'll probably find us that way. But yeah, what is Zap? Zap is we're an aggressive fighting org. We try to recruit for high skill in all aspects of the game. We go for all gameplay because we believe in the vision of the game, that it's while there's lots of different gameplay, we hope to be part of the gameplay that is going for the big fleets, going for the big fights, the things where you have to have logistics to be able to supply, and you have to have all aspects of the game working to be able to participate in the large scale fights. So if you're interested in being good at any part of the game, then we're interested in you. So come and join us. We're the fastest growing, largest English speaking, most aggressive org in the time zone, and English speaking. There are other orgs out there like Shadowgun and Chinese orgs are giving us a run for our money at this point. So I'm not gonna.
Hey, I want to see those orgs in Fight or Flight this year. I want to see Australia.
Oh, yeah, I hope they
I
will.
want to see the APAC region pop off. Look, I will make it. I will make the price pool even thicker if we can get some pop off in the APAC region. So,
Nice.
hopefully we're gonna see some of that. Kind of go a little bit crazy. But Thunder Lake, I don't want to leave you out of it, man. But tell people what you do in Star Citizen, man. Where people can find you if they're looking for some, for some knowledge around PvP, my friend. Go for it.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm in all a lot of the Discords here and stuff. I run the org called Blightveil. We're just, a group that strikes the hard targets and fucking goes for it. So, you can join up, things like that. But again, same mindset. Me and Gimmick come from the same roots. So, we kind of made different groups and we're going at it together. So if you want to learn anything, there's, obviously for dogfighting and stuff, I know that Jonathan Winters has the Grim Hex Discord, and then there's JJ or Journey John runs solo leveling. Or if you want to level up, there's actually a tournament that's begun going on, 1v1s coming up this next weekend as well. So if you want people to be mentoring you and giving you tips and stuff, you can head to those Discords, or if you join a couple groups, AVS is a good one too. But you find me setting up events in the game, doing PvP stuff, PvP parties, or war games. We work with a lot of different organizations. I think it's like 30 something, and we just fight each other and set up scenarios, because right now we'd like to see more organic opportunities in the game, but we're not seeing that every time. So sometimes we make the fight ourselves. We want to take those hard fights and want to win those. So that's our goal in Blightveil. So thanks.
Awesome. Well, I mean, like I said, make sure you guys join discord.gg/Atmo Esports, where you can find Gimmick or Thunder Lake and reach out to them if you're interested in, being part of the PvP Discord or being part of their organization. But with that being said, we're waiting really quickly. We're going to be interviewing our first team our grand finals or our winners of the day, Macca's runners. So we're getting them set up. But before we jump into that, we have a little zap ad that we played during EA56 that we're going to play right now for you guys. If you guys want to, kind of get some hype around, Zenith Armada project. So we'll be right back, guys. Take a look.
The United Earth Empire is rotting. It has become decadent and weak. The inner planets worship false gods, while the outer colonies are left to the wolves. Yet weakness is a choice. And we choose strength. The sacred thunderbolt is no force idol. It is a force that empowers if you survive. We do not seek sanctuary, for we forge our temples from the wreckage of our foes. We are the lightning that breaks the dark, and we have come to live by a simple creed. What you bring to the Armada shall bring unto you.
All righty, we are back. So that was the Zenith Armada project ad there that we were playing at A56. They did a great job at helping us out and put the event together. So shout out to the Zap team. Really appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, Gimmick Man, for coordinating with us at EA56. Hopefully we can get a little bit better coordination for the next time we do it. But I think it was great energy, great vibes at that event, and then we hope to bring it back and fully fulfill the entire, hopefully game plan next time and hopefully get everything done. But it seems like we got both, at least 2 of our 3 from Macca's runners. So let's bring those in and let's ask them some questions, see how they feel, see what they thought about those, that grand final, because man, that was very, very close. So let me get my team. We have, I believe, Agents and Huerto. Hey, how you doing, guys?
Yeah, good. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can we? Who's this? Huerto, right? This is Huerto.
Yeah, this is Huerto.
Okay, Agents, are you there?
Oh, great, I'm stuck by myself.
Oh man, now you got to answer all my questions, Huerto. Oh man. Hopefully Agents is able to pop in. But look, I'll start off with you, man. How you feeling, brother? Like, how was that grand finals? Was it nerve-wracking? Like, what's going on with you, man? How you feeling right now?
Oh, I was nervous throughout the whole thing, I'm not gonna lie. Especially after I threw twice. I had a bunch of the Moses in my DMs telling me to stop throwing. I think I definitely got called out by Pierre, and that sort of threw me off. And I'm like, we can't, we can't do that again. We've got to, we're not there yet. Just take it systematically. And a lot of our fights that we sort of had, like we'd take one dude out and then we go back and regroup, and we'd be like, let's take it easy. We're not rushing into it. Like there's no time limit or anything. But yeah, I think we're very systematic with it, and we ended up getting there in the end. Very exciting. Still very nervous after the end. Very excited. Yeah.
All right, that's good, man. Gimmick, do you have any questions for Werther?
Yeah.
Hey, Agents, how's it going, man?
Hey, Agents.
Good, thank
Can you hear
you.
us now?
Sorry, there might be a bit of delay here.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, go ahead, Gimmick.
Yeah, I feel what you're going through. Whether a few years ago, I was in the same situation with format and with the Shadow Moses. It was couple of Shadow. It was 2v2. Couple of Shadow Moses pilots came back from the losers bracket, and we went through the same series of 5 matches like that. It's an arduous thing. You did well to come back after the match 3 and 4, I imagine you died quickly in the fourth one out of nerves, mostly because of dying in the third one. Yeah?
Yeah.
Would that be
We had
right?
to
Or?
look in after that. Definitely. It's like, it definitely
Yeah, and
caught us off
then you
guard.
clawed it back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to
Let
see
me-
that. That last match, I think, was one of the best matches. Everyone looked very composed, and everyone was doing full disengages, which is what you see at the top level. So,
Oh, I love that match. That I think that went so well. Like there was a good balance of things going on each side. Everyone was fairly engaged. There was a lot happening. There was some, there was a good pick, and then we kind of just had to do what we were doing before and just be careful about how we went for the rest of it. But after we picked off Pio, we were like, oh man, this is it. Like we can actually come back from this. And I think that's when we started to get really excited again.
what was your early on? Was your strategy to hard focus Pia, or did you have
Yeah,
plans to start?
we kind of had a back and forward in our chat as to what we're going to do for each team, and it was either like a 50-50 on Gondor and Pia, because Gondor was going to be the shot caller, but at the same time when Pia broke out the NDBs and he was doing a lot with them, I said to him before in our chat, like he played very well with those NDBs. He was getting a lot of damage and putting a lot of pressure on him. And I think like the moment we said, let's focus Gondor instead of Pia, that is when I got obliterated. So we changed tactics that next round, and it ended up working out for us.
Yeah, we were wondering if Pia was going to be able to apply those NDBs on you guys as well as he had on the others, because
Yeah,
you guys.
he did very well.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, let me jump over to Agents real quick, man. Agents, first time meeting you, man. It's a pleasure. Congrats. I'm not sure if this was one of your first tournaments or not, man. But how are you feeling? That was a close grand finals, but yeah, man. And anything you're feeling? Are you feeling pressured? I heard you make a lot of content around PvP, so tell us a little bit about that stuff, man.
Well, I got a message from Gimmick earlier today asking me if I'd be interested in doing this, and I figured, yeah, why not? Like, this is literally my first tournament. I had no idea really what I was getting into. It was just like a quick brief from Gimmick and asking me if this is something that I'd be interested in. The level, the types of PvP that I'm normally engaging in, range from like small group fights to the larger fights, normally against Zap and a few other orgs out there. So it was like everybody that that I saw in this tournament, except for the two of the streamers, I'm pretty sure I had fought in the PU at one point or another. So it was definitely. I came into this with definitely a little bit more prepared, I think, than what people were kind of expecting. But at the same time, like this type of fighting, this is the type of stuff like we'll do on occasion. But this is like if we're fighting like this for a long period of time, because my main focus is piracy gameplay. If we're fighting like this for a longer period of time, things are going bad for us.
Yep. No, that's well understandable. Well understandable. Thunder, like any questions for Wortho or Agents right now?
Yeah. For Wortho, when you were tell us a little bit about the pre-planning of the strategies that you're coming up with versus each team. Was there specific call-outs for different teams or something like that? Because I think some people know that this is the case, but just want to hear what your thoughts were and kind of what that thought process was for you and your team.
So I think you might need to sort of repeat that really quick because you were cutting out on my end a lot during that.
Oh,
so.
Apologies. Just describe for everyone, what you have different strategies when it comes to different opponents and teams. What sort of information are you looking at? What sort of things are you thinking about when you go into planning out your next engagement over the course of the tournament?
We kind of, I'd say we definitely had more of a broad strategy, which was to just eliminate one person. For every fight, we'd pick our priority target, who we need to get rid of. Admittedly, one of those fights, we said, let's get rid of Mev because he's been spinning the wheel a bit. and I think if we jump on him, he's not he's not going to react to it for a little bit. So that was a legitimate strategy, as we pick off Mev for.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the other teams, I think we had our 3 priority targets, and we'd push them out of the fight. You know, where it worked, we pushed them out of the fight. Once they naved out, ideally, we'd work on the other guy, and some of the you know, usually there were 1 or 2 priority targets per team, so we're mainly focusing on those guys, and I mean that strategy seemed to work fairly well. So
Awesome, great. For agents, when you were coming into this, you know, obviously coming into a new team and trying to compete, what was your overall feeling when you came in and were like, you know, describing what you're best at and what your strengths are, so they could leverage that? So, like, what sort of strengths do you feel that you could provide to the team, and how did they use that in the fights for you?
Well, so for me, we did do we got a little bit of time in Arena Commander before we did all these matches, and Wertho and Crazy Sig put me through my paces, and yeah, it kind of made me realize just how out of shape I was, like in dueling wise. But with regards to like team-based fights, I still had a lot more experience with that, so I was still feeling pretty confident. I fought both Wertho and Crazy in the PU many times, so I was pretty familiar with the level of skill that they were bringing, and because I'd fought a lot of the other guys as well, I had a pretty good idea of what level of skill they were bringing to the fight. So I was letting I was following the lead of like Werther and Crazy when it came to a lot of the strategies, giving my input where like I felt it was relevant. But like it just came down to once we identified the correct target to take down, it was just focus that one as best as I could and keep up with the guys for as long as I could.
Nice, yeah. You
Gotcha.
definitely got a couple finishing shots in there too. Like, you know, it worked out perfectly. Like what from where those said to you, it seemed like things meshed well, like a puzzle, right?
Awesome. Well, guys, I know a lot of the teams, and especially myself, are a little bit gassed out waking up at 2 in the morning. But look, man, it was a great tournament. I really appreciate you guys, jumping on and kind of, Crazy Sig and Gondor, everybody, man. Thanks to all the competitors. But of course, always want to leave you guys with the last word. Any last, proud, champion words that you want to, say out there to the community? Whether it's you, Wertho, or you, agents, anything you guys want to say, feel free, man. This is your moment. Go for it.
yeah, I just want to mention that agents, for a start, played very well for the short notice that we had. Everyone in the tournament played very well. I had a lot of fun scrimming. I had a lot of fun hanging out with these guys. I had a lot of fun with the matches, and then talking a bit after the matches about how everything went. Special thanks to you guys as well for making this all happen. Like, you guys put in a lot of hard work for it, and it shows. So I'll let Agent say anything if he needs to.
Wish we could have done it in person, man. But for next time, we owe you one. So, all right, agents, man, go for it.
Really grateful for the opportunity. Even though it was last minute, just being able to participate in something like this wasn't planned, and it was a lot more fun than what I was expecting it to be. I was pretty confident though with winning, because you can't beat a Macca's run, so I don't know why any other teams actually thought they had a chance.
Nice.
Oh man, awesome, man,
So you
awesome.
said it
Well,
right, Christian.
Oh man, I know, right?
Thanks for the last minute step into Agents. It's legend.
I don't know, but I think my
huge
fatigue is
shout
just
out, thanks.
Yeah, like my fatigue is, just bad. But by the way, man, make sure you guys send some love to Crazy Sig. Love that guy. He's gonna be probably bragging in the Zap Discord for a while. So make sure you guys control him to ease down on the oh man, you guys are great though. But hey, appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for interviewing. Congrats again. We'll get prizes to all of the teams that we owe you guys, and we'll make sure you guys get what you want. Hey, just have and enjoy the win, and hopefully we see some of you guys back for Fight or Flight for I would say that, the bigger tournament where, all the regions compete, and maybe we see some of you guys in that top 8. So thanks again and congrats, guys.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys.
guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Christian.
Cheers.
Yep. Take it easy. Nice work. Congratulations.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to wrap things up for us, man. Of course, I know, Gimmick, you talked about, Zap, Thunder Lake, you talked about Blytheville, but we got to close it out, man. It's been an honor and a pleasure to talk to you both, have you both here on the desk. But, hey, we're going to kick things off with Thunder Lake. Any last words for the community, man, before we sign off on this, Enter Atmosphere 2956 online showcase and close it out for good?
No, I appreciate everyone being here and putting in the work they need to do. I mean, everyone contributes, from the competitors, the staff, and just everyone in general. I just want to say to the community, just, keep out there, keep improving, keep focusing up, because it's a lot of fun. Challenge yourself to improve, not only in life, but, in gaming as well. So just, take the hard fights, do the challenging road, and it rewards you a lot in the future. So, great work, everyone. And I'm appreciative to everything that, the opportunities that you guys allow me to do this, and I have a great time doing it. So I'd love to continue. Thanks so much.
Awesome, brother. Gimmick, any last words for the community, my friend?
Yeah. So it's been a passion project for me to try to get PvP going in this region for several years now. I think that's how Crazy and I met. Basically, we were in different orgs at the time, and we were both frustrated that the PvP community is not so great in our time zone. We can't play of an evening and get some good PvP fights. So we got together and we started building something. And Gondor was doing something similar, and we ended up linking up with Gondor too. And Reed's been pretty keen, and he's been coordinating. So we've got a group of guys who are really passionate about building PvP, and Atmo has been a really core part of that. Like over the last 2 years now, you've been doing an APAC regional as part of your tournament series for the Fight or Flight, and really appreciate it. And this event is outstanding. I love this. We do need a bit more love in our region to get it going, but I think we're about there. Like we have a very competitive scene going on now. Between not just in Australia, but like I was saying before, across regions, we got a number of very competitive pilots in China and Korea as well, and so it's very easy now to get on and have those fights. Whereas 3 years ago, you got on in the middle, you got on after work here in our time zone, and you could not get a fight. But now every single night you want to go to Arena Commander, you can have your fights, and so to me that's the project succeeding, the Star Citizen project succeeding, the thing that we were trying to get going succeeding, and thank you to you guys for helping make that happen.
Hey, we do our best and we do what we can. Obviously, you're one of our finalists for our first ever, Fight or Flight, grand champion tournament. I'm already forgetting what's going on in my mind. But look, I thank you both once again for all of your help and, bringing everybody together, bringing this, the people and getting all the substitutions in. And of course, like I keep mentioning, I hope that, we have the opportunity to come back to Australia and hopefully make the next one bigger and better than the one before with, no game issues. And these guys can really play to their heart's content in person, and we can get all the good and fun PvPers out there for the next one. So with that being said, guys, this is the Enter Atmosphere 2956 online PvP showcase coming to a close, and we can't wait to see you guys on the next one. Again, if you want to keep up with any of our news, jump on our Discord, discord.gg/AtmoEsports or Atmo Esports on pretty much any platform. All right. So if you want news about tournaments or anything like that, please jump on. We'd love to have you. And thanks again to this incredible Star Citizen community. We can't wait to see you guys once again soon, whether it's at a Bar Citizen, whether it's at an invitation, whether it's anywhere, whether it's at the next Enter Atmosphere. We appreciate it. We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.